324, M. Bell himself remarks aptly that freedom of indifference, such as must be admitted, does not exclude inclinations and does not demand equipoise. He demonstrates amply enough, reply to the questions of a provincial, ch. 139. Sequentia. That the soul may be compared to a balance, where reasons and inclinations take the place of weights. According to him, one can explain what passes in our resolutions by the hypothesis that the will of man is like a balance which is at rest when the weights of its two pans are equal, and which always inclines either to one side or the other according to which of the pans is the more heavily laden. A new reason makes a heavier weight, a new idea shines more brightly than the old, the fear of a heavy penalty prevails over some pleasure. When two passions dispute the ground, it is always the stronger which gains the mastery, unless the other be assisted by reason or by some other contributing passion. When one flings away merchandise in order to save oneself, the action, which the schoolmen call mixed, is voluntary and free, and yet love of life indubitably prevails over love of possessions. Grief arises from remembrance of lost possessions, and one has all the greater difficulty in making one's resolve, the nearer the approach to even weight in the opposing reasons. As also we see that the balance is determined more promptly when there is a great difference between the weights. 325. Nevertheless, as very often there are divers courses to choose from, one might, instead of the balance, compare the soul with a force which puts forth effort on various sides simultaneously, but which acts only at the spot where action is easiest or there is least resistance. For instance, air if it is compressed too firmly in a glass vessel will break it in order to escape. It puts forth effort at every part, but finally flings itself upon the weakest. Thus do the inclinations of the soul extend over all the goods that present themselves, they are antecedent acts of will, but the consequent will, which is their result, is determined in the direction of that which touches most closely. 326. This ascendancy of inclinations, however, does not prevent man from being master in his own domain, provided that he knows how to make use of his power. His dominion is that of reason, he has only to prepare himself in good time to resist the passions, and he will be capable of checking the vehemence of the most furious. Let us assume that Augustus, about to give orders for putting to death Fabius Maximus, acts, as is his wont, upon the advice a philosopher had given him, to recite the Greek alphabet before doing anything in the first heat of his anger. This reflection will be capable of saving the life of Fabius and the glory of Augustus. But without some fortunate reflection, which one owes sometimes to a special divine mercy, or without some skill acquired beforehand, like that of Augustus, calculated to make us reflect fittingly as to time and place, passion will prevail over reason. The driver is master over the horses if he controls them as he should, and as he can, but there are occasions when he becomes negligent, and then for a time he will have to let go the reins. Furter equus auriga, nec audit curris habenas. 327. One must admit that there is always within us enough power over our will, but we do not always bethink ourselves of employing it. That shows, as I have observed more than once, that the power of the soul over its inclinations is a control which can only be exercised in an indirect manner. Almost as Bellarmine would have had the popes exercise rights over the temporal power of kings. In truth, the external actions that do not exceed our powers depend absolutely upon our will, but our volitions depend upon our will only through certain artful twists which give us means of suspending our resolutions, or of changing them. We are masters in our own house, not as God is in the world, he having but to speak, but as a wise prince is in his dominions or as a good father of a family is in his home. M. Bell sometimes takes the matter differently, as though we must have, in order to boast of a free will, an absolute power over ourselves, independent of reasons and of means. But even God has not such a power, and must not have in this sense, in relation to his will. He cannot change his nature, nor act otherwise than according to method, and how could man transform himself all of a sudden? I have already said God's dominion, the dominion of wisdom, is that of reason. It is only God, however, who always wills what is most to be desired, and consequently he has no need of the power to change his will. 328. If the soul is mistress in its own house, says M. Bell, it has only to will, and straightway that vexation and pain which is attendant upon victory over the passions will vanish away. For this effect it would suffice, in his opinion, to give oneself indifference to the objects of the passions, page 758. Why, then, do men not give themselves this indifference, he says, if they are masters in their own house? But this objection is exactly as if I were to ask why a father of a family does not give himself gold when he has need thereof. He can acquire some, but through skill, and not, as in the age of the fairies, or of King Midas, through a mere command of the will or by his touch. It would not suffice to be master in one's own house. One must be master of all things in order to give oneself all that one wishes, for one does not find everything in one's own house. Working thus upon oneself, one must do as in working upon something else. One must have knowledge of the constitution and the qualities of one's object, and adapt one's operations thereto. It is therefore not in a moment and by a mere act of the will that one corrects oneself, and that one acquires a better will. 329. Nevertheless it is well to observe that the vexations and pains attendant upon victory over the passions in some people turn into pleasure, through the great satisfaction they find in the lively sense of the force of their mind, and of the divine grace. Ascetics and true mystics can speak of this from experience, and even a true philosopher can say something thereof. One can attain to that happy state, and it is one of the principal means the soul can use to strengthen its dominion. 330. If the Scotists and the Molinists appear to favor vague indifference, appear, I say, for I doubt whether they do so in reality, once they have learnt to know it, the Thomists and the disciples of Augustine are for predetermination. For one must have either the one or the other. Thomas Aquinas is a writer who is accustomed to reason on sound principles, and the subtle Scotus, seeking to contradict him, often obscures matters instead of throwing light upon them. The Thomists as a general rule follow their master, and do not admit that the soul makes its resolve without the existence of some predetermination which contributes thereto. But the predetermination of the new Thomists is not perhaps exactly that which one needs. Durand de Saint-Pourçain, who often enough formed a party of his own, and who opposed the idea of the special cooperation of God, was nevertheless in favor of a certain predetermination. He believed that God saw in the state of the soul, and of its surroundings, the reason for his determinations. 331. The ancient Stoics were in that almost of the same opinion as the Thomists. They were at the same time in favor of determination and against necessity, although they have been accused of attaching necessity to everything. Cicero says in his book De Fato that Democritus, Heraclitus, Empedocles and Aristotle believed that fate implied necessity, that others were opposed to that, he means perhaps Epicurus and the Academicians. And that Chrysippus sought a middle course. I think that Cicero is mistaken as regards Aristotle, who fully recognized contingency in freedom, and went even too far, saying, inadvertently, as I think, that propositions on contingent futurities had no determinate truth. On which point he was justifiably abandoned by most of the schoolmen. Even Cleanthes, the teacher of Chrysippus, although he upheld the determinate truth of future events, denied their necessity. Had the schoolmen, so fully convinced of this determination of contingent futurities, as were for instance the fathers of Coimbra, authors of a famous course of philosophy, seen the connection between things in the form wherein the system of general harmony proclaims it, they would have judged that one cannot admit preliminary certainty, or determination of futurition, without admitting a predetermination of the thing in its causes and in its reasons. 332. Cicero has endeavored to expound for us the middle course taken by Chrysippus. But Justus Lipsius observed, in his Stoic philosophy, that the passage from Cicero was mutilated, and that Aulus Gellius has preserved for us the whole argument of the Stoic philosopher, Noct. Att. Lib 6, c. 2. Here it is in epitome. Fate is the inevitable and eternal connection of all events. Against this is urged an objection, that it follows that the acts of the will would be necessary, and that criminals, being coerced into evil, should not be punished. Chrysippus answers that evil springs from the original constitution of souls, which forms part of the destined sequence, that souls which are of a good natural disposition offer stronger resistance to the impressions of external causes. But that those whose natural defects had not been corrected by discipline allowed themselves to be perverted. Next he distinguishes, according to Cicero, between principal causes and accessory causes, and uses the comparison of a cylinder, whose rotatory force and speed or ease in motion comes chiefly from its shape. Whereas it would be retarded by any roughness in formation. Nevertheless it has need of impulsion, even as the soul needs to be acted upon by the objects of the senses, and receives this impression according to its own constitution. 333. Cicero considers that Chrysippus becomes so confused that, whether he will or no, he confirms the necessity of fate. M. Bell is almost of the same opinion, Dictionary, Art. Chrysippus, lit. H. He says that this philosopher does not get out of the bog, since the cylinder is regular or uneven according to what the craftsman has made it, and thus God, Providence, fate will be the causes of evil in such a way as to render it necessary. Justus Lipsius answers that, according to the Stoics, evil came from matter. That is, to my mind, as if he had said that the stone on which the craftsman worked was sometimes too rough and too irregular to produce a good cylinder. M. Bell cites against Chrysippus the fragments of Onomos and Diogenianus that Eusebius has preserved for us in the Preparatio Evangelica, lib 6, c. 7, 8. And above all he relies upon Plutarch's refutation in his book against the Stoics, quoted Art. Politians, lit. G. But this refutation does not amount to very much. Plutarch maintains that it would be better to deny power to God than to impute to him the permission of evils, and he will not admit that evil may serve a greater good. I have already shown, on the contrary, that God cannot but be all-powerful, even though he can do no better than produce the best, which includes the permission of evil. Moreover, I have pointed out repeatedly that what is to the disadvantage of a part taken separately may serve the perfection of the whole. 334. Chrysippus had already made an observation to this effect, not only in his fourth book on Providence, as given by Aulus Gellius, lib 6, c. 1, where he asserts that evil serves to bring the good to notice, a reason which is not sufficient here, but still better when he applies the comparison of a stage play, in his second book on Nature, as Plutarch quotes it himself. There he says that there are sometimes portions in a comedy which are of no worth in themselves and which nevertheless lend grace to the whole poem. He calls these portions epigrams or inscriptions. We have not enough acquaintance with the nature of the ancient comedy for full understanding of this passage from Chrysippus, but since Plutarch assents to the fact, there is reason to believe that this comparison was not a poor one. Plutarch replies in the first place that the world is not like a play to provide entertainment. But that is a poor answer. The comparison lies in this point alone, that one bad part may make the whole better. He replies secondly that this bad passage is only a small part of the comedy, whereas human life swarms with evils. This reply is of no value either, for he ought to have taken into account that what we know is also a very small part of the universe. 335, but let us return to the cylinder of Chrysippus. He is right in saying that vice springs from the original constitution of some minds. He was met with the objection that God formed them, and he could only reply by pointing to the imperfection of matter, which did not permit God to do better. This reply is of no value, for matter in itself is indifferent to all forms, and God made it. Evil springs rather from the forms themselves in their detached state, that is, from the ideas that God has not produced by an act of his will any more than he thus produced numbers and figures. And all possible essences which one must regard as eternal and necessary. For they are in the ideal region of the possibles, that is, in the divine understanding. God is therefore not the author of essences in so far as they are only possibilities. But there is nothing actual to which he has not decreed and given existence, and he has permitted evil because it is involved in the best plan existing in the region of possibles, a plan which supreme wisdom could not fail to choose. This notion satisfies at once the wisdom, the power and the goodness of God, and yet leaves a way open for the entrance of evil. God gives perfection to creatures in so far as it is possible in the universe. One gives a turn to the cylinder, but any roughness in its shape restricts the swiftness of its motion. This comparison made by Chrysippus does not greatly differ from mine, which was taken from a laden boat that is carried along by the river current, its pace becoming slower as the load grows heavier. These comparisons tend towards the same end. And that shows that if we were sufficiently informed concerning the opinions of ancient philosophers, we should find therein more reason than is supposed. 336. Bell himself commends the passage from Chrysippus, Art. Chrysippus, lit. T. That Aulus Gellius quotes in the same place, where this philosopher maintains that evil has come by concomitance. That also is made clear by my system. For I have demonstrated that the evil which God permitted was not an object of his will, as an end or a means, but simply as a condition, since it had to be involved in the best. Yet one must confess that the cylinder of Chrysippus does not answer the objection of necessity. He ought to have added, in the first place, that it is by the free choice of God that some of the possibles exist. Secondly, that rational creatures act freely also, in accordance with their original nature, which existed already in the eternal ideas, and lastly, that the motive power of good inclines the will without compelling it. 337. The advantage of freedom which is in the creature without doubt exists to an eminent degree in God. That must be understood in so far as it is genuinely an advantage and in so far as it presupposes no imperfection. For to be able to make a mistake and go astray is a disadvantage, and to have control over the passions is in truth an advantage, but one that presupposes an imperfection, namely passion itself, of which God is incapable. Scotus was justified in saying that if God were not free and exempt from necessity, no creature would be so. But God is incapable of being indeterminate in anything whatsoever, he cannot be ignorant, he cannot doubt, he cannot suspend his judgment. His will is always decided, and it can only be decided by the best. God can never have a primitive particular will, that is, independent of laws or general acts of will, such a thing would be unreasonable. He cannot determine upon Adam, Peter, Judas or any individual without the existence of a reason for this determination, and this reason leads of necessity to some general enunciation. The wise mind always acts according to principles. Always according to rules, and never according to exceptions, save when the rules come into collision through opposing tendencies, where the strongest carries the day, or else either they will stop one another or some third course will emerge as a result. In all these cases one rule serves as an exception to the other, and there are never any original exceptions with one who always acts in a regular way. 338. If there are people who believe that election and reprobation are accomplished on God's part by a despotic absolute power, not only without any apparent reason but actually without any reason, even a concealed one, they maintain an opinion that destroys alike the nature of things and the divine perfections. Such an absolutely absolute decree, so to speak, would be without doubt insupportable. But Luther and Calvin were far from such a belief. The former hopes that the life to come will make us comprehend the just reasons of God's choice. And the latter protests explicitly that these reasons are just and holy, although they be unknown to us. I have already in that connection quoted Calvin's treatise on predestination, and here are the actual words: God before the fall of Adam had reflected upon what he had to do, and that for causes concealed from us. It is evident therefore that he had just causes for the reprobation of some of mankind, but causes to us unknown. 339. This truth, that all God does is reasonable and cannot be better done, strikes at the outset every man of good sense, and extorts, so to speak, his approbation. And yet the most subtle of philosophers have a fatal propensity for offending sometimes without observing it, during the course and in the heat of disputes, against the first principles of good sense, when these are shrouded in terms that disguise them. We have here already seen how the excellent Bell, with all his shrewdness, has nevertheless combated this principle which I have just indicated, and which is a sure consequence of the supreme perfection of God. He thought to defend in that way the cause of God and to exempt him from an imaginary necessity, by leaving him the freedom to choose from among various goods the least. I have already spoken of M. Dirois and others who have also been deluded by this strange opinion, one that is far too commonly accepted. Those who uphold it do not observe that it implies a wish to preserve for, or rather bestow upon, God a false freedom, which is the freedom to act unreasonably. That is rendering his works subject to correction, and making it impossible for us to say or even to hope that anything reasonable can be said upon the permission of evil. 340. This error has much impaired M. Bell's arguments, and has barred his way of escape from many perplexities. That appears again in relation to the laws of the realm of nature. He believes them to be arbitrary and indifferent, and he objects that God could better have attained his end in the realm of grace if he had not clung to these laws. If he had more often dispensed with their observance, or even if he had made others. He believed this especially with regard to the law of the union between the soul and the body. For he is persuaded, with the modern Cartesians, that the ideas of the perceptible qualities that God gives, according to them, to the soul, occasioned by movements of the body, have nothing representing these movements or resembling them. Accordingly it was a purely arbitrary act on God's part to give us the ideas of heat, cold, light and other qualities which we experience, rather than to give us quite different ideas occasioned in the same way. I have often wondered that people so talented should have been capable of relishing notions so unphilosophic and so contrary to the fundamental maxims of reason. For nothing gives clearer indication of the imperfection of a philosophy than the necessity experienced by the philosopher to confess that something comes to pass, in accordance with his system, for which there is no reason. That applies to the idea of Epicurus on the deviation of atoms. Whether it be God or nature that operates, the operation will always have its reasons. In the operations of nature, these reasons will depend either upon necessary truths or upon the laws that God has found the most reasonable. And in the operations of God, they will depend upon the choice of the supreme reason which causes them to act. 341. M. Regius, a famous Cartesian, had asserted in his Metaphysics, Part 2, Book 2, c. 29, that the faculties God has given to men are the most excellent that they were capable of in conformity with the general order of nature. Considering only, he says, the power of God and the nature of man by themselves, it is very easy to conceive that God could have made man more perfect, but if one will consider man, not in himself and separately from all other creatures, but as a member of the universe and a portion which is subject to the general laws of motions, one will be bound to acknowledge that man is as perfect as he could have been. He adds, that we cannot conceive that God could have employed any other means more appropriate than pain for the conservation of our bodies. M. Regius is right in a general way in saying that God cannot do better than he has done in relation to all. And although there be apparently in some places in the universe rational animals more perfect than man, one may say that God was right to create every kind of species, some more perfect than others. It is perhaps not impossible that there be somewhere a species of animals much resembling man more perfect than we are. It may be even that the human race will attain in time to a greater perfection than that which we can now envisage. Thus the laws of motions do not prevent man from being more perfect, but the place God has assigned to man in space and in time limits the perfections he was able to receive. 342. I also doubt, with M. Bell, whether pain be necessary in order to warn men of peril. But this writer goes too far. Reply to the Questions of a Provincial, Volume 2, ch. 77. He seems to think that a feeling of pleasure could have the same effect, and that, in order to prevent a child from going too near the fire, God could give him ideas of pleasure in proportion to the distance he kept from it. This expedient does not appear very practicable with regard to all evils, unless a miracle were involved. It is more natural that what if it were too near would cause an evil should cause some foreboding of evil when it is a little less near. Yet I admit that it is possible such a foreboding will be something less than pain, and usually this is the case. Thus it indeed appears that pain is not necessary for causing one to shun present peril. It is wont rather to serve as a penalty for having actually plunged into evil, and a warning against further lapse. There are also many painful evils the avoidance whereof rests not with us. As a dissolution of the continuity of our body is a consequence of many accidents that may happen to us, it was natural that this imperfection of the body should be represented by some sense of imperfection in the soul. Nevertheless, I would not guarantee that there were no animals in the universe whose structure was cunning enough to cause a sense of indifference as accompaniment to this dissolution of continuity, as for instance when a gangrenous limb is cut off. Or even a sense of pleasure, as if one were only scratching oneself. For the imperfection that attends the dissolution of the body might lead to the sense of a greater perfection, which was suspended or checked by the continuity which is now broken, and in this respect the body would be as it were a prison. 343. There is also nothing to preclude the existence in the universe of animals resembling that one which Cyrano de Bergerac encountered in the sun. The body of this animal being a sort of fluid composed of innumerable small animals, that were capable of ranging themselves in accordance with the desires of the great animal, by this means it transformed itself in a moment, just as it pleased. And the dissolution of continuity caused it no more hurt than the stroke of an oar can cause to the sea. But, after all, these animals are not men, they are not in our globe or in our present century. And God's plan ensured that there should not be lacking here on earth a rational animal clothed in flesh and bones, whose structure involves susceptibility to pain. 344, but M. Bell further opposes this on another principle, one which I have already mentioned. It seems that he thinks the ideas which the soul conceives in relation to the feelings of the body are arbitrary. Thus God might have caused the dissolution of continuity to give us pleasure. He even maintains that the laws of motion are entirely arbitrary. I would wish to know, he says, Volume 3, ch. 166. Whether God established by an act of his freedom of indifference general laws on the communication of movements, and the particular laws on the union of the human soul with an organic body. In this case, he could have established quite different laws, and adopted a system whose results involved neither moral evil nor physical evil. But if the answer is given that God was constrained by supreme wisdom to establish the laws that he has established, there we have neither more nor less than the fatum of the Stoics. Wisdom will have marked out a way for God, the abandonment whereof will have been as impossible to him as his own self-destruction. This objection has been sufficiently overthrown, it is only a moral necessity. And it is always a happy necessity to be bound to act in accordance with the rules of perfect wisdom. 345. Moreover, it appears to me that the reason for the belief held by many that the laws of motion are arbitrary comes from the fact that few people have properly examined them. It is known now that M. Descartes was much mistaken in his statement of them. I have proved conclusively that conservation of the same quantity of motion cannot occur, but I consider that the same quantity of force is conserved, whether absolute or directive and respective, whether total or partial. My principles, which carry this subject as far as it can go, have not yet been published in full. But I have communicated them to friends competent to judge of them, who have approved them, and have converted some other persons of acknowledged erudition and ability. I discovered at the same time that the laws of motion actually existing in nature, and confirmed by experiments, are not in reality absolutely demonstrable, as a geometrical proposition would be, but neither is it necessary that they be so. They do not spring entirely from the principle of necessity, but rather from the principle of perfection and order, they are an effect of the choice and the wisdom of God. I can demonstrate these laws in diverse ways, but must always assume something that is not of an absolutely geometrical necessity. Thus these admirable laws are wonderful evidence of an intelligent and free being, as opposed to the system of absolute and brute necessity, advocated by Strato or Spinoza. 346. I have found that one may account for these laws by assuming that the effect is always equal in force to its cause, or, which amounts to the same thing. That the same force is conserved always, but this axiom of higher philosophy cannot be demonstrated geometrically. One may again apply other principles of like nature, for instance the principle that action is always equal to reaction, one which assumes in things a distaste for external change, and cannot be derived either from extension or impenetrability. And that other principle, that a simple movement has the same properties as those which might belong to a compound movement such as would produce the same phenomena of locomotion. These assumptions are very plausible, and are successful as an explanation of the laws of motion. Nothing is so appropriate, all the more since they are in accord with each other. But there is to be found in them no absolute necessity, such as may compel us to admit them, in the way one is compelled to admit the rules of logic, of arithmetic and geometry. 347. It seems, when one considers the indifference of matter to motion and to rest, that the largest body at rest could be carried along without any resistance by the smallest body in motion. In which case there would be action without reaction and an effect greater than its cause. There is also no necessity to say of the motion of a ball which runs freely on an even, horizontal plane, with a certain degree of speed, termed a. That this motion must have the properties of that motion which it would have if it were going with lesser speed in a boat, itself moving in the same direction with the residue of the speed, to ensure that the ball, seen from the bank, advance with the same degree a. For, although the same appearance of speed and of direction results through this medium of the boat, it is not because it is the same thing. Nevertheless it happens that the effects of the collision of the balls in the boat, the motion in each one separately combined with that of the boat giving the appearance of that which goes on outside the boat, also give the appearance of the effects that these same balls colliding would have outside the boat. All that is admirable, but one does not see its absolute necessity. A movement on the two sides of the right-angled triangle composes a movement on the hypotenuse. But it does not follow that a ball moving on the hypotenuse must produce the effect of two balls of its own size moving on the two sides, yet that is true. Nothing is so appropriate as this result, and God has chosen the laws that produce it, but one sees no geometrical necessity therein. Yet it is this very lack of necessity which enhances the beauty of the laws that God has chosen, wherein diverse admirable axioms exist in conjunction, and it is impossible for one to say which of them is the primary. 348. I have also shown that therein is observed that excellent law of continuity, which I have perhaps been the first to state, and which is a kind of touchstone whose test the rules of M. Descartes, of Father Fabry, Father Parties, Father de Malebranche and others cannot pass. In virtue of this law, one must be able to regard rest as a movement vanishing after having continually diminished, and likewise equality as an inequality that vanishes also, as would happen through the continual diminution of the greater of two unequal bodies, while the smaller retains its size. As a consequence of this consideration, the general rule for unequal bodies, or bodies in motion, must apply also to equal bodies or to bodies one of which is at rest, as to a particular case of the rule. This does result in the true laws of motion, and does not result in certain laws invented by M. Descartes and by some other men of talent, which already on that score alone prove to be ill-concerted, so that one may predict that experiment will not favor them. 349. These considerations make it plain that the laws of nature regulating movements are neither entirely necessary nor entirely arbitrary. The middle course to be taken is that they are a choice of the most perfect wisdom. And this great example of the laws of motion shows with the utmost clarity how much difference there is between these three cases, to wit, firstly an absolute necessity, metaphysical or geometrical, which may be called blind, and which does not depend upon any but efficient causes. In the second place, a moral necessity, which comes from the free choice of wisdom in relation to final causes. And finally in the third place, something absolutely arbitrary, depending upon an indifference of equipoise, which is imagined, but which cannot exist, where there is no sufficient reason either in the efficient or in the final cause. Consequently one must conclude how mistaken it is to confuse either that which is absolutely necessary with that which is determined by the reason of the best, or the freedom that is determined by reason with a vague indifference. 350. This also settles M. Bell's difficulty, for he fears that, if God is always determinate, nature could dispense with him and bring about that same effect which is attributed to him, through the necessity of the order of things. That would be true if the laws of motion for instance, and all the rest, had their source in a geometrical necessity of efficient causes. But in the last analysis one is obliged to resort to something depending upon final causes and upon what is fitting. This also utterly destroys the most plausible reasoning of the naturalists. Dar. Johann Joachim Becher, a German physician, well known for his books on chemistry, had composed a prayer which looked like getting him into trouble. It began, O sancta mater natura, aetern rerum ordo. And it ended by saying that this nature must forgive him his errors, since she herself was their cause. But the nature of things, if taken as without intelligence and without choice, has in it nothing sufficiently determinate. Herr Becher did not sufficiently take into account that the author of things, natura naturans, must be good and wise, and that we can be evil without complicity on his part in our acts of wickedness. When a wicked man exists, God must have found in the region of possibles the idea of such a man forming part of that sequence of things, the choice of which was demanded by the greatest perfection of the universe. And in which errors and sins are not only punished but even repaired to greater advantage, so that they contribute to the greatest good. 351, M. Bell, however, has extended the free choice of God a little too far. Speaking of the peripatetic strato, Reply to the Questions of a Provincial, Volume 3, ch. 180. Who asserted that everything had been brought forth by the necessity of a nature devoid of intelligence, he maintains that this philosopher, on being asked why a tree has not the power to form bones and veins, might have asked in his turn, why has matter precisely 3 dimensions? Why should not 2 have sufficed for it? Why has it not 4? If one had answered that there can be neither more nor less than 3 dimensions, he would have demanded the cause of this impossibility. These words lead one to believe that M. Bell suspected that the number of the dimensions of matter depended upon God's choice, even as it depended upon him to cause or not to cause trees to produce animals. Indeed, how do we know whether there are not planetary globes or earths situated in some more remote place in the universe where the fable of the barnacle geese of Scotland, birds that were said to be born of trees, proves true? And even whether there are not countries where one could say, Populos umbrosa crevit. Fraxinus, e photovordis puer excidit alno. But with the dimensions of matter it is not thus. The ternary number is determined for it not by the reason of the best, but by a geometrical necessity. Because the geometricians have been able to prove that there are only 3 straight lines perpendicular to one another which can intersect at one and the same point. Nothing more appropriate could have been chosen to show the difference there is between the moral necessity that accounts for the choice of wisdom and the brute necessity of Strato and the adherents of Spinoza, who deny to God understanding and will. Then a consideration of the difference existing between the reason for the laws of motion and the reason for the ternary number of the dimensions, for the first lies in the choice of the best and the second in a geometrical and blind necessity. 352. Having spoken of the laws of bodies, that is, of the rules of motion, let us come to the laws of the union between body and soul, where M. Bell believes that he finds again some vague indifference, something absolutely arbitrary. Here is the way he speaks of it in his reply, Volume 2, ch. 84. It is a puzzling question whether bodies have some natural property of doing harm or good to man's soul. If one answers yes, one plunges into an insane labyrinth, for, as man's soul is an immaterial substance, one will be bound to say that the local movement of certain bodies is an efficient cause of the thoughts in a mind. A statement contrary to the most obvious notions that philosophy imparts to us. If one answers no, one will be constrained to admit that the influence of our organs upon our thoughts depends neither upon the internal qualities of matter, nor upon the laws of motion, but upon an arbitrary institution of the Creator. One must then admit that it depended altogether upon God's freedom to combine particular thoughts of our soul with particular modifications of our body, even when he had once established all the laws for the action of bodies one upon another. Whence it results that there is in the universe no portion of matter which by its proximity can harm us, save when God wills it, and consequently, that the earth is as capable as any other place of being the abode of the happy man. In short, it is evident that there is no need, in order to prevent the wrong choices of freedom, to transport man outside the earth. God could do on earth with regard to all the acts of the will what he does in respect of the good works of the predestined when he settles their outcome, whether by efficacious or by sufficient grace, and that grace, without in any way impairing freedom, is always followed by the assent of the soul. It would be as easy for him on earth as in heaven to bring about the determination of our souls to a good choice. 353, I agree with M. Bell that God could have so ordered bodies and souls on this globe of earth, whether by ways of nature or by extraordinary graces, that it would have been a perpetual paradise and a foretaste of the celestial state of the blessed. There is no reason why there should not be worlds happier than ours, but God had good reasons for willing that ours should be such as it is. Nevertheless, in order to prove that a better state would have been possible here, M. Bell had no need to resort to the system of occasional causes. It abounds in miracles and in hypotheses for which their very originators confess there is no justification. And these are two defects such as will most of all estrange a system from true philosophy. It is a cause for surprise, in the first place, that M. Bell did not bethink himself of the system of pre-established harmony which he had examined before, and which for this matter was so opportune. But as in this system all is connected and harmonious, all following from reasons and nothing being left incomplete or exposed to the rash discretion of perfect indifference, it seems that it was not pleasing to M. Bell, for he was here somewhat biased in favor of such indifference, which, notwithstanding, he contested so strongly on other occasions. He was much given to passing from one extreme to the other, not with an ill intention or against his own conviction, but because there was as yet nothing settled in his mind on the question concerned. He contented himself with whatever suited him for frustrating the opponent he had in mind, his aim being only to perplex philosophers, and show the weakness of our reason. And never, in my opinion, did either Arcesilaus or Carneades argue for and against with more eloquence and more wit. But, after all, one must not doubt for the sake of doubting. Doubts must serve us as a gangway to the truth. That is what I often said to the late Abbé Fouquer, a few specimens of whose work prove that he designed to do with regard to the academicians what Lipsius and Scioppius had done for the Stoics, and M. Gassendi for Epicurus, and what M. Dacier has so well begun for Plato. It must not be possible for us to offer true philosophers such a reproach as that implied in the celebrated Casaubon's answer to those who, in showing him the hall of the Sorbonne, told him that debate had been carried on there for some centuries. What conclusions have been reached? He said to them. 354, M. Bell goes on, p. 166, it is true that since the laws of motion were instituted in such forms as we see now in the world, it is an inevitable necessity that a hammer striking a nut should break it. And that a stone falling on a man's foot should cause some bruise or some derangement of its parts. But that is all that can follow the action of this stone upon the human body. If you want it in addition to cause a feeling of pain, then one must assume the institution of a code other than that one which regulates the action and reaction of bodies one upon another. One must, I say, have recourse to the particular system of the laws of union between the soul and certain bodies. Now as this system is not of necessity connected with the other, the indifference of God does not cease in relation to the one immediately upon his choice of the other. He therefore combined these two systems with a complete freedom, like two things which did not follow naturally the one from the other. Thus it is by an arbitrary institution he has ordained that wounds in the body should cause pain in the soul which is united to this body. It therefore only rested with him to have chosen another system of union between soul and body. He was therefore able to choose one in accordance wherewith wounds only evoke the idea of the remedy and an intense but agreeable desire to apply it. He was able to arrange that all bodies which were on the point of breaking a man's head or piercing his heart should evoke a lively sense of danger, and that this sense should cause the body to remove itself promptly out of reach of the blow. All that would have come to pass without miracles, since there would have been general laws on this subject. The system which we know by experience teaches us that the determination of the movement of certain bodies changes in pursuance of our desires. It was therefore possible for a combination to be effected between our desires and the movement of certain bodies, whereby the nutritive juices were so modified that the good arrangement of our organs was never affected. 355, it is evident that M. Bell believes that everything accomplished through general laws is accomplished without miracles. But I have shown sufficiently that if the law is not founded on reasons and does not serve to explain the event through the nature of things, it can only be put into execution by a miracle. If, for example, God had ordained that bodies must have a circular motion, he would have needed perpetual miracles, or the ministry of angels, to put this order into execution, for that is contrary to the nature of motion, whereby the body naturally abandons the circular line to continue in the tangent straight line if nothing holds it back. Therefore it is not enough for God to ordain simply that a wound should excite an agreeable sensation, natural means must be found for that purpose. The real means whereby God causes the soul to be conscious of what happens in the body have their origin in the nature of the soul, which represents the bodies, and is so made beforehand that the representations which are to spring up one from another within it, by a natural sequence of thoughts, correspond to the changes in the body. 356, the representation has a natural relation to that which is to be represented. If God should have the round shape of a body represented by the idea of a square, that would be an unsuitable representation, for there would be angles or projections in the representation, while all would be even and smooth in the original. The representation often suppresses something in the objects when it is imperfect, but it can add nothing, that would render it, not more than perfect, but false. Moreover, the suppression is never complete in our perceptions, and there is in the representation, confused as it is, more than we see there. Thus there is reason for supposing that the ideas of heat, cold, colors, etc. also only represent the small movements carried out in the organs, when one is conscious of these qualities, although the multiplicity and the diminutive character of these movements prevents their clear representation. Almost in the same way it happens that we do not distinguish the blue and the yellow which play their part in the representation as well as in the composition of the green. When the microscope shows that what appears to be green is composed of yellow and blue parts. 357, it is true that the same thing may be represented in different ways, but there must always be an exact relation between the representation and the thing, and consequently between the different representations of one and the same thing. The projections in perspective of the conic sections of the circle show that one and the same circle may be represented by an ellipse, a parabola and a hyperbola, and even by another circle, a straight line and a point. Nothing appears so different nor so dissimilar as these figures, and yet there is an exact relation between each point and every other point. Thus one must allow that each soul represents the universe to itself according to its point of view, and through a relation which is peculiar to it, but a perfect harmony always subsists therein. God, if he wished to effect representation of the dissolution of continuity of the body by an agreeable sensation in the soul, would not have neglected to ensure that this very dissolution should serve some perfection in the body, by giving it some new relief, as when one is freed of some burden or loosed from some bond. But organic bodies of such kinds, although possible, do not exist upon our globe, which doubtless lacks innumerable inventions that God may have put to use elsewhere. Nevertheless it is enough that, due allowance being made for the place our world holds in the universe, nothing can be done for it better than what God does. He makes the best possible use of the laws of nature which he has established and, as M. Regis also acknowledged in the same passage, the laws that God has established in nature are the most excellent it is possible to conceive. 358, I will add to that the remark from the Journal des Savants of the March 16, 1705, which M. Bell has inserted in chapter 162 of the Reply to the Questions of a Provincial, Volume 3. The matter in question is the extract from a very ingenious modern book on the origin of evil, to which I have already referred here. It is stated, that the general solution in respect of physical evil which this book gives is that the universe must be regarded as a work composed of various pieces which form a whole. That, according to the laws established in nature, some parts cannot be better unless others become worse, whence would result a system less perfect as a whole. This principle, the writer goes on, is good. But if nothing is added to it, it does not appear sufficient. Why has God established laws that give rise to so many difficulties? Philosophers who are somewhat precise will say, could he not have established others of a kind not subject to any defects? And to cut the matter short, how comes it that he has prescribed laws for himself? Why does he not act without general laws, in accordance with all his power and all his goodness? The writer has not carried the difficulty as far as that. By disentangling his ideas one might indeed possibly find means of solving the difficulty, but there is no development of the subject in his work. 359. I suppose that the gifted author of this extract, when he thought the difficulty could be solved, had in mind something akin to my principles on this matter. If he had vouchsafed to declare himself in this passage, he would to all appearance have replied, like M. Regis, that the laws God established were the most excellent that could be established. He would have acknowledged, at the same time, that God could not have refrained from establishing laws and following rules, because laws and rules are what makes order and beauty, that to act without rules would be to act without reason. And that because God called into action all his goodness, the exercise of his omnipotence was consistent with the laws of wisdom, to secure as much good as was possible of attainment. Finally, he would have said, the existence of certain particular disadvantages which strike us is a sure indication that the best plan did not permit of their avoidance, and that they assist in the achievement of the total good. An argument wherewith M. Bell in more than one place expresses agreement. 360. Now that I have proved sufficiently that everything comes to pass according to determinate reasons, there cannot be any more difficulty over these principles of God's foreknowledge. Although these determinations do not compel, they cannot but be certain, and they foreshadow what shall happen. It is true that God sees all at once the whole sequence of this universe, when he chooses it, and that thus he has no need of the connection of effects and causes in order to foresee these effects. But since his wisdom causes him to choose a sequence in perfect connection, he cannot but see one part of the sequence in the other. It is one of the rules of my system of general harmony, that the present is big with the future, and that he who sees all sees in that which shall be. What is more, I have proved conclusively that God sees in each portion of the universe the whole universe, owing to the perfect connection of things. He is infinitely more discerning than Pythagoras, who judged the height of Hercules by the size of his footprint. There must therefore be no doubt that effects follow their causes determinately, in spite of contingency and even of freedom, which nevertheless exist together with certainty or determination. 361. Durand de Saint-Pourçain, among others, has indicated this clearly in saying that contingent futurities are seen determinately in their causes, and that God, who knows all, seeing all that shall have power to tempt or repel the will see therein the course it shall take. I could cite many other authors who have said the same thing, and reason does not allow the possibility of thinking otherwise. M. Jacques Lot implies also, conformity of faith with reason. Id sequentia, as M. Bell observes, Reply to the Questions of a Provincial, Volume 3, ch. 142. That the dispositions of the human heart and those of circumstances acquaint God unerringly with the choice that man shall make. M. Bell adds that some Molinists say the same, and refers us to those who are quoted in the Suavis Concordia of Pierre de S. Joseph, the Fuelant, pages 579, 580. 362. Those who have confused this determination with necessity have fabricated monsters in order to fight them. To avoid a reasonable thing which they had disguised under a hideous shape, they have fallen into great absurdities. For fear of being obliged to admit an imaginary necessity, or at least one different from that in question, they have admitted something which happens without the existence of any cause or reason for it. This amounts to the same as the absurd deviation of atoms, which according to Epicurus happened without any cause. Cicero, in his book on divination, saw clearly that if the cause could produce an effect towards which it was entirely indifferent, there would be a true chance, a genuine luck, an actual fortuitous case, that is, one which would be so not merely in relation to us and our ignorance, according to which one may say, sed te nos facimus, fortuna, diem, caelo locamus. But even in relation to God and to the nature of things. Consequently it would be impossible to foresee events by judging of the future by the past. He adds fittingly in the same passage, Capodest providere, quicquam futurum esse, quod nec causam habet ullum, nec notum cur futurum sit? And soon after, nihil est tam contrarium ratione et constantia, quam fortuna, ut mihieni in deum cadem cadera videator, ut siet quid casu et fortuito futurum sit. Si enim sit, cert illud eveniat, sin cert eveniat, nulla fortuna est. If the future is certain, there is no such thing as luck. But he wrongly adds, est autem fortuna, rerum igitur fortuitarum nulla presentio est, there is luck, therefore future events cannot be foreseen. He ought rather to have concluded that, events being predetermined and foreseen, there is no luck. But he was then speaking against the Stoics, in the character of an academician. 363. The Stoics already derived from the decrees of God the provision of events. For, as Cicero says in the same book, sequitur porro nihil deos ignorare, quod omnia abi is sint constituta. And, according to my system, God, having seen the possible world that he desired to create, foresaw everything therein. Thus one may say that the divine knowledge of vision differs from the knowledge of simple intelligence only in that it adds to the latter the acquaintance with the actual decree to choose this sequence of things which simple intelligence had already presented. But only as possible. And this decree now makes the present universe. 364. Thus the Socinians cannot be excused for denying to God the certain knowledge of future events, and above all of the future resolves of a free creature. For even though they had supposed that there is a freedom of complete indifference, so that the will can choose without cause, and that thus this effect could not be seen in its cause, which is a great absurdity, they ought always to take into account that God was able to foresee this event in the idea of the possible world that he resolved to create. But the idea which they have of God is unworthy of the author of things, and is not commensurate with the skill and wit which the writers of this party often display in certain particular discussions. The author of the reflection on the picture of Socinianism was not altogether mistaken in saying that the God of the Socinians would be ignorant and powerless, like the God of Epicurus. Every day confounded by events and living from one day to the next, if he only knows by conjecture what the will of men is to be. 365. The whole difficulty here has therefore only come from a wrong idea of contingency and of freedom, which was thought to have need of a complete indifference or equipoise, an imaginary thing, of which neither a notion nor an example exists. Nor ever can exist. Apparently Descartes had been imbued with the idea in his youth, at the College of La Flèche. That caused him to say, Part 1 of his Principles, Art. 41. Our thought is finite, and the knowledge and omnipotence of God, whereby he has not only known from all eternity everything that is, or that can be, but also has willed it, is infinite. Thus we have enough intelligence to recognize clearly and distinctly that this power and this knowledge are in God. But we have not enough so to comprehend their extent that we can know how they leave the actions of men entirely free and indeterminate. The continuation has already been quoted above. Entirely free, that is right. But one spoils everything by adding entirely indeterminate. One has no need of infinite knowledge in order to see that the foreknowledge and the providence of God allow freedom to our actions, since God has foreseen those actions in his ideas, just as they are, that is, free. Laurentius Valla indeed, in his dialogue against Boethius, which I will presently quote in epitome, ably undertakes to reconcile freedom with foreknowledge, but does not venture to hope that he can reconcile it with providence. Yet there is no more difficulty in the one than the other, because the decree to give existence to this action no more changes its nature than does one's mere consciousness thereof. But there is no knowledge, however infinite it be, which can reconcile the knowledge and providence of God with actions of an indeterminate cause, that is to say, with a chimerical and impossible being. The actions of the will are determined in two ways, by the foreknowledge or providence of God, and also by the dispositions of the particular immediate cause, which lie in the inclinations of the soul. Descartes followed the Thomists on this point, but he wrote with his usual circumspection, so as not to come into conflict with some other theologians. 366, M. Bell relates, Reply to the Questions of a Provincial, Volume 3, ch. 142. That Father Gibeuf of the Oratory published a Latin treatise on the freedom of God and of the creature, in the year 1639. That he was met with protests, and was shown a collection of 70 contradictions taken from the first book of his work. And that, 20 years after, Father Anat, confessor to the King of France, reproached him in his book De Incoacta Libertate, edition Rome, 1654, in 4-2, for the silence he still maintained. Who would not think, adds M. Bell, after the uproar of the De Auxiliis congregations, that the Thomists taught things touching the nature of free will which were entirely opposed to the opinion of the Jesuits? When, however, one considers the passages that Father Anat quoted from the works of the Thomists, in a pamphlet entitled, Jansenius a Thomistis, Gratiae per se ipsum efficacis defensoribus, condemnatus, printed in Paris in the year 1654 in 4-2. One can in reality only see verbal controversies between the two sections. The grace efficacious of itself, according to the one side, leaves to free will quite as much power of resistance as the congruent grace of the others. M. Bell thinks one can say almost as much of Jansenius himself. He was, so he says, an able man, of a methodical mind and of great assiduity. He worked for 22 years at his Augustinus. One of his aims was to refute the Jesuits on the dogma of free will, yet no decision has yet been reached as to whether he rejects or adopts freedom of indifference. From his work innumerable passages are quoted for and against this opinion, as Father Anat has himself shown in the work that has just been mentioned, De Incoacta Libertate. So easy is it to render this subject obscure, as M. Bell says at the conclusion of this discourse. As for Father Gibeuf, it must be admitted that he often alters the meaning of his terms, and that consequently he does not answer the question in the main, albeit he often writes with good sense. 367. Indeed, confusion springs, more often than not, from ambiguity in terms, and from one's failure to take trouble over gaining clear ideas about them. That gives rise to these eternal, and usually mistaken, contentions on necessity and contingency, on the possible and the impossible. But provided that it is understood that necessity and possibility, taken metaphysically and strictly, depend solely upon this question, whether the object in itself or that which is opposed to it implies contradiction or not. And that one takes into account that contingency is consistent with the inclinations, or reasons which contribute towards causing determination by the will. Provided also that one knows how to distinguish clearly between necessity and determination or certainty, between metaphysical necessity, which admits of no choice, presenting only one single object as possible, and moral necessity, which constrains the wisest to choose the best. Finally, provided that one is rid of the chimera of complete indifference, which can only be found in the books of philosophers, and on paper, for they cannot even conceive the notion in their heads, or prove its reality by an example in things, one will easily escape from a labyrinth whose unhappy Daedalus was the human mind. That labyrinth has caused infinite confusion, as much with the ancients as with those of later times, even so far as to lead men into the absurd error of the lazy sophism, which closely resembles fate after the Turkish fashion. I do not wonder if in reality the Thomists and the Jesuits, and even the Molinists and the Jansenists, agree together on this matter more than is supposed. A Thomist and even a wise Jansenist will content himself with certain determination, without going on to necessity, and if someone goes so far, the error mayhap will lie only in the word. A wise Molinist will be content with an indifference opposed to necessity, but such as shall not exclude prevalent inclinations. 368. These difficulties, however, have greatly impressed M. Bell, who was more inclined to dwell on them than to solve them, although he might perhaps have had better success than anyone if he had thought fit to turn his mind in that direction. Here is what he says of them in his dictionary, Art. Jansenius, lit. G. Someone has said that the subject of grace is an ocean which has neither shore nor bottom. Perhaps he would have spoken more correctly if he had compared it to the Strait of Messina, where one is always in danger of striking one reef while endeavoring to avoid another. Dextrum scylla latis, laevum implicata Charybdis. Obsedet. Everything comes back in the end to this: did Adam sin freely? If you answer yes, then you will be told, his fall was not foreseen. If you answer no, then you will be told, he is not guilty. You may write 100 volumes against the one or the other of these conclusions, and yet you will confess either that the infallible provision of a contingent event is a mystery impossible to conceive, or that the way in which a creature which acts without freedom sins nevertheless is altogether incomprehensible. 369. Either I am greatly mistaken or these two alleged incomprehensibilities are ended altogether by my solutions. Would to God it were as easy to answer the question how to cure fevers, and how to avoid the perils of two chronic sicknesses that may originate, the one from not curing the fever, the other from curing it wrongly. When one asserts that a free event cannot be foreseen, one is confusing freedom with indetermination, or with indifference that is complete and in equipoise. And when one maintains that the lack of freedom would prevent man from being guilty, one means a freedom exempt, not from determination or from certainty, but from necessity and from constraint. This shows that the dilemma is not well expressed, and that there is a wide passage between the two perilous reefs. One will reply, therefore, that Adam sinned freely, and that God saw him sinning in the possible state of Adam, which became actual in accordance with the decree of the divine permission. It is true that Adam was determined to sin in consequence of certain prevailing inclinations, but this determination destroys neither contingency nor freedom. Moreover, the certain determination to sin which exists in man does not deprive him of the power to avoid sinning, speaking generally, or, since he does sin, prevent him from being guilty in deserving punishment. This is more especially so since the punishment may be of service to him or others, to contribute towards determining them another time not to sin. There is besides punitive justice, which goes beyond compensation and amendment, and wherein also there is nothing liable to be shaken by the certain determination of the contingent resolutions of the will. It may be said, on the contrary, that the penalties and rewards would be to some extent unavailing, and would fail in one of their aims, that of amendment, if they could not contribute towards determining the will to do better another time. 370. M. Bell continues, where freedom is concerned there are only two courses to take. One is to say that all the causes distinct from the soul, and cooperating with it, leave it the power to act or not to act. The other is to say that they so determine it to act that it cannot forbear to do so. The first course is that taken by the Molinists, the other is that of the Thomists and Jansenists and the Protestants of the Geneva Confession. Yet the Thomists have clamorously maintained that they were not Jansenists, and the latter have maintained with equal warmth that where freedom was concerned they were not Calvinists. On the other hand, the Molinists have maintained that St. Augustine did not teach Jansenism. Thus the one side not wishing to admit that they were in conformity with people who were considered heretics, and the other side not wishing to admit that they were in opposition to a learned saint whose opinions were always considered orthodox, have both performed 100 feats of contortion, etc. 371. The two courses which M. Bell distinguishes here do not exclude a third course, according to which the determination of the soul does not come solely from the cooperation of all the causes distinct from the soul, but also from the state of the soul itself and its inclinations which mingle with the impressions of the senses, strengthening or weakening them. Now all the internal and external causes taken together bring it about that the soul is determined certainly, but not of necessity, for no contradiction would be implied if the soul were to be determined differently. It being possible for the will to be inclined, but not possible for it to be compelled by necessity. I will not venture upon a discussion of the difference existing between the Jansenists and the Reformed on this matter. They are not perhaps always fully in accord with themselves as regards things, or as regards expressions, on a matter where one often loses one's way in bewildering subtleties. Father Théophile Reynaud, in his book entitled Calvinismus Religio Bestiarum, wished to strike at the Dominicans, without naming them. On the other hand, those who profess to be followers of St. Augustine reproached the Molinists with Pelagianism or at the least semi-Pelagianism. Things were carried to excess at times by both sides, whether in their defense of a vague indifference and the granting of too much to man, or in their teaching determinationem ad unum secundum qualitatem actus licet non quod aegis substantium. That is to say, a determination to evil in the non-regenerate, as if they did nothing but sin. After all, I think one must not reproach any but the adherents of Hobbes and Spinoza with destroying freedom and contingency, for they think that that which happens is alone possible, and must happen by a brute geometrical necessity. Hobbes made everything material and subjected it to mathematical laws alone. Spinoza also divested God of intelligence and choice, leaving him a blind power, whence all emanates of necessity. The theologians of the two Protestant parties are equally zealous in refuting an unendurable necessity. Although those who follow the Synod of Dordrecht teach sometimes that it suffices for freedom to be exempt from constraint, it seems that the necessity they leave in it is only hypothetical. Or rather that which is more appropriately termed certainty and infallibility. Thus it results that very often the difficulties only lie in the terms. I say as much with regard to the Jansenists, although I do not wish to make excuse for those people in everything. 372. With the Hebrew Kabbalists, Malkuth or the kingdom, the last of the Sephiroth, signified that God controls everything irresistibly, but gently and without violence, so that man thinks he is following his own will while he carries out God's. They said that Adam's sin had been truncatio Malkuth a cateris plantis, that is to say, that Adam had cut back the last of the Sephiroth, by making a dominion for himself within God's dominion. And by assuming for himself a freedom independent of God, but that his fall had taught him that he could not subsist of himself, and that men must needs be redeemed by the Messiah. This doctrine may receive a good interpretation. But Spinoza, who was versed in the Kabbalah of the writers of his race, and who says, Tractatus Politicus, c. 2, n. 6, that men, conceiving of freedom as they do, establish a dominion within God's dominion, has gone too far. The dominion of God is with Spinoza nothing but the dominion of necessity, and of a blind necessity, as with Strato, whereby everything emanates from the divine nature, while no choice is left to God. And man's choice does not exempt him from necessity. He adds that men, in order to establish what is termed imperium in imperio, suppose that their soul was a direct creation of God, something which could not be produced by natural causes, furthermore that it had an absolute power of determination. A state of things contrary to experience. Spinoza is right in opposing an absolute power of determination, that is, one without any grounds. It does not belong even to God. But he is wrong in thinking that a soul, that a simple substance, can be produced naturally. It seems, indeed, that the soul to him was only a transient modification, and when he pretends to make it lasting, and even perpetual, he substitutes for it the idea of the body, which is purely a notion and not a real and actual thing. 373. The story M. Bell relates of Johann Bredenberg, a citizen of Rotterdam, Dictionary, Art. Spinoza, lit. H. is curious. He published a book against Spinoza, entitled, Enervatio Tractatus Theologico Politici, una cum demonstration geometrico ordine disposita, naturam non esse deum, cujus effati contrario predictus tractatus unici inititor. One was surprised to see that a man who did not follow the profession of letters, and who had but slight education, having written his book in Flemish, and had it translated into Latin, had been able to penetrate with such subtlety all the principles of Spinoza, and succeed in overthrowing them, after having reduced them by a candid analysis to a state wherein they could appear in their full force. I have been told, adds M. Bell, that this writer after copious reflection upon his answer, and upon the principle of his opponent, finally found that this principle could be reduced to the form of a demonstration. He undertook therefore to prove that there is no cause of all things other than a nature which exists necessarily, and which acts according to an immutable, inevitable and irrevocable necessity. He examined the whole system of the geometricians, and after having constructed his demonstration he scrutinized it from every imaginable angle. He endeavored to find its weak spot and was never able to discover any means of destroying it. or even of weakening it. That caused him real distress. He groaned over it and begged the most talented of his friends to help him in searching out the defects of this demonstration. For all that, he was not well pleased that copies of the book were made. Franz Kuper, a Socinian, who had written Arcana Atheismi Revelata against Spinoza, Rotterdam, 1676, in 4-2. Having obtained a copy, published it just as it was, that is, in Flemish, with some reflections, and accused the author of being an atheist. The accused made his defense in the same tongue. Orobio, a very able Jewish physician, that one who was refuted by M. Limborg, and who replied, so I have heard say, in a work posthumously circulated, but unpublished, brought out a book opposing Brettenberg's demonstration, entitled, Certamen Philosophicum Propugnati Veritatis Divini AC Naturalis, Adversus J.B. Principia, Amsterdam, 1684. M. Aubert de Vers also wrote in opposition to him the same year under the name of Latinus Serbatus Sartensis. Brettenberg protested that he was convinced of free will and of religion, and that he wished he might be shown a possibility of refuting his own demonstration. 374. I would desire to see this alleged demonstration, and to know whether it tended to prove that primitive nature, which produces all, acts without choice and without knowledge. In this case, I admit that his proof was Spinozistic and dangerous. But if he meant perhaps that the divine nature is determined toward that which it produces, by its choice and through the motive of the best, there was no need for him to grieve about this so-called immutable, inevitable, irrevocable necessity. It is only moral, it is a happy necessity, and instead of destroying religion it shows divine perfection to the best advantage. 375. I take this opportunity to add that M. Bell quotes, p. 2773, the opinion of those who believe that the book entitled Luciae Antistiae Constantis de Jure Ecclesiasticorum Liber Singularis, published in 1665, is by Spinoza. But I have reason for doubting this, despite that M. Collerus, who has passed on to me an account he wrote of the life of that famous Jew, is also of that opinion. The initial letters LAC lead me to believe that the author of this book was M. de la Cour or van den Hoof, famous for works on the interest of Holland, political equipoise, and numerous other books that he published, some of them under the signature VDH. Attacking the power of the governor of Holland, which was at that time considered a danger to the Republic, for the memory of Prince William II's attempt upon the city of Amsterdam was still quite fresh. Most of the ecclesiastics of Holland were on the side of this prince's son, who was then a minor, and they suspected M. de Witt and what was called the Lowenstein faction of favoring the Arminians, the Cartesians, and other sects that were feared still more, endeavoring to rouse the populace against them, and not without success, as the event proved. It was thus very natural that M. de la Cour should publish this book. It is true that people seldom keep to the happy mean in works published to further party interests. I will say in passing that a French version of The Interest of Holland by M. de la Cour has just been published, under the deceptive title of Memoirs de M. le Grand Pensionnaire de Witt. As if the thoughts of a private individual, who was, to be sure, of de Witt's party, and a man of talent, but who had not enough acquaintance with public affairs or enough ability to write as that great minister of state might have written, could pass for the production of one of the first men of his time. 376. I saw M. de la Cour as well as Spinoza on my return from France by way of England and Holland, and I learnt from them a few good anecdotes on the affairs of that time. M. Bell says that Spinoza studied Latin under a physician named Franz van den Ende. He tells at the same time, on the authority of Sebastian Courtholt, who refers to it in the preface to the second edition of the book by his late father, De Tribus Impostoribus, Herberto L. B. de Cherbury, Hobio et Spinoza, that a girl instructed Spinoza in Latin, and that she afterwards married M. Kerckering, who was her pupil at the same time as Spinoza. In connection with that I note that this young lady was a daughter of M. van den Ende, and that she assisted her father in the work of teaching. Van den Ende, who was also called a Finibus, later went to Paris, and there kept a boarding school in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. He was considered excellent as an instructor, and he told me, when I called upon him there, that he would wager that his audiences would always pay attention to his words. He had with him as well at that time a young girl who also spoke Latin, and worked upon geometrical demonstrations. He had insinuated himself into M. Arnaud's good graces, and the Jesuits began to be jealous of his reputation. But he disappeared shortly afterwards, having been mixed up in the Chevalier de Rohan's conspiracy. 377. I think I have sufficiently proved that neither the foreknowledge nor the providence of God can impair either his justice or his goodness or our freedom. There remains only the difficulty arising from God's cooperation with the actions of the creature, which seems to concern more closely both his goodness, in relation to our evil actions, and our freedom, in relation to good actions as well as to others. M. Bell has brought out this also with his usual acuteness. I will endeavor to throw light upon the difficulties he puts forward, and then I shall be in a position to conclude this work. I have already proved that the cooperation of God consists in giving us continually all that is real in us and in our actions, in so far as it involves perfection. But that all that is limited and imperfect therein is a consequence of the previous limitations which are originally in the creature. Since, moreover, every action of the creature is a change of its modifications, it is obvious that action arises in the creature in relation to the limitations or negations which it has within itself, and which are diversified by this change. 378. I have already pointed out more than once in this work that evil is a consequence of privation, and I think that I have explained that intelligibly enough. Saint Augustine has already put forward this idea, and St. Basil said something of the same kind in his Hexameron, Homil. 2. That vice is not a living and animate substance, but an affection of the soul contrary to virtue, which arises from one's abandoning the good. And there is therefore no need to look for an original evil. M. Bell, quoting this passage in his dictionary, Art. Politians, lit. D. commends a remark by Herr Pfanner, whom he calls a German theologian, but he is a jurist by profession, counselor to the Dukes of Saxony, who censures Saint Basil for not being willing to admit that God is the author of physical evil. Doubtless God is its author, when the moral evil is assumed to be already in existence, but speaking generally, one might assert that God permitted physical evil by implication, in permitting moral evil which is its source. It appears that the Stoics knew also how slender is the entity of evil. These words of Epictetus are an indication, sic et aberrandi causa meta non ponitor, sic nisi natura mali in mundo existit. 379. There was therefore no need to have recourse to a principle of evil, as Saint Basil aptly observes. Nor is it necessary either to seek the origin of evil in matter. Those who believed that there was a chaos before God laid his hand upon it sought therein the source of disorder. It was an opinion which Plato introduced into his Timaeus. Aristotle found fault with him for that, in his third book on heaven, ch. 2, because, according to this doctrine, disorder would be original and natural, and order would have been introduced against nature. This Anaxagoras avoided by making matter remain at rest until it was stirred by God. And Aristotle in the same passage commends him for it. According to Plutarch, de Icide et Osiride, and tr. De anime procreation ex timeo, Plato recognized in matter a certain maleficent soul or force, rebellious against God. It was an actual blemish, an obstacle to God's plans. The Stoics also believed that matter was the source of defects, as Justus Lipsius showed in the first book of the Physiology of the Stoics. 380. Aristotle was right in rejecting chaos, but it is not always easy to disentangle the conceptions of Plato, and such a task would be still less easy in respect of some ancient authors whose works are lost. Kepler, one of the most excellent of modern mathematicians, recognized a species of imperfection in matter, even when there is no irregular motion. He calls it its natural inertia, which gives it a resistance to motion, whereby a greater mass receives less speed from one and the same force. There is soundness in this observation, and I have used it to advantage in this work. in order to have a comparison such as should illustrate how the original imperfection of the creature sets bounds to the action of the Creator, which tends towards good. But as matter is itself of God's creation, it only furnishes a comparison and an example, and cannot be the very source of evil and of imperfection. I have already shown that this source lies in the forms or ideas of the possibles, for it must be eternal, and matter is not so. Now since God made all positive reality that is not eternal, he would have made the source of evil, if that did not rather lie in the possibility of things or forms, that which alone God did not make. Since he is not the author of his own understanding. 381. Yet even though the source of evil lies in the possible forms, anterior to the acts of God's will, it is nevertheless true that God cooperates in evil in the actual performance of introducing these forms into matter, and this is what causes the difficulty in question here. Durand de Saint-Pourçain, Cardinal Aurelius, Nicolas Taurel, Father Louis de Dole, M. Bernier and some others, speaking of this cooperation, would have it only general, for fear of impairing the freedom of man and the holiness of God. They seem to maintain that God, having given to creatures the power to act, contents himself with conserving this power. On the other hand, M. Bell, according to some modern writers, carries the cooperation of God too far. He seems to fear lest the creature be not sufficiently dependent upon God. He goes so far as to deny action to creatures. He does not even acknowledge any real distinction between accident and substance. 382. He places great reliance especially on that doctrine accepted of the schoolmen, that conservation is a continued creation. The conclusion to be drawn from this doctrine would seem to be that the creature never exists, that it is ever newborn and ever dying, like time, movement and other transient beings. Plato believed this of material and tangible things, saying that they are in a perpetual flux, semper fluent, nunquam sunt. But of immaterial substances he judged quite differently, regarding them alone as real, nor was he in that altogether mistaken. Yet continued creation applies to all creatures without distinction. Sundry good philosophers have been opposed to this dogma, and M. Bell tells that David de Rodin, a philosopher renowned among those of the French who have adhered to Geneva, deliberately refuted it. The Arminians also do not approve of it. They are not much in favor of these metaphysical subtleties. I will say nothing of the Socinians, who relish them even less. 383. For a proper inquiry as to whether conservation is a continued creation, it would be necessary to consider the reasons whereon this dogma is founded. The Cartesians, after the example of their master, employ in order to prove it a principle which is not conclusive enough. They say that, the moments of time having no necessary connection with one another, it does not follow that because I am at this moment I shall exist at the moment which shall follow. If the same cause which gives me being for this moment does not also give it to me for the instant following. The author of the Reflection on the Picture of Socinianism has made use of this argument, and M. Bell, perhaps the author of this same reflection, quotes it, Reply to the Questions of a Provincial, Volume 3, ch. 141. One may answer that in fact it does not follow of necessity that, because I am, I shall be, but this follows naturally, nevertheless, that is, of itself, per se, if nothing prevents it. It is the distinction that can be drawn between the essential and the natural. For the same movement endures naturally unless some new cause prevents it or changes it, because the reason which makes it cease at this instant, if it is no new reason, would have already made it cease sooner. 384. The late Gerhard Weigel, a celebrated mathematician and philosopher at Jena, well known for his analysis Euclidia, his mathematical philosophy, some neat mechanical inventions, and finally the trouble he took to induce the Protestant princes of the empire to undertake the last reform of the almanac, whose success, notwithstanding, he did not witness. Herr Weigel, I say, communicated to his friends a certain demonstration of the existence of God, which indeed amounted to this idea of continued creation. As he was wont to draw parallels between reckoning and reasoning, witness his arithmetical ethics, Rechenschaftliche Sittenlehre, he said that the foundation of the demonstration was this beginning of the Pythagorean table, once one is one. These repeated unities were the moments of the existence of things, each one of them depending upon God, who resuscitates, as it were, all things outside himself at each moment, falling away as they do at each moment. They must ever have one who shall resuscitate them, and that cannot be any other than God. But there would be need of a more exact proof if that is to be called a demonstration. It would be necessary to prove that the creature always emerges from nothingness and relapses thither forthwith. In particular, it must be shown that the privilege of enduring more than a moment by its nature belongs to the necessary being alone. The difficulties on the composition of the continuum enter also into this matter. This dogma appears to resolve time into moments, whereas others regard moments and points as mere modalities of the continuum, that is, as extremities of the parts that can be assigned to it, and not as constituent parts. But this is not the place for entering into that labyrinth. 385. What can be said for certain on the present subject is that the creature depends continually upon divine operation, and that it depends upon that no less after the time of its beginning than when it first begins. This dependence implies that it would not continue to exist if God did not continue to act, in short, that this action of God is free. For if it were a necessary emanation, like that of the properties of the circle, which issue from its essence, it must then be said that God in the beginning produced the creature by necessity. Or else it must be shown how, in creating it once, he imposed upon himself the necessity of conserving it. Now there is no reason why this conserving action should not be called production, and even creation, if one will, for the dependence being as great afterwards as at the beginning. The extrinsic designation of being new or not does not change the nature of that action. 386. Let us then admit in such a sense that conservation is a continued creation, and let us see what M. Bell seems to infer thence, page 771, after the author of the reflection on the picture of Socinianism, in opposition to M. Jurieu. It seems to me, this writer says, that one must conclude that God does all, and that in all creation there are no first or second or even occasional causes, as can be easily proved. At this moment when I speak, I am such as I am, with all my circumstances, with such thought, such action, whether I sit or stand, that if God creates me in this moment such as I am, as one must of necessity say in this system, he creates me with such thought, such action, such movement and such determination. One cannot say that God creates me in the first place, and that once I am created he produces with me my movements and my determinations. That is indefensible for two reasons. The first is, that when God creates me or conserves me at this instant, he does not conserve me as a being without form, like a species, or another of the universals of logic. I am an individual. He creates me and conserves me as such, and as being all that I am in this instant, with all my attendant circumstances. The second reason is that if God creates me in this instant, and one says that afterwards he produces with me my actions, it will be necessary to imagine another instant for action, for before acting one must exist. Now that would be two instants where we only assume one. It is therefore certain in this hypothesis that creatures have neither more connection nor more relation with their actions than they had with their production at the first moment of the first creation. The author of this reflection draws thence very harsh conclusions which one can picture to oneself. And he testifies at the end that one would be deeply indebted to any man that should teach those who approve this system how to extricate themselves from these frightful absurdities. 387. M. Bell carries this still further. You know, he says, p. 775, that it is demonstrated in the scholastic writings. He cites Arriaga, Sp. 9, Phys. Sect. 6 et Praesertim, subsect. 3. That the creature cannot be either the total cause or the partial cause of its conservation, for if it were, it would exist before existing, which is contradictory. You know that the argument proceeds like this: that which conserves itself acts. Now that which acts exists, and nothing can act before it has attained complete existence, therefore, if a creature conserved itself, it would act before being. This argument is not founded upon probabilities, but upon the first principles of metaphysics, non entis nulla sunt accidentia, operari sequitur esse, axioms as clear as daylight. Let us go further. If creatures cooperated with God, here is meant an active cooperation, and not cooperation by a passive instrument, to conserve themselves they would act before being, that has been demonstrated. Now if they cooperated with God for the production of any other thing, they would also act before being. It is therefore as impossible for them to cooperate with God for the production of any other thing, such as local movement, an affirmation, volition, entities actually distinct from their substance, so it is asserted, as for their own conservation. Since their conservation is a continued creation, and since all human creatures in the world must confess that they cannot cooperate with God at the first moment of their existence, either to produce themselves or to give themselves any modality. Since that would be to act before being, observe that Thomas Aquinas and sundry other schoolmen teach that if the angels had sinned at the first moment of their creation, God would be the author of the sin. See the Fuel and Pierre d'Esti. Joseph E. Sequentia, of the Suavis Concordia Humani Libertatis. It is a sign that they acknowledge that at the first instant the creature cannot act in anything whatsoever. It follows manifestly that they cannot cooperate with God in any one of the subsequent moments, either to produce themselves or to produce any other thing. If they could cooperate therein at the second moment of their existence, nothing would prevent their being able to cooperate at the first moment. 388. This is the way it will be necessary to answer these arguments. Let us assume that the creature is produced anew at each instant. Let us grant also that the instant excludes all priority of time, being indivisible. But let us point out that it does not exclude priority of nature, or what is called anteriority in signo rationis, and that this is sufficient. The production, or action whereby God produces, is anterior by nature to the existence of the creature that is produced. The creature taken in itself, with its nature and its necessary properties, is anterior to its accidental affections and to its actions, and yet all these things are in being in the same moment. God produces the creature in conformity with the exigency of the preceding instants, according to the laws of his wisdom, and the creature operates in conformity with that nature which God conveys to it in creating it always. The limitations and imperfections arise therein through the nature of the subject, which sets bounds to God's production. This is the consequence of the original imperfection of creatures. Vice and crime, on the other hand, arise there through the free inward operation of the creature, in so far as this can occur within the instant, repetition afterwards rendering it discernible. 389. This anteriority of nature is a commonplace in philosophy. Thus one says that the decrees of God have an order among themselves. When one ascribes to God, and rightly so, understanding of the arguments and conclusions of creatures, in such sort that all their demonstrations and syllogisms are known to him, and are found in him in a transcendent way, one sees that there is in the propositions or truths a natural order. But there is no order of time or interval, to cause him to advance in knowledge and pass from the premises to the conclusion. 390. I find in the arguments that have just been quoted nothing which these reflections fail to satisfy. When God produces the thing he produces it as an individual and not as a universal of logic, I admit. But he produces its essence before its accidents, its nature before its operations, following the priority of their nature, and in signo anterior rationis. Thus one sees how the creature can be the true cause of the sin, while conservation by God does not prevent the sin. God disposes in accordance with the preceding state of the same creature, in order to follow the laws of his wisdom notwithstanding the sin, which in the first place will be produced by the creature. But it is true that God would not in the beginning have created the soul in a state wherein it would have sinned from the first moment. As the schoolmen have justly observed, for there is nothing in the laws of his wisdom that could have induced him so to do. 391. This law of wisdom brings it about also that God reproduces the same substance, the same soul. Such was the answer that could have been given by the Abbé whom M. Bell introduces in his dictionary, Art. Purin, lit. B. This wisdom affects the connection of things. I concede therefore that the creature does not cooperate with God to conserve himself, in the sense in which I have just explained conservation. But I see nothing to prevent the creature's cooperation with God for the production of any other thing, and especially might this concern its inward operation, as in the case of a thought or a volition, things really distinct from the substance. 392, but there I am once more at grips with M. Bell. He maintains that there are no such accidents distinct from the substance. The reasons, he says, which our modern philosophers have employed to demonstrate that the accidents are not beings in reality distinct from the substance are not mere difficulties. They are arguments which overwhelm one, and which cannot be refuted. Take the trouble, he adds, to look for them in the writings of Father Meinin, or Father Malebranche or M. Cali, professor of philosophy at Caen, or in the Accidentia Profligata of Father Sagans, disciple of Father Meinin, the extract from which is to be found in the Nouvelles de la République de Lettres, June 1702. Or if you wish one author only to suffice you, choose Dom François Lamy, a Benedictine monk, and one of the strongest Cartesians to be found in France. You will find among his philosophical letters, printed at Trevoux in 1703, that one wherein by the geometrician's method he demonstrates that God is the sole true cause of all that which is real. I would wish to see all these books. And as for this last proposition, it may be true in a very good sense, God is the one principal cause of pure and absolute realities, or of perfections. Causi secundia agunt in virtute primi. But when one comprises limitations and privations under the term realities, one may say that the second causes cooperate in the production of that which is limited, otherwise God would be the cause of sin, and even the sole cause. 393. It is well to beware, moreover, lest in confusing substances with accidents, in depriving created substances of action, one fall into Spinozism, which is an exaggerated Cartesianism. That which does not act does not merit the name of substance. If the accidents are not distinct from the substances, if the created substance is a successive being, like movement. If it does not endure beyond a moment, and does not remain the same, during some stated portion of time, any more than its accidents. If it does not operate any more than a mathematical figure or a number, why shall one not say, with Spinoza, that God is the only substance, and that creatures are only accidents or modifications? Hitherto it has been supposed that the substance remains, and that the accidents change. And I think one ought still to abide by this ancient doctrine, for the arguments I remember having read do not prove the contrary, and prove more than is needed. 394, one of the absurdities, says M. Bell, p. 779, that arise from the so-called distinction which is alleged to exist between substances and their accidents is that creatures, if they produce the accidents, would possess a power of creation and annihilation. Accordingly one could not perform the slightest action without creating an innumerable number of real beings, and without reducing to nothingness an endless multitude of them. Merely by moving the tongue to cry out or to eat, one creates as many accidents as there are movements of the parts of the tongue, and one destroys as many accidents as there are parts of that which one eats, which lose their form, which become chyle, blood, etc. This argument is only a kind of bugbear. What harm would be done, supposing that an infinity of movements, an infinity of figures spring up and disappear at every moment in the universe, and even in each part of the universe? It can be demonstrated, moreover, that must be so. 395. As for the so-called creation of the accidents, who does not see that one needs no creative power in order to change place or shape, to form a square or a column, or some other parade ground figure, by the movement of the soldiers who are drilling. Or again to fashion a statue by removing a few pieces from a block of marble, or to make some figure in relief, by changing, decreasing or increasing a piece of wax. The production of modifications has never been called creation, and it is an abuse of terms to scare the world thus. God produces substances from nothing, and the substances produce accidents by the changes of their limits. 396. As for the souls or substantial forms, M. Bell is right in adding, that there is nothing more inconvenient for those who admit substantial forms than the objection which is made that they could not be produced save by an actual creation. And that the schoolmen are pitiable in their endeavors to answer this. But there is nothing more convenient for me and for my system than this same objection. For I maintain that all the souls, entelechies or primitive forces, substantial forms, simple substances, or monads, whatever name one may apply to them, can neither spring up naturally nor perish. And the qualities or derivative forces, or what are called accidental forms, I take to be modifications of the primitive entelechy, even as shapes are modifications of matter. That is why these modifications are perpetually changing, while the simple substance remains. 397, I have shown already, Part 1, Sequentia. That souls cannot spring up naturally, or be derived from one another, and that it is necessary that ours either be created or be pre-existent. I have even pointed out a certain middle way between a creation and an entire pre-existence. I find it appropriate to say that the soul pre-existing in the seeds from the beginning of things was only sentient, but that it was elevated to the superior degree, which is that of reason, when the man to whom this soul should belong was conceived. And when the organic body, always accompanying this soul from the beginning, but under many changes, was determined for forming the human body. I considered also that one might attribute this elevation of the sentient soul, which makes it reach a more sublime degree of being, namely reason, to the extraordinary operation of God. Nevertheless, it will be well to add that I would dispense with miracles in the generating of man, as in that of the other animals. It will be possible to explain that, if one imagines that in this great number of souls and of animals, or at least of living organic bodies which are in the seeds, those souls alone which are destined to attain one day to human nature contain the reason that shall appear therein one day, and the organic bodies of these souls alone are preformed and predisposed to assume one day the human shape. While the other small animals or seminal living beings, in which no such thing is pre-established, are essentially different from them and possessed only of an inferior nature. This production is a kind of traduction, but more manageable than that kind which is commonly taught. It does not derive the soul from a soul, but only the animate from an animate, and it avoids the repeated miracles of a new creation, which would cause a new and pure soul to enter a body that must corrupt it. 398, I am, however, of the same opinion as Father Malebranche, that, in general, creation properly understood is not so difficult to admit as might be supposed, and that it is in a sense involved in the notion of the dependence of creatures. How stupid and ridiculous are the philosophers! He exclaims, in his Christian Meditations, 9, number 3. They assume that creation is impossible, because they cannot conceive how God's power is great enough to make something from nothing. But can they any better conceive how the power of God is capable of stirring a straw? He adds, again with great truth, number 5, if matter were uncreate, God could not move it or form anything from it. For God cannot move matter, or arrange it wisely, if he does not know it. Now God cannot know it, if he does not give it being, he can derive his knowledge only from himself. Nothing can act on him or enlighten him. 399, M. Bell, not content with saying that we are created continually, insists also on this other doctrine which he would fain derive thence, that our soul cannot act. This is the way he speaks on that matter, ch. 141. He has too much acquaintance with Cartesianism, it is of an able opponent he is speaking, not to know with what force it has been maintained in our day that there is no creature capable of producing motion. And that our soul is a purely passive subject in relation to sensations and ideas, and feelings of pain and of pleasure, etc. If this has not been carried as far as the volitions, that is on account of the existence of revealed truths, otherwise the acts of the will would have been found as passive as those of the understanding. The same reasons which prove that our soul does not form our ideas, and does not stir our organs, would prove also that it cannot form our acts of love and our volitions, etc., he might add, our vicious actions, our crimes. 400. The force of these proofs, which he praises, must not be so great as he thinks, for if it were they would prove too much. They would make God the author of sin. I admit that the soul cannot stir the organs by a physical influence. For I think that the body must have been so formed beforehand that it would do in time and place that which responds to the volitions of the soul, although it be true nevertheless that the soul is the principle of the operation. But if it be said that the soul does not produce its thoughts, its sensations, its feelings of pain and of pleasure, that is something for which I see no reason. In my system every simple substance, that is, every true substance, must be the true immediate cause of all its actions and inward passions, and, speaking strictly in a metaphysical sense, it has none other than those which it produces. Those who hold a different opinion, and who make God the sole agent, are needlessly becoming involved in expressions whence they will only with difficulty extricate themselves without offense against religion. Moreover, they unquestionably offend against reason. 401, here is, however, the foundation of M. Bell's argument. He says that we do not do that of which we know not the way it is done. But it is a principle which I do not concede to him. Let us listen to his dissertation, page 767 sequentia. It is an astonishing thing that almost all philosophers, with the exception of those who expounded Aristotle, and who admitted a universal intelligence distinct from our soul and cause of our perceptions, see in the Historical and Critical Dictionary, note E of the article Averroes, have shared the popular belief that we form our ideas actively. Yet where is the man who knows not on the one hand that he is in absolute ignorance as to how ideas are made, and on the other hand, that he could not sew 2 stitches if he were ignorant of how to sew? Is the sewing of 2 stitches in itself a work more difficult than the painting in one's mind of a rose, the very first time one's eyes rest upon it, and although one has never learnt this kind of painting? Does it not appear on the contrary that this mental portrait is in itself a work more difficult than tracing on canvas the shape of a flower, a thing we cannot do without having learnt it? We are all convinced that a key would be of no use to us for opening a chest if we were ignorant as to how to use the key, and yet we imagine that our soul is the efficient cause of the movement of our arms. Despite that it knows neither where the nerves are which must be used for this movement, nor whence to obtain the animal spirits that are to flow into these nerves. We have the experience every day that the ideas we would fain recall do not come, and that they appear of themselves when we are no longer thinking of them. If that does not prevent us from thinking that we are their efficient cause, what reliance shall one place on the proof of feeling, which to M. Jacques appears so conclusive? Does our authority over our ideas more often fall short than our authority over our volitions? If we were to count up carefully, we should find in the course of our life more velleities than volitions, that is, more evidences of the servitude of our will than of its dominion. How many times does one and the same man not experience an inability to do a certain act of will, for example, an act of love for a man who had just injured him, an act of scorn for a fine sonnet that he had composed, an act of hatred for a mistress, an act of approval of an absurd epigram? Take note that I speak only of inward acts, expressed by an I will, such as, I will scorn, approve, etc. Even if there were 100 pistoles to be gained forthwith, and he ardently desired to gain these 100 pistoles, and he were fired with the ambition to convince himself by an experimental proof that he is master in his own domain. 402. To put together in few words the whole force of what I have just said to you, I will observe that it is evident to all those who go deeply into things, that the true efficient cause of an effect must know the effect, and be aware also of the way in which it must be produced. That is not necessary when one is only the instrument of the cause, or only the passive subject of its action, but one cannot conceive of it as not necessary to a true agent. Now if we examine ourselves well we shall be strongly convinced, 1. That, independently of experience, our soul is just as little aware of what a volition is as of what an idea is. 2. That after a long experience it is no more fully aware of how volitions are formed than it was before having willed anything. What is one to conclude from that, save that the soul cannot be the efficient cause of its volitions, any more than of its ideas, and of the motion of the spirits which cause our arms to move? Take note that no pretense is made of deciding the point here absolutely, it is only being considered in relation to the principles of the objection. 403, that is indeed a strange way of reasoning. What necessity is there for one always to be aware how that which is done is done? Are salts, metals, plants, animals and 1,000 other animate or inanimate bodies aware how that which they do is done, and need they be aware? Must a drop of oil or of fat understand geometry in order to become round on the surface of water? Sewing stitches is another matter, one acts for an end, one must be aware of the means. But we do not form our ideas because we will to do so, they form themselves within us, they form themselves through us, not in consequence of our will, but in accordance with our nature and that of things. The fetus forms itself in the animal, and 1,000 other wonders of nature are produced by a certain instinct that God has placed there, that is by virtue of divine preformation, which has made these admirable automata, adapted to produce mechanically such beautiful effects. Even so, it is easy to believe that the soul is a spiritual automaton still more admirable, and that it is through divine preformation that it produces these beautiful ideas, wherein our will has no part and to which our art cannot attain. The operation of spiritual automata, that is of souls, is not mechanical, but it contains in the highest degree all that is beautiful in mechanism. The movements which are developed in bodies are concentrated in the soul by representation as in an ideal world, which expresses the laws of the actual world and their consequences. But with this difference from the perfect ideal world which is in God, that most of the perceptions in the other substances are only confused. For it is plain that every simple substance embraces the whole universe in its confused perceptions or sensations, and that the succession of these perceptions is regulated by the particular nature of this substance, but in a manner which always expresses all the nature in the universe. And every present perception leads to a new perception, just as every movement that it represents leads to another movement. But it is impossible that the soul can know clearly its whole nature, and perceive how this innumerable number of small perceptions, piled up or rather concentrated together, shapes itself there. To that end it must needs know completely the whole universe which is embraced by them, that is, it must needs be a God. 404. As regards velleities, they are only a very imperfect kind of conditional will. I would, if I could, liberate si liceret, and in the case of a velleity, we do not will, properly speaking, to will, but to be able. That explains why there are none in God. And they must not be confused with antecedent will. I have explained sufficiently elsewhere that our control over volitions can be exercised only indirectly, and that one would be unhappy if one were sufficiently master in one's own domain to be able to will without cause, without rhyme or reason. To complain of not having such a control would be to argue like Pliny, who carps at the power of God because God cannot destroy himself. 405. I intended to finish here after having met, as it seems to me, all the objections of M. Bell on this matter that I could find in his works. But remembering Laurentius Vala's dialogue on free will, in opposition to Boethius, which I have already mentioned, I thought it would be opportune to quote it in abstract, retaining the dialogue form, and then to continue from where it ends, keeping up the fiction it initiated. And that less with the purpose of enlivening the subject, than in order to explain myself towards the end of my dissertation as clearly as I can, and in a way most likely to be generally understood. This dialogue of Vala and his books on pleasure and the true good make it plain that he was no less a philosopher than a humanist. These 4 books were opposed to the 4 books on the consolation of philosophy by Boethius, and the dialogue to the 5th book. A certain Spaniard named Antonio Glaria requests of him elucidation on the difficulty of free will, whereof little is known as it is worthy to be known, for upon it depend justice and injustice, punishment and reward in this life and in the life to come. Laurentius Vala answers him that we must console ourselves for an ignorance which we share with the whole world, just as one consoles oneself for not having the wings of birds. 406. Antonio, I know that you can give me those wings, like another Daedalus, so that I may emerge from the prison of ignorance, and rise to the very region of truth, which is the homeland of souls. The books that I have seen have not satisfied me, not even the famous Boethius, who meets with general approval. I know not whether he fully understood himself what he says of God's understanding, and of eternity superior to time. And I ask for your opinion on his way of reconciling foreknowledge with freedom. Lauron, I am fearful of giving offense to many people, if I confute this great man. Yet I will give preference over this fear to the consideration I have for the entreaties of a friend, provided that you make me a promise. Ant. What? Lore. It is, that when you have dined with me you do not ask me to give you supper, that is to say, I desire that you be content with the answer to the question you have put to me, and do not put a further question. 407, Ant. I promise you. Here is the heart of the difficulty. If God foresaw the treason of Judas, it was necessary that he should betray, it was impossible for him not to betray. There is no obligation to do the impossible. He therefore did not sin, he did not deserve to be punished. That destroys justice and religion, and the fear of God. Lord. God foresaw sin, but he did not compel man to commit it, sin is voluntary. Ant. That will was necessary, since it was foreseen. Lord. If my knowledge does not cause things past or present to exist, neither will my foreknowledge cause future things to exist. 408, Ant. That comparison is deceptive, neither the present nor the past can be changed, they are already necessary, but the future, movable in itself, becomes fixed and necessary through foreknowledge. Let us pretend that a god of the heathen boasts of knowing the future. I will ask him if he knows which foot I shall put foremost, then I will do the opposite of that which he shall have foretold. Lord. This God knows what you are about to do. Ant. How does he know it, since I will do the opposite of what he shall have said, and I suppose that he will say what he thinks? Lord. Your supposition is false, God will not answer you. Or again, if he were to answer you, the veneration you would have for him would make you hasten to do what he had said, his prediction would be to you an order. But we have changed the question. We are not concerned with what God will foretell but with what he foresees. Let us therefore return to foreknowledge, and distinguish between the necessary and the certain. It is not impossible for what is foreseen not to happen. But it is infallibly sure that it will happen. I can become a soldier or priest, but I shall not become one. 409, Ant. Here I have you firmly held. The philosopher's rule maintains that all that which is possible can be considered as existing. But if that which you affirm to be possible, namely an event different from what has been foreseen, actually happened, God would have been mistaken. Lord. The rules of the philosophers are not oracles for me. This one in particular is not correct. Two contradictories are often both possible. Can they also both exist? But, for your further enlightenment, let us pretend that Sextus Tarquinius, coming to Delphi to consult the oracle of Apollo, receives the answer. Exul anopsc cades irata pulsus aburb. A beggared outcast of the city's rage. Beside a foreign shore cut short thy age. The young man will complain, I have brought you a royal gift, O Apollo, and you proclaim for me a lot so unhappy. Apollo will say to him, your gift is pleasing to me, and I will do that which you ask of me, I will tell you what will happen. I know the future, but I do not bring it about. Go make your complaint to Jupiter and the Parsi. Sextus would be ridiculous if he continued thereafter to complain about Apollo. Is not that true? Ant. He will say, I thank you, O holy Apollo, for not having repaid me with silence, for having revealed to me the truth. But whence comes it that Jupiter is so cruel towards me, that he prepares so hard a fate for an innocent man, for a devout worshipper of the gods? Lord. You innocent. Apollo will say. Know that you will be proud, that you will commit adulteries, that you will be a traitor to your country. Could Sextus reply, it is you who are the cause, O Apollo, you compel me to do it, by foreseeing it? Ant. I admit that he would have taken leave of his senses if he were to make this reply. Lord. Therefore neither can the traitor Judas complain of God's foreknowledge. And there is the answer to your question. 410, Ant. You have satisfied me beyond my hopes, you have done what Boethius was not able to do, I shall be beholden to you all my life long. Lord. Yet let us carry our tale a little further. Sextus will say, no, Apollo, I will not do what you say. Ant. What? The god will say, do you mean then that I am a liar? I repeat to you once more, you will do all that I have just said. Lord. Sextus, mayhap, would pray the gods to alter fate, to give him a better heart. Ant. He would receive the answer. Design fatat deum flecti sperare precando. He cannot cause divine foreknowledge to lie. But what then will Sextus say? Will he not break forth into complaints against the gods? Will he not say, "What? I am then not free? It is not in my power to follow virtue." Lord. Apollo will say to him perhaps, "No, my poor Sextus, that the gods make each one as he is." Jupiter made the wolf ravening, the hare timid, the ass stupid, and the lion courageous. He gave you a soul that is wicked and irreclaimable. You will act in conformity with your natural disposition, and Jupiter will treat you as your actions shall deserve. He has sworn it by the Styx. 411, Ant. I confess to you, it seems to me that Apollo in excusing himself accuses Jupiter more than he accuses Sextus, and Sextus would answer him, Jupiter therefore condemns in me his own crime, it is he who is the only guilty one. He could have made me altogether different, but, made as I am, I must act as he has willed. Why then does he punish me? Could I have resisted his will? Lord. I confess that I am brought to a pause here as you are. I have made the gods appear on the scene, Apollo and Jupiter, to make you distinguish between divine foreknowledge and providence. I have shown that Apollo and foreknowledge do not impair freedom. But I cannot satisfy you on the decrees of Jupiter's will, that is to say, on the orders of providence. Ant. You have dragged me out of one abyss, and you plunge me back into another and greater abyss. Lore. Remember our contract, I have given you dinner, and you ask me to give you supper also. For 12, Ant. Now I discover your cunning, you have caught me, this is not an honest contract. Lord. What would you have me do? I have given you wine and meats from my home produce, such as my small estate can provide, as for nectar and ambrosia, you will ask the gods for them, that divine nurture is not found among men. Let us hearken to St. Paul, that chosen vessel who was carried even to the third heaven, who heard their unutterable words, he will answer you with the comparison of the potter, with the incomprehensibility of the ways of God, and wonder at the depth of his wisdom. Nevertheless it is well to observe that one does not ask why God foresees the thing, for that is understood, it is because it will be, but one asks why he ordains thus, why he hardens such an one, why he has compassion on another. We do not know the reasons which he may have for this, but since he is very good and very wise, that is enough to make us deem that his reasons are good. As he is just also, it follows that his decrees and his operation do not destroy our freedom. Some men have sought some reason therein. They have said that we are made from a corrupt and impure mass, indeed of mud. But Adam and the angels were made of silver and gold, and they sinned notwithstanding. One sometimes becomes hardened again after regeneration. We must therefore seek another cause for evil, and I doubt whether even the angels are aware of it, yet they cease not to be happy and to praise God. Boethius hearkened more to the answer of philosophy than to that of St. Paul, that was the cause of his failure. Let us believe in Jesus Christ, he is the virtue and the wisdom of God, he teaches us that God willeth the salvation of all, that he willeth not the death of the sinner. Let us therefore put our trust in the divine mercy, and let us not by our vanity and our malice disqualify ourselves to receive it. 413. This dialogue of Vala's is excellent, even though one must take exception to some points in it, but its chief defect is that it cuts the knot and that it seems to condemn Providence under the name of Jupiter, making him almost the author of sin. Let us therefore carry the little fable still further. Sextus, quitting Apollo and Delphi, seeks out Jupiter at Dodona. He makes sacrifices and then he exhibits his complaints. Why have you condemned me, O great God, to be wicked and unhappy? Change my lot and my heart, or acknowledge your error. Jupiter answers him, if you will renounce Rome, the Parsi shall spin for you different fates, you shall become wise, you shall be happy. Sextus, why must I renounce the hope of a crown? Can I not come to be a good king? Jupiter, no, Sextus, I know better what is needful for you. If you go to Rome, you are lost. Sextus, not being able to resolve upon so great a sacrifice, went forth from the temple, and abandoned himself to his fate. Theodorus, the high priest, who had been present at the dialogue between God and Sextus, addressed these words to Jupiter: "Your wisdom is to be revered, O great ruler of the gods. You have convinced this man of his error. He must henceforth impute his unhappiness to his evil will, he has not a word to say. But your faithful worshippers are astonished. They would fain wonder at your goodness as well as at your greatness. It rested with you to give him a different will. Jupiter, go to my daughter Pallas, she will inform you what I was bound to do." 414. Theodorus journeyed to Athens. He was bidden to lie down to sleep in the temple of the goddess. Dreaming, he found himself transported into an unknown country. There stood a palace of unimaginable splendor and prodigious size. The goddess Pallas appeared at the gate, surrounded by rays of dazzling majesty. Qualisque videri. Coeliculus e quanta solet. She touched the face of Theodorus with an olive branch, which she was holding in her hand. And lo! He had become able to confront the divine radiancy of the daughter of Jupiter, and of all that she should show him. "Jupiter who loves you," she said to him, "has commended you to me to be instructed. You see here the palace of the Fates, where I keep watch and ward. Here are representations not only of that which happens but also of all that which is possible." Jupiter, having surveyed them before the beginning of the existing world, classified the possibilities into worlds, and chose the best of all. He comes sometimes to visit these places, to enjoy the pleasure of recapitulating things and of renewing his own choice, which cannot fail to please him. I have only to speak, and we shall see a whole world that my father might have produced, wherein will be represented anything that can be asked of him. And in this way one may know also what would happen if any particular possibility should attain unto existence. And whenever the conditions are not determinate enough, there will be as many such worlds differing from one another as one shall wish, which will answer differently the same question, in as many ways as possible. You learnt geometry in your youth, like all well-instructed Greeks. You know therefore that when the conditions of a required point do not sufficiently determine it, and there is an infinite number of them, they all fall into what the geometricians call a locus. And this locus at least, which is often a line, will be determinate. Thus you can picture to yourself an ordered succession of worlds, which shall contain each and every one the case that is in question, and shall vary its circumstances and its consequences. But if you put a case that differs from the actual world only in one single definite thing and in its results, a certain one of those determinate worlds will answer you. These worlds are all here, that is, in ideas. I will show you some, wherein shall be found, not absolutely the same Sextus as you have seen, that is not possible, he carries with him always that which he shall be, but several Sextuses resembling him. Possessing all that you know already of the true Sextus, but not all that is already in him imperceptibly, nor in consequence all that shall yet happen to him. You will find in one world a very happy and noble Sextus, in another a Sextus content with a mediocre state, a Sextus, indeed, of every kind and endless diversity of forms. 415. Thereupon the goddess led Theodorus into one of the halls of the palace. When he was within, it was no longer a hall, it was a world. Solemque sum, sua sidera norat. At the command of Pallas there came within view Dodona with the temple of Jupiter, and Sextus issuing thence, he could be heard saying that he would obey the god. And lo! He goes to a city lying between two seas, resembling Corinth. He buys there a small garden, cultivating it, he finds a treasure, he becomes a rich man, enjoying affection and esteem, he dies at a great age, beloved of the whole city. Theodorus saw the whole life of Sextus as at one glance, and as in a stage presentation. There was a great volume of writings in this hall. Theodorus could not refrain from asking what that meant. It is the history of this world which we are now visiting, the goddess told him, it is the book of its fates. You have seen a number on the forehead of Sextus. Look in this book for the place which it indicates. Theodorus looked for it, and found there the history of Sextus in a form more ample than the outline he had seen. Put your finger on any line you please, Pallas said to him, and you will see represented actually in all its detail that which the line broadly indicates. He obeyed, and he saw coming into view all the characteristics of a portion of the life of that Sextus. They passed into another hall, and lo! Another world, another Sextus. Who, issuing from the temple, and having resolved to obey Jupiter, goes to Thrace. There he marries the daughter of the king, who had no other children, he succeeds him, and he is adored by his subjects. They went into other rooms, and always they saw new scenes. For 16, the halls rose in a pyramid, becoming even more beautiful as one mounted towards the apex, and representing more beautiful worlds. Finally they reached the highest one which completed the pyramid, and which was the most beautiful of all, for the pyramid had a beginning, but one could not see its end, it had an apex, but no base, it went on increasing to infinity. That is, as the goddess explained, because amongst an endless number of possible worlds there is the best of all, else would God not have determined to create any. But there is not any one which has not also less perfect worlds below it, that is why the pyramid goes on descending to infinity. Theodorus, entering this highest hall, became entranced in ecstasy. He had to receive succor from the goddess, a drop of a divine liquid placed on his tongue restored him, he was beside himself for joy. We are in the real true world, said the goddess, and you are at the source of happiness. Behold what Jupiter makes ready for you, if you continue to serve him faithfully. Here is Sextus as he is, and as he will be in reality. He issues from the temple in a rage, he scorns the counsel of the gods. You see him going to Rome, bringing confusion everywhere, violating the wife of his friend. There he is driven out with his father, beaten, unhappy. If Jupiter had placed here a Sextus happy at Corinth or king in Thrace, it would be no longer this world. And nevertheless he could not have failed to choose this world, which surpasses in perfection all the others, and which forms the apex of the pyramid. Else would Jupiter have renounced his wisdom, he would have banished me his daughter. You see that my father did not make Sextus wicked, he was so from all eternity, he was so always and freely. My father only granted him the existence which his wisdom could not refuse to the world where he is included, he made him pass from the region of the possible to that of the actual beings. The crime of Sextus serves for great things, it renders Rome free, thence will arise a great empire, which will show noble examples to mankind. But that is nothing in comparison with the worth of this whole world, at whose beauty you will marvel, when, after a happy passage from this mortal state to another and better one, the gods shall have fitted you to know it. 417. At this moment Theodorus wakes up, he gives thanks to the goddess, he owns the justice of Jupiter. His spirit pervaded by what he has seen and heard, he carries on the office of high priest, with all the zeal of a true servant of his God, and with all the joy whereof a mortal is capable. It seems to me that this continuation of the tale may elucidate the difficulty which Valla did not wish to treat. If Apollo has represented aright God's knowledge of vision, that which concerns beings in existence, I hope that Pallas will have not discreditably filled the role of what is called knowledge of simple intelligence, that which embraces all that is possible, wherein at last the source of things must be sought. Appendices. Summary of the controversy. Reduced to formal arguments. Some persons of discernment have wished me to make this addition. I have the more readily deferred to their opinion, because of the opportunity thereby gained for meeting certain difficulties, and for making observations on certain matters which were not treated in sufficient detail in the work itself. Objection I. Whoever does not choose the best course is lacking either in power, or knowledge, or goodness. God did not choose the best course in creating this world. Therefore God was lacking in power, or knowledge, or goodness. Answer. I deny the minor, that is to say, the second premise of this syllogism, and the opponent proves it by this. Prosyllogism. Whoever makes things in which there is evil, and which could have been made without any evil, or need not have been made at all, does not choose the best course. God made a world wherein there is evil, a world, I say, which could have been made without any evil or which need not have been made at all. Therefore God did not choose the best course. Answer. I admit the minor of this prosyllogism, for one must confess that there is evil in this world which God has made, and that it would have been possible to make a world without evil or even not to create any world, since its creation depended upon the free will of God. But I deny the major, that is, the first of the two premises of the prosyllogism, and I might content myself with asking for its proof. In order, however, to give a clearer exposition of the matter, I would justify this denial by pointing out that the best course is not always that one which tends towards avoiding evil, since it is possible that the evil may be accompanied by a greater good. For example, the general of an army will prefer a great victory with a slight wound to a state of affairs without wound and without victory. I have proved this in further detail in this work by pointing out, through instances taken from mathematics and elsewhere, that an imperfection in the part may be required for a greater perfection in the whole. I have followed therein the opinion of St. Augustine, who said 100 times that God permitted evil in order to derive from it a good, that is to say, a greater good, and Thomas Aquinas says, in Liber 2, Cent. Dist. 32, Q. 1, Art. 1, that the permission of evil tends towards the good of the universe. I have shown that among older writers the fall of Adam was termed felix culpa, a fortunate sin, because it had been expiated with immense benefit by the incarnation of the Son of God, for he gave to the universe something more noble than anything there would otherwise have been amongst created beings. For the better understanding of the matter I added, following the example of many good authors, that it was consistent with order and the general good for God to grant to certain of his creatures the opportunity to exercise their freedom, even when he foresaw that they would turn to evil, for God could easily correct the evil, and it was not fitting that in order to prevent sin he should always act in an extraordinary way. It will therefore sufficiently refute the objection to show that a world with evil may be better than a world without evil. But I have gone still further in the work, and have even shown that this universe must be indeed better than every other possible universe. Objection 2. If there is more evil than good in intelligent creatures, there is more evil than good in all God's work. Now there is more evil than good in intelligent creatures. Therefore there is more evil than good in all God's work. Answer. I deny the major and the minor of this conditional syllogism. As for the major, I do not admit it because this supposed inference from the part to the whole, from intelligent creatures to all creatures, assumes tacitly and without proof that creatures devoid of reason cannot be compared or taken into account with those that have reason. But why might not the surplus of good in the non-intelligent creatures that fill the world compensate for and even exceed incomparably the surplus of evil in rational creatures? It is true that the value of the latter is greater. But by way of compensation the others are incomparably greater in number, and it may be that the proportion of number and quantity surpasses that of value and quality. The minor also I cannot admit, namely, that there is more evil than good in intelligent creatures. One need not even agree that there is more evil than good in the human kind. For it is possible, and even a very reasonable thing, that the glory and the perfection of the blessed may be incomparably greater than the misery and imperfection of the damned. And that here the excellence of the total good in the smaller number may exceed the total evil which is in the greater number. The blessed draw near to divinity through a divine mediator, so far as can belong to these created beings, and make such progress in good as is impossible for the damned to make in evil, even though they should approach as nearly as may be the nature of demons. God is infinite, and the devil is finite, good can and does go on ad infinitum, whereas evil has its bounds. It may be therefore, and it is probable, that there happens in the comparison between the blessed and the damned the opposite of what I said could happen in the comparison between the happy and the unhappy. Namely that in the latter the proportion of degrees surpasses that of numbers, while in the comparison between intelligent and non-intelligent the proportion of numbers is greater than that of values. One is justified in assuming that a thing may be so as long as one does not prove that it is impossible, and indeed what is here put forward goes beyond assumption. But secondly, even should one admit that there is more evil than good in the human kind, one still has every reason for not admitting that there is more evil than good in all intelligent creatures. For there is an inconceivable number of spirits, and perhaps of other rational creatures besides, and an opponent cannot prove that in the whole city of God, composed as much of spirits as of rational animals without number and of endless different kinds, the evil exceeds the good. Although one need not, in order to answer an objection, prove that a thing is, when its mere possibility suffices. I have nevertheless shown in this present work that it is a result of the supreme perfection of the Sovereign of the universe that the kingdom of God should be the most perfect of all states or governments possible, and that in consequence what little evil there is should be required to provide the full measure of the vast good existing there. Objection 3. If it is always impossible not to sin, it is always unjust to punish. Now it is always impossible not to sin, or rather all sin is necessary. Therefore it is always unjust to punish. The minor of this is proved as follows. First prosyllogism. Everything predetermined is necessary. Every event is predetermined. Therefore every event, and consequently sin also, is necessary. Again this second minor is proved thus. Second prosyllogism. That which is future, that which is foreseen, that which is involved in causes is predetermined. Every event is of this kind. Therefore every event is predetermined. Answer. I admit in a certain sense the conclusion of the second prosyllogism, which is the minor of the first, but I shall deny the major of the first prosyllogism, namely that everything predetermined is necessary. Taking necessity, say the necessity to sin, or the impossibility of not sinning, or of not doing some action, in the sense relevant to the argument, that is, as a necessity essential and absolute, which destroys the morality of action and the justice of punishment. If anyone meant a different necessity or impossibility, that is, a necessity only moral or hypothetical, which will be explained presently, it is plain that we would deny him the major stated in the objection. We might content ourselves with this answer, and demand the proof of the proposition denied, but I am well pleased to justify my manner of procedure in the present work. In order to make the matter clear and to throw more light on this whole subject, by explaining the necessity that must be rejected and the determination that must be allowed. The truth is that the necessity contrary to morality, which must be avoided and which would render punishment unjust, is an insuperable necessity, which would render all opposition unavailing. Even though one should wish with all one's heart to avoid the necessary action, and though one should make all possible efforts to that end. Now it is plain that this is not applicable to voluntary actions, since one would not do them if one did not so desire. Thus their provision and predetermination is not absolute, but it presupposes will. If it is certain that one will do them, it is no less certain that one will will to do them. These voluntary actions and their results will not happen whatever one may do and whether one will them or not, but they will happen because one will do, and because one will to do, that which leads to them. That is involved in provision and predetermination, and forms the reason thereof. The necessity of such events is called conditional or hypothetical, or again necessity of consequence, because it presupposes the will and the other requisites. But the necessity which destroys morality, and renders punishment unjust and reward unavailing, is found in the things that will be whatever one may do and whatever one may will to do, in a word, it exists in that which is essential. This it is which is called an absolute necessity. Thus it avails nothing with regard to what is necessary absolutely to ordain interdicts or commandments, to propose penalties or prizes, to blame or to praise. It will come to pass no more and no less. In voluntary actions, on the contrary, and in what depends upon them, precepts, armed with power to punish and to reward, very often serve, and are included in the order of causes that make action exist. Thus it comes about that not only pains and effort but also prayers are effective, God having had even these prayers in mind before he ordered things, and having made due allowance for them. That is why the precept ora et labora, pray and work, remains intact. Thus not only those who, under the empty pretext of the necessity of events, maintain that one can spare oneself the pains demanded by affairs, but also those who argue against prayers, fall into that which the ancients even in their time called the lazy sophism. So the predetermination of events by their causes is precisely what contributes to morality instead of destroying it, and the causes incline the will without necessitating it. For this reason the determination we are concerned with is not a necessitation. It is certain, to him who knows all, that the effect will follow this inclination. But this effect does not follow thence by a consequence which is necessary, that is, whose contrary implies contradiction, and it is also by such an inward inclination that the will is determined, without the presence of necessity. Suppose that one has the greatest possible passion, for example, a great thirst, you will admit that the soul can find some reason for resisting it, even if it were only that of displaying its power. Thus though one may never have complete indifference of equipoise, and there is always a predominance of inclination for the course adopted, that predominance does not render absolutely necessary the resolution taken. Objection 4. Whoever can prevent the sin of others and does not so, but rather contributes to it, although he be fully apprised of it, is accessory thereto. God can prevent the sin of intelligent creatures. But he does not so, and he rather contributes to it by his cooperation and by the opportunities he causes, although he is fully cognizant of it. Therefore, etc. Answer. I deny the major of this syllogism. It may be that one can prevent the sin, but that one ought not to do so, because one could not do so without committing a sin oneself, or, when God is concerned, without acting unreasonably. I have given instances of that, and have applied them to God himself. It may be also that one contributes to the evil, and that one even opens the way to it sometimes, in doing things one is bound to do. And when one does one's duty, or, speaking of God, when, after full consideration, one does that which reason demands, one is not responsible for events, even when one foresees them. One does not will these evils. But one is willing to permit them for a greater good, which one cannot in reason help preferring to other considerations. This is a consequent will, resulting from acts of antecedent will, in which one wills the good. I know that some persons, in speaking of the antecedent and consequent will of God, have meant by the antecedent that which wills that all men be saved, and by the consequent that which wills, in consequence of persistent sin, that there be some damned, damnation being a result of sin. But these are only examples of a more general notion, and one may say with the same reason, that God wills by his antecedent will that men sin not. And that by his consequent or final and decretatory will, which is always followed by its effect, he wills to permit that they sin, this permission being a result of superior reasons. One has indeed justification for saying, in general, that the antecedent will of God tends towards the production of good and the prevention of evil, each taken in itself, and as it were detached, particulariter et secundum quid, Tom. Chew. 19, Art. 6, according to the measure of the degree of each good or of each evil. Likewise one may say that the consequent, or final and total, divine will tends towards the production of as many goods as can be put together, whose combination thereby becomes determined. And involves also the permission of some evils and the exclusion of some goods, as the best possible plan of the universe demands. Arminius, in his Antiperkinsis, explained very well that the will of God can be called consequent not only in relation to the action of the creature considered beforehand in the divine understanding, but also in relation to other anterior acts of divine will. But it is enough to consider the passage cited from Thomas Aquinas, and that from Scotus, Dst. 46, Qu 11, to see that they make this distinction as I have made it here. Nevertheless, if anyone will not suffer this use of the terms, let him put previous in place of antecedent will, and final or decretatory in place of consequent will. For I do not wish to wrangle about words. Objection v. Whoever produces all that is real in a thing is its cause. God produces all that is real in sin. Therefore God is the cause of sin. Answer. I might content myself with denying the major or the minor, because the term real admits of interpretations capable of rendering these propositions false. But in order to give a better explanation I will make a distinction. Real either signifies that which is positive only, or else it includes also privative beings, in the first case, I deny the major and I admit the minor, in the second case, I do the opposite. I might have confined myself to that. But I was willing to go further, in order to account for this distinction. I have therefore been well pleased to point out that every purely positive or absolute reality is a perfection, and that every imperfection comes from limitation, that is, from the privative, for to limit is to withhold extension. Or the more beyond. Now God is the cause of all perfections, and consequently of all realities, when they are regarded as purely positive. But limitations or privations result from the original imperfection of creatures which restricts their receptivity. It is as with a laden boat, which the river carries along more slowly or less slowly in proportion to the weight that it bears, thus the speed comes from the river, but the retardation which restricts this speed comes from the load. Also I have shown in the present work how the creature, in causing sin, is a deficient cause, how errors and evil inclinations spring from privation, and how privation is efficacious accidentally. And I have justified the opinion of St. Augustine, lib. I, ad. Simple, Chew. 2, who explains, for example, how God hardens the soul, not in giving it something evil, but because the effect of the good he imprints is restricted by the resistance of the soul, and by the circumstances contributing to this resistance. So that he does not give it all the good that would overcome its evil. Nec, inquit, abillo erogator aliquid quo homo fit deterior, sed tantum quo fit melior non erogator. But if God had willed to do more here he must needs have produced either fresh natures in his creatures or fresh miracles to change their natures, and this the best plan did not allow. It is just as if the current of the river must needs be more rapid than its slope permits or the boats themselves be less laden, if they had to be impelled at a greater speed. So the limitation or original imperfection of creatures brings it about that even the best plan of the universe cannot admit more good, and cannot be exempted from certain evils, these, however, being only of such a kind as may tend towards a greater good. There are some disorders in the parts which wonderfully enhance the beauty of the whole, just as certain dissonances, appropriately used, render harmony more beautiful. But that depends upon the answer which I have already given to the first objection. Objection 6. Whoever punishes those who have done as well as it was in their power to do is unjust. God does so. Therefore, etc. Answer. I deny the minor of this argument. And I believe that God always gives sufficient aid and grace to those who have good will, that is to say, who do not reject this grace by a fresh sin. Thus I do not admit the damnation of children dying unbaptized or outside the church, or the damnation of adult persons who have acted according to the light that God has given them. And I believe that, if anyone has followed the light he had, he will undoubtedly receive thereof in greater measure as he has need, even as the late Herr Holzmann, who was celebrated as a profound theologian at Leipzig, has somewhere observed. And if such a man had failed to receive light during his life, he would receive it at least in the hour of death. Objection 7. Whoever gives only to some, and not to all, the means of producing effectively in them good will and final saving faith has not enough goodness. God does so. Therefore, etc. Answer. I deny the major. It is true that God could overcome the greatest resistance of the human heart, and indeed he sometimes does so, whether by an inward grace or by the outward circumstances that can greatly influence souls, but he does not always do so. Whence comes this distinction, someone will say, and wherefore does his goodness appear to be restricted? The truth is that it would not have been in order always to act in an extraordinary way and to derange the connection of things, as I have observed already in answering the first objection. The reasons for this connection, whereby the one is placed in more favorable circumstances than the other, are hidden in the depths of God's wisdom, they depend upon the universal harmony. The best plan of the universe, which God could not fail to choose, required this. One concludes thus from the event itself, since God made the universe, it was not possible to do better. Such management, far from being contrary to goodness, has rather been prompted by supreme goodness itself. This objection with its solution might have been inferred from what was said with regard to the first objection. But it seemed advisable to touch upon it separately. Objection 8. Whoever cannot fail to choose the best is not free. God cannot fail to choose the best. Therefore God is not free. Answer. I deny the major of this argument. Rather is it true freedom, and the most perfect, to be able to make the best use of one's free will, and always to exercise this power, without being turned aside either by outward force or by inward passions. Whereof the one enslaves our bodies and the other our souls. There is nothing less servile and more befitting the highest degree of freedom than to be always led towards the good, and always by one's own inclination, without any constraint and without any displeasure. And to object that God therefore had need of external things is only a sophism. He creates them freely, but when he had set before him an end, that of exercising his goodness, his wisdom determined him to choose the means most appropriate for obtaining this end. To call that a need is to take the term in a sense not usual, which clears it of all imperfection, somewhat as one does when speaking of the wrath of God. Seneca says somewhere, that God commanded only once, but that he obeys always, because he obeys the laws that he willed to ordain for himself, semel jussit, semper perit. But he had better have said, that God always commands and that he is always obeyed, for in willing he always follows the tendency of his own nature, and all other things always follow his will. And as this will is always the same, one cannot say that he obeys the will only which he formerly had. Nevertheless, although his will is always indefectible and always tends towards the best, the evil or the lesser good which he rejects will still be possible in itself. Otherwise the necessity of good would be geometrical, so to speak, or metaphysical, and altogether absolute, the contingency of things would be destroyed, and there would be no choice. But necessity of this kind, which does not destroy the possibility of the contrary, has the name by analogy only. It becomes effective not through the mere essence of things, but through that which is outside them and above them, that is, through the will of God. This necessity is called moral, because for the wise what is necessary and what is owing are equivalent things. And when it is always followed by its effect, as it indeed is in the perfectly wise, that is, in God, one can say that it is a happy necessity. The more nearly creatures approach this, the closer do they come to perfect felicity. Moreover, necessity of this kind is not the necessity one endeavors to avoid, and which destroys morality, reward and commendation. For that which it brings to pass does not happen whatever one may do and whatever one may will, but because one desires it. A will to which it is natural to choose well deserves most to be commended. And it carries with it its own reward, which is supreme happiness. And as this constitution of the divine nature gives an entire satisfaction to him who possesses it, it is also the best and the most desirable from the point of view of the creatures who are all dependent upon God. If the will of God had not as its rule the principle of the best, it would tend towards evil, which would be worst of all, or else it would be indifferent somehow to good and to evil, and guided by chance. But a will that would always drift along at random would scarcely be any better for the government of the universe than the fortuitous concourse of corpuscles, without the existence of divinity. And even though God should abandon himself to chance only in some cases, and in a certain way, as he would if he did not always tend entirely towards the best, and if he were capable of preferring a lesser good to a greater good, that is, an evil to a good, since that which prevents a greater good is an evil, he would be no less imperfect than the object of his choice. Then he would not deserve absolute trust, he would act without reason in such a case, and the government of the universe would be like certain games equally divided between reason and luck. This all proves that this objection which is made against the choice of the best perverts the notions of free and necessary, and represents the best to us actually as evil, but that is either malicious or absurd. Excursus on Theodicy. Published by the author in Memoires de Travaux. July 1712. February 1712. I said in my essays, that I wished to see the demonstrations mentioned by M. Bell and contained in the 6th letter printed at Travaux in 1703. Father de Bosses has shown me this letter, in which the writer essays to demonstrate by the geometrical method that God is the sole true cause of all that is real. My perusal of it has confirmed me in the opinion which I indicated in the same passage, namely, that this proposition can be true in a very good sense, God being the only cause of pure and absolute realities, or perfections. But when one includes limitations or privations under the name of realities, one can say that second causes cooperate in the production of what is limited, and that otherwise God would be the cause of sin, and even its sole cause. And I am somewhat inclined to think that the gifted author of the letter does not greatly differ in opinion from me, although he seems to include all modalities among the realities of which he declares God to be the sole cause. For in actual fact I think he will not admit that God is the cause and the author of sin. Indeed, he explains himself in a manner which seems to overthrow his thesis and to grant real action to creatures. For in the proof of the eighth corollary of his second proposition these words occur: the natural motion of the soul, although determinate in itself, is indeterminate in respect of its objects. For it is love of good in general. It is through the ideas of good appearing in individual objects that this motion becomes individual and determinate in relation to those objects. And thus as the mind has the power of varying its own ideas, it can also change the determinations of its love. And for that purpose it is not necessary that it overcome the power of God or oppose his action. These determinations of motion towards individual objects are not invincible. It is this non-invincibility which causes the mind to be free and capable of changing them. But after all, the mind makes these changes only through the motion which God gives to it and conserves for it. In my own style I would have said that the perfection which is in the action of the creature comes from God. But that the limitations to be found there are a consequence of the original limitation and the preceding limitations that occurred in the creature. Further, this is so not only in minds but also in all other substances, which thereby are causes cooperating in the change which comes to pass in themselves, for this determination of which the author speaks is nothing but a limitation. Now if after that one reviews all the demonstrations or corollaries of the letter, one will be able to admit or reject the majority of its assertions, in accordance with the interpretation one may make of them. If by reality one means only perfections or positive realities, God is the only true cause. But if that which involves limitations is included under the realities, one will deny a considerable portion of the theses, and the author himself will have shown us the example. It is in order to render the matter more comprehensible that I used in the essays the example of a laden boat, which, the more laden it is the more slowly carried along by the stream. There one sees clearly that the stream is the cause of what is positive in this motion, of the perfection, the force, the speed of the boat, but that the load is the cause of the restriction of this force, and that it brings about the retardation. It is praiseworthy in anyone to attempt to apply the geometrical method to metaphysical matters. But it must be admitted that hitherto success has seldom been attained, and M. Descartes himself, with all that very great skill which one cannot deny in him, never perhaps had less success than when he essayed to do this in one of his answers to objections. For in mathematics it is easier to succeed, because numbers, figures and calculations make good the defects concealed in words. But in metaphysics, where one is deprived of this aid, at least in ordinary argumentation, the strictness employed in the form of the argument and in the exact definitions of the terms must needs supply this lack. But in neither argument nor definition is that strictness here to be seen. The author of the letter, who undoubtedly displays much ardor and penetration, sometimes goes a little too far, as when he claims to prove that there is as much reality and force in rest as in motion. According to the fifth corollary of the second proposition, he asserts that the will of God is no less positive in rest than in motion, and that it is not less invincible. Be it so, but does it follow that there is as much reality and force in each of the two? I do not see this conclusion, and with the same argument one would prove that there is as much force in a strong motion as in a weak motion. God in willing rest wills that the body be at the place A, where it was immediately before, and for that it suffices that there be no reason to prompt God to the change. But when God wills that afterwards the body be at the place B, there must needs be a new reason, of such a kind as to determine God to will that it be in B and not in C or in any other place, and that it be there more or less promptly. It is upon these reasons, the volitions of God, that we must assess the force and the reality existent in things. The author speaks much of the will of God, but he does not speak much in this letter of the reasons which prompt God to will, and upon which all depends. And these reasons are taken from the objects. I observe first, indeed, with regard to the second corollary of the first proposition, that it is very true, but that it is not very well proven. The writer affirms that if God only ceased to will the existence of a being, that being would no longer exist, and here is the proof given word for word. Demonstration. That which exists only by the will of God no longer exists once that will has ceased. But that is what must be proved. The writer endeavors to prove it by adding, remove the cause, you remove the effect. This maxim ought to have been placed among the axioms which are stated at the beginning. But unhappily this axiom may be reckoned among those rules of philosophy which are subject to many exceptions. Now by the preceding proposition and by its first corollary no being exists save by the will of God. Therefore, etc., there is ambiguity in this expression, that nothing exists save by the will of God. If one means that things begin to exist only through this will, one is justified in referring to the preceding propositions. But if one means that the existence of things is at all times a consequence of the will of God, one assumes more or less what is in question. Therefore it was necessary to prove first that the existence of things depends upon the will of God, and that it is not only a mere effect of that will, but a dependence, in proportion to the perfection which things contain. And once that is assumed, they will depend upon God's will no less afterwards than at the beginning. That is the way I have taken the matter in my essays. Nevertheless I recognize that the letter upon which I have just made observations is admirable and well deserving of perusal, and that it contains noble and true sentiments, provided it be taken in the sense I have just indicated. And arguments in this form may serve as an introduction to meditations somewhat more advanced. Reflections on the work that Mr. Hobbes published. In English on Freedom, Necessity and Chance. 1. As the question of necessity and freedom, with other questions depending thereon, was at one time debated between the famous Mr. Hobbes and Dr. John Bramhall, Bishop of Derry, in books published by each of them, I have deemed it appropriate to give a clear account of them, although I have already mentioned them more than once, and this all the more since these writings of Mr. Hobbes have hitherto only appeared in English, and since the works of this author usually contain something good and ingenious. The Bishop of Derry and Mr. Hobbes, having met in Paris at the house of the Marquis, afterwards Duke, of Newcastle in the year 1646, entered into a discussion on this subject. The dispute was conducted with extreme restraint. But the bishop shortly afterwards sent a note to my Lord Newcastle, desiring him to induce Mr. Hobbes to answer it. He answered. But at the same time he expressed a wish that his answer should not be published, because he believed it possible for ill-instructed persons to abuse dogmas such as his, however true they might be. It so happened, however, that Mr. Hobbes himself passed it to a French friend, and allowed a young Englishman to translate it into French for the benefit of this friend. This young man kept a copy of the English original, and published it later in England without the author's knowledge. Thus the bishop was obliged to reply to it, and Mr. Hobbes to make a rejoinder, and to publish all the pieces together in a book of 348 pages printed in London in the year 1656, in 4-2. Entitled, Questions Concerning Freedom, Necessity and Chance, elucidated and discussed between Dr. Bramhall, Bishop of Derry, and Thomas Hobbes of Malmesbury. There is a later edition, of the year 1684, in a work entitled Hobbes's Tripos, where are to be found his book on human nature, his treatise on the body politic and his treatise on freedom and necessity. But the latter does not contain the bishop's reply, nor the author's rejoinder. Mr. Hobbes argues on this subject with his usual wit and subtlety. But it is a pity that in both the one and the other we stumble upon petty tricks, such as arise in excitement over the game. The bishop speaks with much vehemence and behaves somewhat arrogantly. Mr. Hobbes for his part is not disposed to spare the other, and manifests rather too much scorn for theology, and for the terminology of the schoolmen, which is apparently favored by the bishop. 2. One must confess that there is something strange and indefensible in the opinions of Mr. Hobbes. He maintains that doctrines touching the divinity depend entirely upon the determination of the sovereign, and that God is no more the cause of the good than of the bad actions of creatures. He maintains that all that which God does is just, because there is none above him with power to punish and constrain him. Yet he speaks sometimes as if what is said about God were only compliments, that is to say expressions proper for paying him honor, but not for knowing him. He testifies also that it seems to him that the pains of the wicked must end in their destruction. This opinion closely approaches that of the Socinians, but it seems that Mr. Hobbes goes much further. His philosophy, which asserts that bodies alone are substances, hardly appears favorable to the providence of God and the immortality of the soul. On other subjects nevertheless he says very reasonable things. He shows clearly that nothing comes about by chance, or rather that chance only signifies the ignorance of causes that produce the effect, and that for each effect there must be a concurrence of all the sufficient conditions anterior to the event. Not one of which, manifestly, can be lacking when the event is to follow, because they are conditions. The event, moreover, does not fail to follow when these conditions exist altogether, because they are sufficient conditions. All which amounts to the same as I have said so many times, that everything comes to pass as a result of determining reasons, the knowledge whereof, if we had it, would make us know at the same time why the thing has happened and why it did not go otherwise. 3. But this author's humor, which prompts him to paradoxes and makes him seek to contradict others, has made him draw out exaggerated and odious conclusions and expressions, as if everything happened through an absolute necessity. The Bishop of Derry, on the other hand, has aptly observed in the answer to Article 35, page 327, that there results only a hypothetical necessity, such as we all grant to events in relation to the foreknowledge of God, while Mr. Hobbes maintains that even divine foreknowledge alone would be sufficient to establish an absolute necessity of events. This was also the opinion of Wycliffe, and even of Luther, when he wrote De Servo Arbitrio, or at least they spoke so. But it is sufficiently acknowledged today that this kind of necessity which is termed hypothetical, and springs from foreknowledge or from other anterior reasons, has nothing in it to arouse one's alarm, whereas it would be quite otherwise if the thing were necessary of itself, in such a way that the contrary implied contradiction. Mr. Hobbes refuses to listen to anything about a moral necessity either, on the ground that everything really happens through physical causes. But one is nevertheless justified in making a great difference between the necessity which constrains the wise to do good, and which is termed moral, existing even in relation to God, and that blind necessity whereby according to Epicurus, Strato, Spinoza, and perhaps Mr. Hobbes, things exist without intelligence and without choice, and consequently without God. Indeed, there would according to them be no need of God, since in consequence of this necessity all would have existence through its own essence, just as necessarily as 2 and 3 make 5. And this necessity is absolute, because everything it carries with it must happen, whatever one may do. Whereas what happens by a hypothetical necessity happens as a result of the supposition that this or that has been foreseen or resolved, or done beforehand. And moral necessity contains an obligation imposed by reason, which is always followed by its effect in the wise. This kind of necessity is happy and desirable, when one is prompted by good reasons to act as one does. But necessity blind and absolute would subvert piety and morality. 4. There is more reason in Mr. Hobbes's discourse when he admits that our actions are in our power, so that we do that which we will when we have the power to do it, and when there is no hindrance. He asserts notwithstanding that our volitions themselves are not so within our power that we can give ourselves, without difficulty and according to our good pleasure, inclinations and wills which we might desire. The bishop does not appear to have taken notice of this reflection, which Mr. Hobbes also does not develop enough. The truth is that we have some power also over our volitions, but obliquely, and not absolutely and indifferently. This has been explained in some passages of this work. Finally Mr. Hobbes shows, like others before him, that the certainty of events, and necessity itself, if there were any in the way our actions depend upon causes, would not prevent us from employing deliberations, exhortations, blame and praise, punishments and rewards, for these are of service and prompt men to produce actions or to refrain from them. Thus, if human actions were necessary, they would be so through these means. But the truth is, that since these actions are not necessary absolutely whatever one may do, these means contribute only to render the actions determinate and certain, as they are indeed. For their nature shows that they are not subject to an absolute necessity. He gives also a good enough notion of freedom, in so far as it is taken in a general sense, common to intelligent and non-intelligent substances. He states that a thing is deemed free when the power which it has is not impeded by an external thing. Thus the water that is dammed by a dike has the power to spread, but not the freedom. On the other hand, it has not the power to rise above the dike, although nothing would prevent it then from spreading, and although nothing from outside prevents it from rising so high. To that end it would be necessary that the water itself should come from a higher point or that the water level should be raised by an increased flow. Thus a prisoner lacks the freedom, while a sick man lacks the power, to go his way. 5. There is in Mr. Hobbes's preface an abstract of the disputed points, which I will give here, adding some expression of opinion. On one side, he says, the assertion is made, 1. That it is not in the present power of man to choose for himself the will that he should have. That is well said, especially in relation to present will. Men choose the objects through will, but they do not choose their present wills, which spring from reasons and dispositions. It is true, however, that one can seek new reasons for oneself, and with time give oneself new dispositions, and by this means one can also obtain for oneself a will which one had not and could not have given oneself forthwith. It is, to use the comparison Mr. Hobbes himself uses, as with hunger or with thirst. At the present it does not rest with my will to be hungry or not, but it rests with my will to eat or not to eat. Yet, for the time to come, it rests with me to be hungry, or to prevent myself from being so at such and such an hour of day, by eating beforehand. In this way it is possible often to avoid an evil will. Even though Mr. Hobbes states in his reply, No. 14. That it is the manner of laws to say, you must do or you must not do this, but that there is no law saying, you must will, or you must not will it, yet it is clear that he is mistaken in regard to the law of God, which says non-concupisces. Thou shalt not covet. It is true that this prohibition does not concern the first motions, which are involuntary. It is asserted, too, that hazard, chance in English, casus in Latin, produces nothing, that is, that nothing is produced without cause or reason. Very right, I admit it, if one thereby intends a real hazard. For fortune and hazard are only appearances, which spring from ignorance of causes or from disregard of them. 3. That all events have their necessary causes. Wrong, they have their determining causes, whereby one can account for them, but these are not necessary causes. The contrary might have happened, without implying contradiction. 4. That the will of God makes the necessity of all things. Wrong, the will of God produces only contingent things, which could have gone differently, since time, space and matter are indifferent with regard to all kinds of shape and movement. 6. On the other side, according to Mr. Hobbes, it is asserted, 1. That man is free, absolutely, not only to choose what he wills to do, but also to choose what he wills to will. That is ill said, one is not absolute master of one's will, to change it forthwith, without making use of some means or skill for that purpose. 2. When man wills a good action, the will of God cooperates with his, otherwise not. That is well said, provided one means that God does not will evil actions, although he wills to permit them, to prevent the occurrence of something which would be worse than these sins. 3. That the will can choose whether it wills to will or not. Wrong, with regard to present volition. 4. That things happen without necessity by chance. Wrong, what happens without necessity does not because of that happen by chance, that is to say, without causes and reasons. 5. Notwithstanding that God may foresee that an event will happen, it is not necessary that it happen, since God foresees things, not as futurities and as in their causes, but as present. That begins well, and finishes ill. One is justified in admitting the necessity of the consequence. But one has no reason to resort to the question how the future is present to God, for the necessity of the consequence does not prevent the event or consequent from being contingent in itself. 7. Our author thinks that since the doctrine revived by Arminius had been favored in England by Archbishop Laud and by the court, and important ecclesiastical promotions had been only for those of that party. This contributed to the revolt which caused the bishop and him to meet in their exile in Paris at the house of Lord Newcastle, and to enter into a discussion. I would not approve all the measures of Archbishop Laud, who had merit and perhaps also goodwill, but who appears to have goaded the Presbyterians excessively. Nevertheless, one may say that the revolutions, as much in the Low Countries as in Great Britain, in part arose from the extreme intolerance of the strict party. One may say also that the defenders of the absolute decree were at least as strict as the others, having oppressed their opponents in Holland with the authority of Prince Maurice and having fomented the revolts in England against King Charles I. But these are the faults of men, and not of dogmas. Their opponents do not spare them either. Witness the severity used in Saxony against Nicholas Crell and the proceedings of the Jesuits against the Bishop of Ypres party. 8. Mr. Hobbes observes, after Aristotle, that there are two sources for proofs, reason and authority. As for reason, he says that he admits the reasons derived from the attributes of God, which he calls argumentative, and the notions whereof are conceivable. But he maintains that there are others wherein one conceives nothing, and which are only expressions by which we aspire to honor God. But I do not see how one can honor God by expressions that have no meaning. It may be that with Mr. Hobbes, as with Spinoza, wisdom, goodness, justice are only fictions in relation to God and the universe, since the prime cause, according to them, acts through the necessity of its power, and not by the choice of its wisdom. That is an opinion whose falsity I have sufficiently proved. It appears that Mr. Hobbes did not wish to declare himself enough, for fear of causing offense to people, on which point he is to be commended. It was also on that account, as he says himself, that he had desired that what had passed between the bishop and him in Paris should not be published. He adds that it is not good to say that an action which God does not will happens, since that is to say in effect that God is lacking in power. But he adds also at the same time that it is not good either to say the opposite, and to attribute to God that he wills the evil, because that is not seemly, and would appear to accuse God of lack of goodness. He believes, therefore, that in these matters telling the truth is not advisable. He would be right if the truth were in the paradoxical opinions that he maintains. For indeed it appears that according to the opinion of this writer God has no goodness, or rather that which he calls God is nothing but the blind nature of the mass of material things, which acts according to mathematical laws, following an absolute necessity, as the atoms do in the system of Epicurus. If God were as the great are sometimes here on earth, it would not be fitting to utter all the truths concerning him. But God is not as a man, whose designs and actions often must be concealed. Rather it is always permissible and reasonable to publish the counsels and the actions of God, because they are always glorious and worthy of praise. Thus it is always right to utter truths concerning the divinity. One need not anyhow refrain from fear of giving offense. And I have explained, so it seems to me, in a way which satisfies reason, and does not wound piety, how it is to be understood that God's will takes effect, and concurs with sin, without compromising his wisdom and his goodness. 9. As to the authorities derived from Holy Scripture, Mr. Hobbes divides them into three kinds. Some, he says, are for me, the second kind are neutral, and the third seem to be for my opponent. The passages which he thinks favorable to his opinion are those which ascribe to God the cause of our will. Thus Gen. XLV 5, where Joseph says to his brethren, "Be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that you sold me hither, for God did send me before you to preserve life," and verse 8, "It was not you that sent me hither, but God." And God said, Exodus 7:3, I will harden Pharaoh's heart. And Moses said, Deuteronomy 2:30, But Sihon king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand. And David said of Shimei, 2 Sam 16:10, Let him curse, because the Lord hath said unto him, Curse David. Who shall then say, Wherefore hast thou done so? And 1 Kings 12:15, The king, Rehoboam, hearkened not unto the people. For the cause was from the Lord. Job 12:16, The deceived and the deceiver are his, v. 17, He mocketh the judges' fools, v. 24, He taketh away the heart of the chief of the people of the earth, and causeth them to wander in a wilderness, v. 25, He mocketh them to stagger like a drunken man. God said of the king of Assyria, Isa. X. 6, Against the people will I give him a charge, to take the spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. And Jeremiah said, J. X. 23, O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself, it is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. And God said, Ezek 3:20, When a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness, and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die. And the Saviour said, John 6:44, No man can come to me, except the Father which hath sent me draw him. And St. Peter, Acts 2:23, Jesus having been delivered by the determinate counsel and foreknowledge of God, ye have taken. And Acts 4:27, 28, Both Herod and Pontius Pilate, with the Gentiles and the people of Israel, were gathered together, for to do whatsoever thy hand and thy counsel determined before to be done. And St. Paul, Rom 9:16, It is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy. And v. 18, Therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he will he hardeneth, v. 19, Thou wilt say then unto me, Why doth he yet find fault? For who hath resisted his will, v. 20, Nay but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, Why hast thou made me thus? And 1 Sar 4:7, For who mocketh thee to differ from another? And what hast thou that thou didst not receive? And 1 Cor 12:6, There are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh all in all. And F 2:10, We are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them. And Phil 2:13, It is God which worketh in you both to will and to do of his good pleasure. One may add to these passages all those which make God the author of all grace and of all good inclinations, and all those which say that we are as dead in sin. 10. Here now are the neutral passages, according to Mr. Hobbes. These are those where Holy Scripture says that man has the choice to act if he wills, or not to act if he wills not. For example, Deuteronomy XXX. 19, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing, therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. And Joshua 24:15, Choose you this day whom ye will serve. And God said to Gad the prophet, 2 Sam 24:12, Go and say unto David, Thus saith the Lord, I offer thee 3 things, choose thee one of them, that I may do it unto thee. And Isa 7:16, Until the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good. Finally, the passages which Mr. Hobbes acknowledges to be apparently contrary to his opinion are all those where it is indicated that the will of man is not in conformity with that of God. Thus Isa v. 4, What could have been done more to my vineyard, that I have not done in it? Wherefore, when I looked that it should bring forth grapes, brought it forth wild grapes. And 19:5, They have built also the high places of Baal, to burn their sons with fire for burnt offerings unto Baal. Which I commanded not, nor spake it, neither came it into my mind. And Host 13. 9. O Israel, thou hast destroyed thyself, but in me is thine help. And I Tim 2. For, God will have all men to be saved, and to come unto the knowledge of the truth. He avows that he could quote very many other passages, such as those which indicate that God willeth not iniquity, that he willeth the salvation of the sinner, and generally all those which declare that God commands good and forbids evil. 11. Mr. Hobbes makes answer to these passages that God does not always will that which he commands, as for example when he commanded Abraham to sacrifice his son, and that God's revealed will is not always his full will or his decree. As when he revealed to Jonah that Nineveh would perish in 40 days. He adds also, that when it is said that God wills the salvation of all, that means simply that God commands that all do that which is necessary for salvation. When, moreover, the Scripture says that God wills not sin, that means that he wills to punish it. And as for the rest, Mr. Hobbes ascribes it to the forms of expression used among men. But one will answer him that it would be to God's discredit that his revealed will should be opposed to his real will, that what he bade Jonah say to the Ninevites was rather a threat than a prediction. And that thus the condition of impenitence was implied therein. Moreover, the Ninevites took it in this sense. One will say also, that it is quite true that God in commanding Abraham to sacrifice his son willed obedience, but did not will action, which he prevented after having obtained obedience. For that was not an action deserving in itself to be willed. And it is not the same in the case of actions where he exerts his will positively, and which are in fact worthy to be the object of his will. Of such are piety, charity, and every virtuous action that God commands, of such is omission of sin, a thing more alien to divine perfection than any other. It is therefore incomparably better to explain the will of God as I have explained it in this work. Thus I shall say that God, by virtue of his supreme goodness, has in the beginning a serious inclination to produce, or to see and cause to be produced, all good and every laudable action, and to prevent, or to see and cause to fail, all evil and every bad action. But he is determined by this same goodness, united to an infinite wisdom, and by the very concourse of all the previous and particular inclinations towards each good, and towards the preventing of each evil, to produce the best possible design of things. This is his final and decretory will. And this design of the best being of such a nature that the good must be enhanced therein, as light is enhanced by shade, by some evil which is incomparably less than this good, God could not have excluded this evil, nor introduced certain goods that were excluded from this plan, without wronging his supreme perfection. So for that reason one must say that he permitted the sins of others, because otherwise he would have himself performed an action worse than all the sin of creatures. 12. I find that the Bishop of Derry is at least justified in saying, Article 15, in his reply, that the opinion of his opponents is contrary to piety, when they ascribe all to God's power only, and that Mr. Hobbes ought not to have said that honor or worship is only a sign of the power of him whom one honors, for one may also, and one must, acknowledge and honor wisdom, goodness, justice and other perfections. Magnos facile laudamus, bonos libenter. This opinion, which despoils God of all goodness and of all true justice, which represents him as a tyrant, wielding an absolute power, independent of all right and of all equity, and creating millions of creatures to be eternally unhappy. And this without any other aim than that of displaying his power, this opinion, I say, is capable of rendering men very evil. And if it were accepted, no other devil would be needed in the world to set men at variance among themselves and with God, as the serpent did in making Eve believe that God, when he forbade her the fruit of the tree, did not will her good. Mr. Hobbes endeavors to parry this thrust in his rejoinder, page 160, by saying that goodness is a part of the power of God, that is to say, the power of making himself worthy of love. But that is an abuse of terms by an evasion, and confounds things that must be kept distinct. After all, if God does not intend the good of intelligent creatures, if he has no other principles of justice than his power alone, which makes him produce either arbitrarily that which chance presents to him, or by necessity all that which is possible, without the intervention of choice founded on good, how can he make himself worthy of love? It is therefore the doctrine either of blind power or of arbitrary power, which destroys piety, for the one destroys the intelligent principle or the providence of God, the other attributes to him actions which are appropriate to the evil principle. Justice in God, says Mr. Hobbes, page 161, is nothing but the power he has, which he exercises in distributing blessings and afflictions. This definition surprises me. It is not the power to distribute them, but the will to distribute them reasonably, that is, goodness guided by wisdom, which makes the justice of God. But, says he, justice is not in God as in a man, who is only just through the observance of laws made by his superior. Mr. Hobbes is mistaken also in that, as well as Herr Pufendorf, who followed him. Justice does not depend upon arbitrary laws of superiors, but on the eternal rules of wisdom and of goodness, in men as well as in God. Mr. Hobbes asserts in the same passage that the wisdom which is attributed to God does not lie in a logical consideration of the relation of means to ends, but in an incomprehensible attribute, attributed to an incomprehensible nature to honor it. It seems as if he means that it is an indescribable something attributed to an indescribable something, and even a chimerical quality given to a chimerical substance. To intimidate and to deceive the nations through the worship which they render to it. After all, it is difficult for Mr. Hobbes to have a different opinion of God and of wisdom, since he admits only material substances. If Mr. Hobbes were still alive, I would beware of ascribing to him opinions which might do him injury. But it is difficult to exempt him from this. He may have changed his mind subsequently, for he attained to a great age, thus I hope that his errors may not have been deleterious to him. But as they might be so to others, it is expedient to give warnings to those who shall read the writings of one who otherwise is of great merit, and from whom one may profit in many ways. It is true that God does not reason, properly speaking, using time as we do, to pass from one truth to the other, but as he understands at one and the same time all the truths and all their connections, he knows all the conclusions. And he contains in the highest degree within himself all the reasonings that we can develop. And just because of that his wisdom is perfect. Observations on the book. Concerning the origin of evil. Published recently in London. 1. It is a pity that M. Bell should have seen only the reviews of this admirable work, which are to be found in the journals. If he had read it himself and examined it properly, he would have provided us with a good opportunity of throwing light on many difficulties, which spring again and again like the head of the Hydra. In a matter where it is easy to become confused when one has not seen the whole system or does not take the trouble to reason according to a strict plan. For strictness of reasoning performs in subjects that transcend imagination the same function as figures do in geometry. There must always be something capable of fixing our attention and forming a connection between our thoughts. That is why when this Latin book, so learned and so elegant of style, printed originally in London and then reprinted in Bremen, fell into my hands. I judged that the seriousness of the matter and the author's merit required an attention which readers might fairly expect of me, since we are agreed only in regard to half of the subject. Indeed, as the work contains 5 chapters, and the 5th with the appendix equals the rest in size, I have observed that the first 4, where it is a question of evil in general and of physical evil in particular, are in harmony with my principles, save for a few individual passages, and that they sometimes even develop with force and eloquence some points I had treated but slightly because M. Bell had not placed emphasis upon them. But the 5th chapter, with its sections, of which some are equal to entire chapters, speaking of freedom and of the moral evil dependent upon it, is constructed upon principles opposed to mine, and often, indeed, to those of M. Bell. That is, if it were possible to credit him with any fixed principles. For this 5th chapter tends to show, if that were possible, that true freedom depends upon an indifference of equipoise, vague, complete and absolute. So that, until the will has determined itself, there would be no reason for its determination, either in him who chooses or in the object. And one would not choose what pleases, but in choosing without reason one would cause what one chooses to be pleasing. 2. This principle of choice without cause or reason, of a choice, I say, divested of the aim of wisdom and goodness, is regarded by many as the great privilege of God and of intelligent substances, and as the source of their freedom, their satisfaction, their morality, and their good or evil. The fantasy of a power to declare one's independence, not only of inclination, but of reason itself within and of good and evil without, is sometimes painted in such fine colors that one might take it to be the most excellent thing in the world. Nevertheless, it is only a hollow fantasy, a suppression of the reasons for the caprice of which one boasts. What is asserted is impossible, but if it came to pass it would be harmful. This fantastic character might be attributed to some Don Juan in a St. Peter's feast, and a man of romantic disposition might even affect the outward appearances of it and persuade himself that he has it in reality. But in nature there will never be any choice to which one is not prompted by the previous representation of good or evil, by inclinations or by reasons, and I have always challenged the supporters of this absolute indifference to show an example thereof. Nevertheless, if I call fantastic this choice whereto one is determined by nothing, I am far from calling visionaries the supporters of that hypothesis, especially our gifted author. The Peripatetics teach some beliefs of this nature. But it would be the greatest injustice in the world to be ready to despise on that account an Occam, a Swissat, a Cesalpino, Conringius, men who still advocated certain scholastic opinions which have been improved upon today. 3. One of these opinions, revived, however, and introduced by degenerate scholasticism, and in the age of chimeras, is vague indifference of choice, or real chance, assumed in our souls. As if nothing gave us any inclination unless we perceived it distinctly, and as if an effect could be without causes, when these causes are imperceptible. It is much as some have denied the existence of insensible corpuscles because they do not see them. Modern philosophers have improved upon the opinions of the schoolmen by showing that, according to the laws of corporeal nature, a body can only be set in motion by the movement of another body propelling it. Even so we must believe that our souls, by virtue of the laws of spiritual nature, can only be moved by some reason of good or evil, and this even when no distinct knowledge can be extracted from our mental state. On account of a concourse of innumerable little perceptions which make us now joyful and now sad, or again of some other humor, and cause us to like one thing more than another without its being possible to say why. Plato, Aristotle, and even Thomas Aquinas, Durand and other schoolmen of the sounder sort reason on that question like the generality of men, and as unprejudiced people always have reasoned. They assume that freedom lies in the use of reason and the inclinations, which cause the choice or rejection of objects. But finally some rather too subtle philosophers have extracted from their alembic an inexplicable notion of choice independent of anything whatsoever, which is said to do wonders in solving all difficulties. But the notion is caught up at the outset in one of the greatest difficulties, by offending against the grand principle of reasoning which makes us always assume that nothing is done without some sufficient cause or reason. As the schoolmen often forgot to apply this great principle, admitting certain prime occult qualities, one need not wonder if this fiction of vague indifference met with applause amongst them, and if even most worthy men have been imbued therewith. Our author, who is otherwise rid of many of the errors of the ordinary schoolmen, is still deluded by this fiction, but he is without doubt one of the most skilful of those who have supported it. See Pergama Dextra. Defendi possent, etiam hac defensa fuissent. He gives it the best possible turn, and only shows it on its good side. He knows how to strip spontaneity and reason of their advantages, transferring all these to vague indifference. Only through this indifference is one active, resisting the passions, taking pleasure in one's choice, or being happy. It appears indeed that one would be miserable if some happy necessity should oblige us to choose aright. Our author had said admirable things on the origin and reasons of natural evils, he only had to apply the same principles to moral evil. Indeed, he believes himself that moral evil becomes an evil through the physical evils that it causes or tends to cause. But somehow or other he thinks that it would be a degradation of God and men if they were to be made subject to reason. That thus they would all be rendered passive to it and would no longer be satisfied with themselves. In short, that men would have nothing wherewith to oppose the misfortunes that come to them from without, if they had not within them this admirable privilege of rendering things good or tolerable by choosing them, and of changing all into gold by the touch of this wondrous faculty. 4. We will examine it in closer detail presently. But it will be well to profit beforehand by the excellent ideas of our author on the nature of things and on natural evils. Particularly since there are some points in which we shall be able to go a little further, by this means also we shall gain a better understanding of the whole arrangement of his system. The first chapter contains the principles. The writer calls substance a being, the idea of which does not involve the existence of another. I do not know if there are any such among created beings, by reason of the connection existing between all things, and the example of a wax torch is not the example of a substance, any more than that of a swarm of bees would be. But one may take the terms in an extended sense. He observes aptly that after all the changes of matter and after all the qualities of which it may be divested, there remain extension, mobility, divisibility and resistance. He explains also the nature of notions, and leaves it to be understood that universals indicate only the resemblances which exist between individuals. That we understand by ideas only that which is known through an immediate sensation, and that the rest is known to us only through relations with these ideas. But when he admits that we have no idea of God, of spirit, of substance, he does not appear to have observed sufficiently that we have immediate apperception of substance and of spirit in our apperception of ourselves. And that the idea of God is found in the idea of ourselves through a suppression of the limits of our perfections, as extension taken in an absolute sense is comprised in the idea of a globe. He is right also in asserting that our simple ideas at least are innate, and in rejecting the tabula rasa of Aristotle and of Mr. Locke. But I cannot agree with him that our ideas have scarce any more relation to things than words uttered into the air or writings traced upon paper have to our ideas, and that the bearing of our sensations is arbitrary and ex instituto, like the signification of words. I have already indicated elsewhere why I am not in agreement with our Cartesians on that point. 5. For the purpose of advancing to the first cause, the author seeks a criterion, a distinguishing mark of truth. And he finds it in the force whereby our inward assertions, when they are evident, compel the understanding to give them its consent. It is by such a process, he says, that we credit the senses. He points out that the distinguishing mark in the Cartesian scheme, to wit, a clear and distinct perception, has need of a new mark to indicate what is clear and distinct, and that the congruity or non-congruity of ideas, or rather of terms, as one spoke formerly, may still be deceptive, because there are congruities real and apparent. He appears to recognize even that the inward force which constrains us to give our assent is still a matter for caution, and may come from deep-rooted prejudices. That is why he confesses that he who should furnish another criterion would have found something very advantageous to the human race. I have endeavored to explain this criterion in a little discourse on Truth and Ideas, published in 1684. And although I do not boast of having given therein a new discovery, I hope that I have expounded things which were only confusedly recognized. I distinguish between truths of fact and truths of reason. Truths of fact can only be verified by confronting them with truths of reason, and by tracing them back to immediate perceptions within us, such as St. Augustine and M. Descartes very promptly acknowledged to be indubitable. That is to say, we cannot doubt that we think, nor indeed that we think this thing or that. But in order to judge whether our inward notions have any reality in things, and to pass from thoughts to objects, my opinion is that it is necessary to consider whether our perceptions are firmly connected among themselves and with others that we have had, in such fashion as to manifest the rules of mathematics and other truths of reason. In this case one must regard them as real, and I think that it is the only means of distinguishing them from imaginations, dreams and visions. Thus the truth of things outside us can be recognized only through the connection of phenomena. The criterion of the truths of reason, or those which spring from conceptions, is found in an exact use of the rules of logic. As for ideas or notions, I call real all those the possibility of which is certain. And the definitions which do not mark this possibility are only nominal. Geometricians well versed in analysis are aware what difference there is in this respect between several properties by which some line or figure might be defined. Our gifted author has not gone so far, perhaps. One may see, however, from the account I have given of him already, and from what follows, that he is by no means lacking in profundity or reflection. 6. Thereafter he proceeds to examine whether motion, matter and space spring from themselves, and to that end he considers whether it is possible to conceive that they do not exist. He remarks upon this privilege of God, that as soon as it is assumed that he exists it must be admitted that he exists of necessity. This is a corollary to a remark which I made in the little discourse mentioned above, namely that as soon as one admits that God is possible, one must admit that he exists of necessity. Now, as soon as one admits that God exists, one admits that he is possible. Therefore as soon as one admits that God exists, one must admit that he exists of necessity. Now this privilege does not belong to the three things of which we have just spoken. The author believes also especially concerning motion, that it is not sufficient to say, with Mr. Hobbes, that the present movement comes from an anterior movement, and this one again from another, and so on to infinity. For, however far back you may go, you will not be one whit nearer to finding the reason which causes the presence of motion in matter. Therefore this reason must be outside the sequence. And even if there were an eternal motion, it would require an eternal motive power. So the rays of the sun, even though they were eternal with the sun, would nevertheless have their eternal cause in the sun. I am well pleased to recount these arguments of our gifted author, that it may be seen how important, according to him, is the principle of sufficient reason. For, if it is permitted to admit something for which it is acknowledged there is no reason, it will be easy for an atheist to overthrow this argument, by saying that it is not necessary that there be a sufficient reason for the existence of motion. I will not enter into the discussion of the reality and the eternity of space, for fear of straying too far from our subject. It is enough to state that the author believes that space can be annihilated by the divine power, but in entirety and not in portions, and that we could exist alone with God even if there were neither space nor matter. Since we do not contain within ourselves the notion of the existence of external things. He also puts forward the consideration that in the sensations of sounds, of odors, and of savors the idea of space is not included. But whatever the opinion formed as to space, it suffices that there is a God, the cause of matter and of motion, and in short of all things. The author believes that we can reason about God, as one born blind would reason about light. But I hold that there is something more in us, for our light is a ray from God's light. After having spoken of some attributes of God, the author acknowledges that God acts for an end, which is the communication of his goodness, and that his works are ordered aright. Finally he concludes this chapter very properly, by saying that God in creating the world was at pains to give it the greatest harmony amongst things, the greatest comfort of beings endowed with reason, and the greatest compatibility in desires that an infinite power, wisdom and goodness combined could produce. He adds that, if some evil has remained notwithstanding, one must believe that these infinite divine perfections could not have, I would rather say ought not to have, taken it away. 7. Chapter 2 anatomizes evil, dividing it as we do into metaphysical, physical and moral. Metaphysical evil consists in imperfections, physical evil in suffering and other like troubles, and moral evil in sin. All these evils exist in God's work. Lucretius thence inferred that there is no providence, and he denied that the world can be an effect of divinity. Naturam rerum divinitas esse creatum. Because there are so many faults in the nature of things. Quoniam tanta stat predita culpa. Others have admitted two principles, the one good, the other evil. There have also been people who thought the difficulty insurmountable, and among these our author appears to have had Bell in mind. He hopes to show in his work that it is not a Gordian knot, which needs to be cut. And he says rightly that the power, the wisdom and the goodness of God would not be infinite and perfect in their exercise if these evils had been banished. He begins with the evil of imperfection in chapter 3 and observes, as St. Augustine does, that creatures are imperfect, since they are derived from nothingness, whereas God producing a perfect substance from his own essence would have made thereof a God. This gives him occasion for making a little digression against the Socinians. But someone will say, why did not God refrain from producing things, rather than make imperfect things? The author answers appositely that the abundance of the goodness of God is the cause. He wished to communicate himself at the expense of a certain fastidiousness which we assume in God, imagining that imperfections offend him. Thus he preferred that there should be the imperfect rather than nothing. But one might have added that God has produced indeed the most perfect whole that was possible, one wherewith he had full cause for satisfaction, the imperfections of the parts serving a greater perfection in the whole. Also the observation is made soon afterwards, that certain things might have been made better, but not without other new and perhaps greater disadvantages. This perhaps could have been omitted, for the author also states as a certainty, and rightly so, at the end of the chapter, that it appertains to infinite goodness to choose the best. And thus he was able to draw this conclusion a little earlier, that imperfect things will be added to those more perfect, so long as they do not preclude the existence of the more perfect in as great a number as possible. Thus bodies were created as well as spirits, since the one does not offer any obstacle to the other, and the creation of matter was not unworthy of the great God, as some heretics of old believed, attributing this work to a certain Demogorgon. 8. Let us now proceed to physical evil, which is treated of in chapter 4. Our famous author, having observed that metaphysical evil, or imperfection, springs from nothingness, concludes that physical evil, or discomfort, springs from matter, or rather from its movement, for without movement matter would be useless. Moreover, there must be contrariety in these movements, otherwise, if all went together in the same direction, there would be neither variety nor generation. But the movements that cause generations cause also corruptions, since from the variety of movements comes concussion between bodies, by which they are often dissipated and destroyed. The author of nature, however, in order to render bodies more enduring, distributed them into systems, those which we know being composed of luminous and opaque balls. In a manner so excellent and so fitting for the display of that which they contain, and for arousing wonder thereat, that we can conceive of nothing more beautiful. But the crowning point of the work was the construction of animals, to the end that everywhere there should be creatures capable of cognition. Ne regio fore ulla sui animalibus orba. Our sagacious author believes that the air and even the purest ether have their denizens as well as the water and the earth. But supposing that there were places without animals, these places might have uses necessary for other places which are inhabited. So for example the mountains, which render the surface of our globe unequal and sometimes desert and barren, are of use for the production of rivers and of winds. And we have no cause to complain of sands and marshes, since there are so many places still remaining to be cultivated. Moreover, it must not be supposed that all is made for man alone, and the author is persuaded that there are not only pure spirits but also immortal animals of a nature akin to these spirits, that is, animals whose souls are united to an ethereal and incorruptible matter. But it is not the same with animals whose body is terrestrial, composed of tubes and fluids which circulate therein, and whose motion is terminated by the breaking of the vessels. Thence the author is led to believe that the immortality granted to Adam, if he had been obedient, would not have been an effect of his nature, but of the grace of God. 9. Now it was necessary for the conservation of corruptible animals that they should have indications causing them to recognize a present danger, and giving them the inclination to avoid it. That is why what is about to cause a great injury must beforehand cause pain such as may force the animal to efforts capable of repulsing or shunning the cause of this discomfort, and of forestalling a greater evil. The dread of death helps also to cause its avoidance, for if were not so ugly and if the dissolution of continuity were not so painful, very often animals would take no precautions against perishing, or allowing the parts of their body to perish. And the strongest would have difficulty in subsisting for a whole day. God has also given hunger and thirst to animals, to compel them to feed and maintain themselves by replacing that which is used up and which disappears imperceptibly. These appetites are of use also to prompt them to work, in order to procure a nourishment meet for their constitution, and which may avail to invigorate them. It was even found necessary by the author of things that one animal very often should serve as food for another. This hardly renders the victim more unhappy, since death caused by diseases is generally just as painful as a violent death, if not more so. And animals subject to being preyed upon by others, having neither foresight nor anxiety for the future, have a life no less tranquil when they are not in danger. It is the same with inundations, earthquakes, thunderbolts and other disorders, which brute beasts do not fear, and which men have ordinarily no cause to fear, since there are few that suffer thereby. 10. The author of nature has compensated for these evils and others, which happen only seldom, with 1,000 advantages that are ordinary and constant. Hunger and thirst augment the pleasure experienced in the taking of nourishment. Moderate work is an agreeable exercise of the animal's powers, and sleep is also agreeable in an altogether opposite way, restoring the forces through repose. But one of the pleasures most intense is that which prompts animals to propagation. God, having taken care to ensure that the species should be immortal, since the individual cannot be so here on earth, also willed that animals should have a great tenderness for their little ones, even to the point of endangering themselves for their preservation. From pain and from sensual pleasure spring fear, cupidity, and the other passions that are ordinarily serviceable, although it may accidentally happen that they sometimes turn towards ill. One must say as much of poisons, epidemic diseases and other hurtful things, namely that these are indispensable consequences of a well-conceived system. As for ignorance and errors, it must be taken into account that the most perfect creatures are doubtless ignorant of much, and that knowledge is wont to be proportionate to needs. Nevertheless, it is necessary that one be exposed to hazards which cannot be foreseen, and accidents of such kinds are inevitable. One must often be mistaken in one's judgment, because it is not always permitted to suspend it long enough for exact consideration. These disadvantages are inseparable from the system of things, for things must very often resemble one another in a certain situation, the one being taken for the other. But the inevitable errors are not the most usual, nor the most pernicious. Those which cause us the most harm are wont to arise through our fault. And consequently one would be wrong to make natural evils a pretext for taking one's own life, since one finds that those who have done so have generally been prompted to such action by voluntary evils. 11. After all, one finds that all these evils of which we have spoken come accidentally from good causes. And there is reason to infer concerning all we do not know, from all we do know, that one could not have done away with them without falling into greater troubles. For the better understanding of this the author counsels us to picture the world as a great building. There must be not only apartments, halls, galleries, gardens, grottos, but also the kitchen, the cellar, the poultry yard, stables, drainage. Thus it would not have been proper to make only suns in the world, or to make an earth all of gold and of diamonds, but not habitable. If man had been all eye or all ear, he would not have been fitted for feeding himself. If God had made him without passions, he would have made him stupid. And if he had wished to make man free from error he would have had to deprive him of senses, or give him powers of sensation through some other means than organs, that is to say, there would not have been any man. Our learned author remarks here upon an idea which histories both sacred and profane appear to inculcate, namely that wild beasts, poisonous plants and other natures that are injurious to us have been armed against us by sin. But as he argues here only in accordance with the principles of reason he sets aside what revelation can teach. He believes, however, that Adam would have been exempted from natural evils, if he had been obedient, only by virtue of divine grace and of a covenant made with God, and that Moses expressly indicates only about 7 effects of the first sin. These effects are: 1. The revocation of the gracious gift of immortality. 2. The sterility of the earth, which was no longer to be fertile of itself, save in evil or useless herbs. 3. The rude toil one must exercise in order to gain sustenance. 4. The subjection of the woman to the will of the husband. 5. The pains of childbirth. 6. The enmity between man and the serpent. 7. The banishment of man from the place of delight wherein God had placed him. But our author thinks that many of our evils spring from the necessity of matter, especially since the withdrawal of grace. Moreover, it seems to him that after our banishment immortality would be only a burden to us, and that it is perhaps more for our good than to punish us that the tree of life has become inaccessible to us. On one point or another one might have something to say in objection, but the body of the discourse by our author on the origin of evils is full of good and sound reflections, which I have judged it advisable to turn to advantage. Now I must pass on to the subject of our controversy, that is, the explanation of the nature of freedom. 12. The learned author of this work on the origin of evil, proposing to explain the origin of moral evil in the 5th chapter, which makes up half of the whole book, considers that it is altogether different from that of physical evil, which lies in the inevitable imperfection of creatures. For, as we shall see presently, it appears to him that moral evil comes rather from that which he calls a perfection, which the creature has in common, according to him, with the Creator, that is to say, in the power of choosing without any motive and without any final or impelling cause. It is a very great paradox to assert that the greatest imperfection, namely sin, springs from perfection itself. But it is no less a paradox to present as a perfection the thing which is the least reasonable in the world, the advantage whereof would consist in being privileged against reason. And that, after all, rather than pointing out the source of the evil, would be to contend that it has none. For if the will makes its resolve without the existence of anything, either in the person who chooses or in the object which is chosen, to prompt it to the choice, there will be neither cause nor reason for this election. And as moral evil consists in the wrong choice, that is admitting that moral evil has no source at all. Thus in the rules of good metaphysics there would have to be no moral evil in nature. And also for the same reason there would be no moral good either, and all morality would be destroyed. But we must listen to our gifted author, from whom the subtlety of an opinion maintained by famous philosophers among the schoolmen, and the adornments that he has added thereto himself by his wit and his eloquence, have hidden the great disadvantages contained therein. In setting forth the position reached in the controversy, he divides the writers into two parties. The one sort, he says, are content to say that the freedom of the will is exempt from outward constraint. And the other sort maintain that it is also exempt from inward necessity. But this exposition does not suffice, unless one distinguish the necessity that is absolute and contrary to morality from hypothetical necessity and moral necessity, as I have already explained in many places. 13. The first section of this chapter is to indicate the nature of choice. The author sets forth in the first place the opinion of those who believe that the will is prompted by the judgment of the understanding, or by anterior inclinations of the desires, to resolve upon the course that it adopts. But he confuses these authors with those who assert that the will is prompted to its resolution by an absolute necessity, and who maintain that the person who wills has no power over his volitions, that is, he confuses a Thomist with a Spinozist. He makes use of the admissions and the odious declarations of Mr. Hobbes and his like, to lay them to the charge of those who are infinitely far removed from them, and who take great care to refute them. He lays these things to their charge because they believe, as Mr. Hobbes believes, like everyone else, save for some doctors who are enveloped in their own subtleties, that the will is moved by the representation of good and evil. Thence he imputes to them the opinion that there is therefore no such thing as contingency, and that all is connected by an absolute necessity. That is a very speedy manner of reasoning. Yet he adds also, that properly speaking there will be no evil will, since if there were, all one could object to therein would be the evil which it can cause. That, he says, is different from the common notion, since the world censures the wicked not because they do harm, but because they do harm without necessity. He holds also that the wicked would be only unfortunate and by no means culpable. That there would be no difference between physical evil and moral evil, since man himself would not be the true cause of an action which he could not avoid. That evil-doers would not be either blamed or maltreated because they deserve it, but because that action may serve to turn people away from evil. Again, for this reason only one would find fault with a rogue, but not with a sick man, that reproaches and threats can correct the one, and cannot cure the other. And further, according to this doctrine, chastisements would have no object save the prevention of future evil, without which the mere consideration of the evil already done would not be sufficient for punishment. Likewise gratitude would have as its sole aim that of procuring a fresh benefit, without which the mere consideration of the past benefit would not furnish a sufficient reason. Finally, the author thinks that if this doctrine, which derives the resolution of the will from the representation of good and evil, were true, one must despair of human felicity, since it would not be in our power, and would depend upon things which are outside us. Now, as there is no ground for hoping that things from outside will order themselves and agree together in accordance with our wishes, there will always lack something to us, and there will always be something too much. All these conclusions hold, according to him, against those also who think that the will makes its resolve in accordance with the final judgment of the understanding, an opinion which, as he considers, strips the will of its right and renders the soul quite passive. This accusation is also directed against countless serious writers, of accepted authority, who are here placed in the same class with Mr. Hobbes and Spinoza, and with some other discredited authors, whose doctrine is considered odious and insupportable. As for me, I do not require the will always to follow the judgment of the understanding, because I distinguish this judgment from the motives that spring from insensible perceptions and inclinations. But I hold that the will always follows the most advantageous representation, whether distinct or confused, of the good or the evil resulting from reasons, passions and inclinations, although it may also find motives for suspending its judgment. But it is always upon motives that it acts. 14. It will be necessary to answer these objections to my opinion before proceeding to establish that of our author. The misapprehension of my opponents originates in their confusing a consequence which is necessary absolutely, whose contrary implies contradiction, with a consequence which is founded only upon truths of fitness, and nevertheless has its effect. To put it otherwise, there is a confusion between what depends upon the principle of contradiction, which makes necessary and indispensable truths, and what depends upon the principle of the sufficient reason, which applies also to contingent truths. I have already elsewhere stated this proposition, which is one of the most important in philosophy, pointing out that there are two great principles, namely, that of identicals or of contradiction, which states that of two contradictory enunciations the one is true and the other false, and that of the sufficient reason, which states that there is no true enunciation whose reason could not be seen by one possessing all the knowledge necessary for its complete understanding. Both principles must hold not only in necessary but also in contingent truths, and it is even necessary that that which has no sufficient reason should not exist. For one may say in a sense that these two principles are contained in the definition of the true and the false. Nevertheless, when in making the analysis of the truth submitted one sees it depending upon truths whose contrary implies contradiction, one may say that it is absolutely necessary. But when, while pressing the analysis to the furthest extent, one can never attain to such elements of the given truth, one must say that it is contingent, and that it originates from a prevailing reason which inclines without necessitating. Once that is granted, it is seen how we can say with sundry famous philosophers and theologians, that the thinking substance is prompted to its resolution by the prevailing representation of good or of evil, and this certainly and infallibly, but not necessarily, that is, by reasons which incline it without necessitating it. That is why contingent futurities, foreseen both in themselves and through their reasons, remain contingent. God was led infallibly by his wisdom and by his goodness to create the world through his power, and to give it the best possible form. But he was not led thereto of necessity, and the whole took place without any diminution of his perfect and supreme wisdom. And I do not know if it would be easy, apart from the reflections we have just entertained, to untie the Gordian knot of contingency and freedom. 15. This explanation dismisses all the objections of our gifted opponent. In the first place, it is seen that contingency exists together with freedom. Secondly, evil wills are evil not only because they do harm, but also because they are a source of harmful things, or of physical evils, a wicked spirit being, in the sphere of its activity. What the evil principle of the Manichaeans would be in the universe. Moreover, the author has observed, ch. 4, sect. 4, section 8, that divine wisdom has usually forbidden actions which would cause discomforts, that is to say, physical evils. It is agreed that he who causes evil by necessity is not culpable. But there is neither legislator nor lawyer who by this necessity means the force of the considerations of good or evil, real or apparent, that have prompted man to do ill, else anyone stealing a great sum of money or killing a powerful man in order to attain to high office would be less deserving of punishment than one who should steal a few halfpence for a mug of beer or wantonly kill his neighbor's dog, since these latter were tempted less. But it is quite the opposite in the administration of justice which is authorized in the world, for the greater is the temptation to sin, the more does it need to be repressed by the fear of a great chastisement. Besides, the greater the calculation evident in the design of an evil doer, the more will it be found that the wickedness has been deliberate, and the more readily will one decide that it is great and deserving of punishment. Thus a too artful fraud causes the aggravating crime called stellionate, and a cheat becomes a forger when he has the cunning to sap the very foundations of our security in written documents. But one will have greater indulgence for a great passion, because it is nearer to madness. The Romans punished with the utmost severity the priests of the god Apis, when these had prostituted the chastity of a noble lady to a knight who loved her to distraction, making him pass as their god, while it was found enough to send the lover into exile. But if someone had done evil deeds without apparent reason and without appearance of passion, the judge would be tempted to take him for a madman. Especially if it proved that he was given to committing such extravagances often, this might tend towards reduction of the penalty, rather than supplying the true grounds of wickedness and punishment. So far removed are the principles of our opponents from the practice of the tribunals and from the general opinion of men. 16. Thirdly, the distinction between physical evil and moral evil will still remain, although there be this in common between them, that they have their reasons and causes. And why manufacture new difficulties for oneself concerning the origin of moral evil, since the principle followed in the solution of those which natural evils have raised suffices also to account for voluntary evils? That is to say, it suffices to show that one could not have prevented men from being prone to errors, without changing the constitution of the best of systems or without employing miracles at every turn. It is true that sin makes up a large portion of human wretchedness, and even the largest. But that does not prevent one from being able to say that men are wicked and deserving of punishment, else one must needs say that the actual sins of the non-regenerate are excusable, because they spring from the first cause of our wretchedness, which is original sin. Fourthly, to say that the soul becomes passive and that man is not the true cause of sin, if he is prompted to his voluntary actions by their objects, as our author asserts in many passages, and particularly ch. 5, sect. 1, subsect 3, section 18, is to create for oneself new senses for terms. When the ancients spoke of that which is epsilon phi adamu iota nu, or when we speak of that which depends upon us, of spontaneity, of the inward principle of our actions, we do not exclude the representation of external things. For these representations are in our souls, they are a portion of the modifications of this active principle which is within us. No agent is capable of acting without being predisposed to what the action demands. And the reasons or inclinations derived from good or evil are the dispositions that enable the soul to decide between various courses. One will have it that the will is alone active and supreme, and one is wont to imagine it to be like a queen seated on her throne, whose minister of state is the understanding, while the passions are her courtiers or favorite ladies, who by their influence often prevail over the counsel of her ministers. One will have it that the understanding speaks only at this queen's order, that she can vacillate between the arguments of the minister and the suggestions of the favorites, even rejecting both, making them keep silence or speak, and giving them audience or not as seems good to her. But it is a personification or mythology somewhat ill-conceived. If the will is to judge, or take cognizance of the reasons and inclinations which the understanding or the senses offer it, it will need another understanding in itself, to understand what it is offered. The truth is that the soul, or the thinking substance, understands the reasons and feels the inclinations, and decides according to the predominance of the representations modifying its active force, in order to shape the action. I have no need here to apply my system of pre-established harmony, which shows our independence to the best advantage and frees us from the physical influence of objects. For what I have just said is sufficient to answer the objection. Our author, even though he admits with people in general this physical influence of objects upon us, observes nevertheless with much perspicacity that the body or the objects of the senses do not even give us our ideas, much less the active force of our soul, and that they serve only to draw out that which is within us. This is much in the spirit of M. Descartes' belief that the soul, not being able to give force to the body, gives it at least some direction. It is a mean between one side and the other, between physical influence and pre-established harmony. 17. Fifthly, the objection is made that, according to my opinion, sin would neither be censured or punished because of its deserts, but because the censure and the chastisement serve to prevent it another time. Whereas men demand something more, namely, satisfaction for the crime, even though it should serve neither for amendment nor for example. So do men with reason demand that true gratitude should come from a true recognition of the past benefit, and not from the interested aim of extorting a fresh benefit. This objection contains noble and sound considerations, but it does not strike at me. I require a man to be virtuous, grateful, just, not only from the motive of interest, of hope or of fear, but also of the pleasure that he should find in good actions, else one has not yet reached the degree of virtue that one must endeavor to attain. That is what one means by saying that justice and virtue must be loved for their own sake, and it is also what I explained in justifying disinterested love, shortly before the opening of the controversy which caused so much stir. Likewise I consider that wickedness is all the greater when its practice becomes a pleasure, as when a highwayman, after having killed men because they resist, or because he fears their vengeance, finally grows cruel and takes pleasure in killing them, and even in making them suffer beforehand. Such a degree of wickedness is taken to be diabolical, even though the man affected with it finds in this execrable indulgence a stronger reason for his homicides than he had when he killed simply under the influence of hope or of fear. I have also observed in answering the difficulties of M. Bell that, according to the celebrated Conringius, justice which punishes by means of medicinal penalties, so to speak, that is, in order to correct the criminal or at least to provide an example for others, might exist in the opinion of those who do away with the freedom that is exempt from necessity. True retributive justice, on the other hand, going beyond the medicinal, assumes something more, namely, intelligence and freedom in him who sins, because the harmony of things demands a satisfaction, or evil in the form of suffering, to make the mind feel its error after the voluntary active evil whereto it has consented. Mr. Hobbes also, who does away with freedom, has rejected retributive justice, as do the Socinians, drawing on themselves the condemnation of our theologians, although the writers of the Socinian party are wont to exaggerate the idea of freedom. 18. Sixthly, the objection is finally made that men cannot hope for felicity if the will can only be actuated by the representation of good and evil. But this objection seems to me completely null and void, and I think it would be hard to guess how any tolerable interpretation was ever put upon it. Moreover, the line of reasoning adopted to prove it is of a most astounding nature. It is that our felicity depends upon external things, if it is true that it depends upon the representation of good or evil. It is therefore not in our own power, so it is said, for we have no ground for hoping that outward things will arrange themselves for our pleasure. This argument is halting from every aspect. There is no force in the inference. One might grant the conclusion, the argument may be retorted upon the author. Let us begin with the retort, which is easy. For are men any happier or more independent of the accidents of fortune upon this argument, or because they are credited with the advantage of choosing without reason? Have they less bodily suffering? Have they less tendency toward true or apparent goods, less fear of true or imaginary evils? Are they any less enslaved by sensual pleasure, by ambition, by avarice? Less apprehensive? Less envious? Yes, our gifted author will say. I will prove it by a method of counting or assessment. I would rather he had proved it by experience, but let us see this proof by counting. Suppose that by my choice, which enables me to give goodness for me to that which I choose, I give to the object chosen 6 degrees of goodness, when previously there were 2 degrees of evil in my condition. I shall become happy all at once, and with perfect ease, for I should have 4 degrees surplus, or net good. Doubtless that is all very well, but unfortunately it is impossible. For what possibility is there of giving these 6 degrees of goodness to the object? To that end we must needs have the power to change our taste, or the things, as we please. That would be almost as if I could say to lead, thou shalt be gold, and make it so, to the pebble, thou shalt be diamond, or at the least, thou shalt look like it. Or it would be like the common explanation of the Messianic passage which seems to say that the desert manna assumed any taste the Israelites desired to give to it. They only had to say to their homerful, thou shalt be a capon, thou shalt be a partridge. But if I am free to give these 6 degrees of goodness to the object, am I not permitted to give it more goodness? I think that I am. But if that is so, why shall we not give to the object all the goodness conceivable? Why shall we not even go as far as 24 carats of goodness? By this means behold us completely happy, despite the accidents of fortune. It may blow, hail or snow, and we shall not mind. By means of this splendid secret we shall be always shielded against fortuitous events. The author agrees, in this first section of the 5th chapter, subsect 3, section 12, that this power overcomes all the natural appetites and cannot be overcome by any of them, and he regards it, sections 20, 21, 22, as the soundest foundation for happiness. Indeed, since there is nothing capable of limiting a power so indeterminate as that of choosing without any reason, and of giving goodness to the object through the choice. Either this goodness must exceed infinitely that which the natural appetites seek in objects, these appetites and objects being limited while this power is independent, or at the least this goodness, given by the will to the chosen object, must be arbitrary and of such a kind as the will desires. For whence would one derive the reason for limits if the object is possible, if it is within reach of him who wills, and if the will can give it the goodness it desires to give, independently of reality and of appearances? It seems to me that may suffice to overthrow a hypothesis so precarious, which contains something of a fairy tale kind, optantis ist sunt, non invenientis. It therefore remains only too true that this handsome fiction cannot render us more immune from evils. And we shall see presently that when men place themselves above certain desires or certain aversions they do so through other desires, which always have their foundation in the representation of good and evil. I said also, that one might grant the conclusion of the argument, which states that our happiness does not depend absolutely upon ourselves. At least in the present state of human life, for who would question the fact that we are liable to meet 1,000 accidents which human prudence cannot evade? How, for example, can I avoid being swallowed up, together with a town where I take up my abode, by an earthquake, if such is the order of things? But finally I can also deny the inference in the argument, which states that if the will is only actuated by the representation of good and evil our happiness does not depend upon ourselves. The inference would be valid if there were no God, if everything were ruled by brute causes. But God's ordinance is that for the attainment of happiness it suffices that one be virtuous. Thus, if the soul follows reason and the orders that God has given it, it is assured of its happiness, even though one may not find a sufficiency thereof in this life. 19. Having thus endeavored to point out the disadvantages of my hypothesis, our gifted author sets forth the advantages of his own. He believes that it alone is capable of saving our freedom, that all our felicity rests therein, that it increases our goods and lessens our evils, and that an agent possessing this power is so much the more complete. These advantages have almost all been already disproved. We have shown that for the securing of our freedom it is enough that the representations of goods and of evils, and other inward or outward dispositions, should incline us without constraining us. Moreover, one does not see how pure indifference can contribute to felicity. On the contrary, the more indifferent one is, the more insensitive and the less capable of enjoying what is good will one prove to be. Besides, the hypothesis proves too much. For if an indifferent power could give itself the consciousness of good, it could also give itself the most perfect happiness, as has been already shown. And it is manifest that there is nothing which would set limits to that power, since limits would withdraw it from its pure indifference, whence, so our author alleges, it only emerges of itself, or rather wherein it has never been. Finally, one does not see wherein the perfection of pure indifference lies. On the contrary, there is nothing more imperfect. It would render knowledge and goodness futile, and would reduce everything to chance, with no rules, and no measures that could be taken. There are, however, still some advantages adduced by our author which have not been discussed. He considers then that by this power alone are we the true cause to which our actions can be imputed, since otherwise we should be under the compulsion of external objects. Likewise that by this power alone can one ascribe to oneself the merit of one's own felicity, and feel pleased with oneself. But the exact opposite is the case, for when one happens upon the action through an absolutely indifferent movement, and not as a result of one's good or bad qualities, is it not just as though one were to happen upon it blindly by chance or hazard? Why then should one boast of a good action, or why should one be censured for an evil one, if the thanks or blame redounds to fortune or hazard? I think that one is more worthy of praise when one owes the action to one's good qualities, and the more culpable in proportion as one has been impelled to it by one's evil qualities. To attempt to assess actions without weighing the qualities whence they spring is to talk at random and to put an imaginary indefinable something in the place of causes. Thus, if this chance or this indefinable something were the cause of our actions, to the exclusion of our natural or acquired qualities, of our inclinations, of our habits, it would not be possible to set one's hopes upon anything depending upon the resolve of others, since it would not be possible to fix something indefinite, or to conjecture into what roadstead the uncertain weather of an extravagant indifference will drive the vessel of the will. 20. But setting aside advantages and disadvantages, let us see how our learned author will justify the hypothesis from which he promises us so much good. He imagines that it is only God and the free creatures who are active in the true sense, and that in order to be active one must be determined by oneself only. Now that which is determined by itself must not be determined by objects, and consequently the free substance, in so far as it is free, must be indifferent with regard to objects, and emerge from this indifference only by its own choice, which shall render the object pleasing to it. But almost all the stages of this argument have their stumbling blocks. Not only the free creatures, but also all the other substances and natures composed of substances, are active. Beasts are not free, and yet all the same they have active souls, unless one assume, with the Cartesians, that they are mere machines. Moreover, it is not necessary that in order to be active one should be determined only by oneself, since a thing may receive direction without receiving force. So it is that the horse is controlled by the rider and the vessel is steered by the helm. And Descartes' belief was that our body, having force in itself, receives only some direction from the soul. Thus an active thing may receive from outside some determination or direction, capable of changing that direction which it would take of itself. Finally, even though an active substance is determined only by itself, it does not follow that it is not moved by objects, for it is the representation of the object within it which contributes towards the determination. Now the representation does not come from without, and consequently there is complete spontaneity. Objects do not act upon intelligent substances as efficient and physical causes, but as final and moral causes. When God acts in accordance with his wisdom, he is guided by the ideas of the possibles which are his objects, but which have no reality outside him before their actual creation. Thus this kind of spiritual and moral motion is not contrary to the activity of the substance, nor to the spontaneity of its action. Finally, even though free power were not determined by the objects, it can never be indifferent to the action when it is on the point of acting. Since the action must have its origin in a disposition to act, otherwise one will do anything from anything, quid vis ex quo vis, and there will be nothing too absurd for us to imagine. But this disposition will have already broken the charm of mere indifference, and if the soul gives itself this disposition there must needs be another predisposition for this act of giving it. Consequently, however far back one may go, one will never meet with a mere indifference in the soul towards the actions which it is to perform. It is true that these dispositions incline it without constraining it. They relate usually to the objects. But there are some, notwithstanding, which arise variously a subjecto or from the soul itself, and which bring it about that one object is more acceptable than the other, or that the same is more acceptable at one time than at another. 21. Our author continually assures us that his hypothesis is true, and he undertakes to show that this indifferent power is indeed found in God, and even that it must be attributed to him of necessity. For, he says, nothing is to God either good or bad in creatures. He has no natural appetite, to be satisfied by the enjoyment of anything outside him. He is therefore absolutely indifferent to all external things, since by them he can neither be helped nor hindered, and he must determine himself and create as it were an appetite in making his choice. And having once chosen, he will wish to abide by his choice, just as if he had been prompted thereto by a natural inclination. Thus will the divine be the cause of goodness in beings. That is to say, there will be goodness in the objects, not by their nature, but by the will of God, whereas if that will be excluded neither good nor evil can exist in things. It is difficult to imagine how writers of merit could have been misled by so strange an opinion, for the reason which appears to be advanced here has not the slightest force. It seems to me as though an attempt is being made to justify this opinion by the consideration that all creatures have their whole being from God, so that they cannot act upon him or determine him. But this is clearly an instance of self-deception. When we say that an intelligent substance is actuated by the goodness of its object, we do not assert that this object is necessarily a being existing outside the substance. And it is enough for us that it be conceivable, for its representation acts in the substance, or rather the substance acts upon itself, in so far as it is disposed and influenced by this representation. With God, it is plain that his understanding contains the ideas of all possible things, and that is how everything is in him in a transcendent manner. These ideas represent to him the good and evil, the perfection and imperfection, the order and disorder, the congruity and incongruity of possibles. And his superabundant goodness makes him choose the most advantageous. God therefore determines himself by himself, his will acts by virtue of his goodness, but it is particularized and directed in action by understanding filled with wisdom. And since his understanding is perfect, since his thoughts are always clear, his inclinations always good, he never fails to do the best, whereas we may be deceived by the mere semblances of truth and goodness. But how is it possible for it to be said that there is no good or evil in the ideas before the operation of God's will? Does the will of God form the ideas which are in his understanding? I dare not ascribe to our learned author so strange a sentiment, which would confuse understanding and will, and would subvert the current use of our notions. Now if ideas are independent of will, the perfection or imperfection which is represented in them will be independent also. Indeed, is it by the will of God, for example, or is it not rather by the nature of numbers, that certain numbers allow more than others of various exact divisions? That some are more fitted than others for forming battalions, composing polygons and other regular figures? That the number 6 has the advantage of being the least of all the numbers that are called perfect? That in a plane 6 equal circles may touch a seventh? That of all equal bodies, the sphere has the least surface? That certain lines are incommensurable, and consequently ill-adapted for harmony? Do we not see that all these advantages or disadvantages spring from the idea of the thing, and that the contrary would imply contradiction? Can it be thought that the pain and discomfort of sentient creatures, and above all the happiness and unhappiness of intelligent substances, are a matter of indifference to God? And what shall be said of his justice? Is it also something arbitrary, and would he have acted wisely and justly if he had resolved to condemn the innocent? I know that there have been writers so ill-advised as to maintain an opinion so dangerous and so liable to overthrow religion. But I am assured that our illustrious author is far from holding it. Nevertheless, it seems as though this hypothesis tends in that direction, if there is nothing in objects save what is indifferent to the divine will before its choice. It is true that God has need of nothing, but the author has himself shown clearly that God's goodness, and not his need, prompted him to produce creatures. There was therefore in him a reason anterior to the resolution. And, as I have said so many times, it was neither by chance nor without cause, nor even by necessity, that God created this world, but rather as a result of his inclination, which always prompts him to the best. Thus it is surprising that our author should assert here, ch. 5, sect. 1, subsect. 4, section 5, that there is no reason which could have induced God, absolutely perfect and happy in himself, to create anything outside him, although, according to the author's previous declarations, ch. 1, sect. 3, sections 8, 9, God acts for an end, and his aim is to communicate his goodness. It was therefore not altogether a matter of indifference to him whether he should create or not create, and creation is notwithstanding a free act. Nor was it a matter of indifference to him either, whether he should create one world rather than another, a perpetual chaos, or a completely ordered system. Thus the qualities of objects, included in their ideas, formed the reason for God's choice. 22. Our author, having already spoken so admirably about the beauty and fittingness of the works of God, has tried to search out phrases that would reconcile them with his hypothesis, which appears to deprive God of all consideration for the good or the advantage of creatures. The indifference of God prevails, he says, only in his first elections, but as soon as God has chosen something he has virtually chosen, at the same time, all that which is of necessity connected therewith. There were innumerable possible men equally perfect, the election of some from among them is purely arbitrary, in the judgment of our author. But God, once having chosen them, could not have willed in them anything contrary to human nature. Up to this point the author's words are consistent with his hypothesis, but those that follow go further. He advances the proposition that when God resolved to produce certain creatures he resolved at the same time, by virtue of his infinite goodness, to give them every possible advantage. Nothing, indeed, could be so reasonable, but also nothing could be so contrary to the hypothesis he has put forward, and he does right to overthrow it. Rather than prolong the existence of anything so charged with incongruities incompatible with the goodness and wisdom of God. Here is the way to see plainly that this hypothesis cannot harmonize with what has just been said. The first question will be, will God create something or not, and wherefore? The author has answered that he will create something in order to communicate his goodness. It is therefore no matter of indifference to him whether he shall create or not. Next the question is asked, will God create such and such a thing, and wherefore? One must needs answer, to speak consistently, that the same goodness makes him choose the best, and indeed the author falls back on that subsequently. But, following his own hypothesis, he answers that God will create such a thing, but that there is no wherefore, because God is absolutely indifferent towards creatures, who have their goodness only from his choice. It is true that our author varies somewhat on this point, for he says here, ch. 5, sect. 5, subsect. 4, section 12, that God is indifferent to the choice between men of equal perfection, or between equally perfect kinds of rational creatures. Thus, according to this form of expression, he would choose rather the more perfect kind, and as kinds that are of equal perfection harmonize more or less with others, God will choose those that agree best together. There will therefore be no pure and absolute indifference, and the author thus comes back to my principles. But let us speak, as he speaks, in accordance with his hypothesis, and let us assume with him that God chooses certain creatures even though he be absolutely indifferent towards them. He will then just as soon choose creatures that are irregular, ill-shapen, mischievous, unhappy, chaos everlasting, monsters everywhere, scoundrels as sole inhabitants of the earth, devils filling the whole universe. All this rather than excellent systems, shapely forms, upright persons, good angels. No, the author will say, God, when once he had resolved to create men, resolved at the same time to give them all the advantages possible in the world, and it is the same with regard to creatures of other kinds. I answer, that if this advantage were connected of necessity with their nature, the author would be speaking in accordance with his hypothesis. That not being so, however, he must admit that God's resolve to give every possible advantage to men arises from a new election independent of that one which prompted God to make men. But whence comes this new election? Does it also come from mere indifference? If such is the case, nothing prompts God to seek the good of men, and if he sometimes comes to do it, it will be merely by accident. But the author maintains that God was prompted to the choice by his goodness, therefore the good and ill of creatures is no matter of indifference to him, and there are in him primary choices to which the goodness of the object prompts him. He chooses not only to create men, but also to create men as happy as it is possible to be in this system. After that not the least vestige of mere indifference will be left, for we can reason concerning the entire world just as we have reasoned concerning the human race. God resolved to create a world, but he was bound by his goodness at the same time to make choice of such a world as should contain the greatest possible amount of order, regularity, virtue, happiness. For I can see no excuse for saying that whereas God was prompted by his goodness to make the men he has resolved to create as perfect as is possible within this system, he had not the same good intention towards the whole universe. There we have come back again to the goodness of the objects. And pure indifference, where God would act without cause, is altogether destroyed by the very procedure of our gifted author, with whom the force of truth, once the heart of the matter was reached, prevailed over a speculative hypothesis, which cannot admit of any application to the reality of things. 23. Since, therefore, nothing is altogether indifferent to God, who knows all degrees, all effects, all relations of things, and who penetrates at one and the same time all their possible connections, let us see whether at least the ignorance and insensibility of man can make him absolutely indifferent in his choice. The author regales us with this pure indifference as with a handsome present. Here are the proofs of it which he gives. 1. We feel it within us. 2. We have experience within ourselves of its marks and its properties. 3. We can show that other causes which might determine our will are insufficient. As for the first point, he asserts that in feeling freedom within us we feel within us at the same time pure indifference. But I do not agree that we feel such indifference, or that this alleged feeling follows upon that of freedom. We feel usually within us something which inclines us to our choice. At times it happens, however, that we cannot account for all our dispositions. If we give our mind to the question, we shall recognize that the constitution of our body and of bodies in our environment, the present or previous temper of our soul, together with countless small things included under these comprehensive headings, may contribute towards our greater or lesser predilection for certain objects, and the variation of our opinions from one time to another. At the same time we shall recognize that none would attribute this to mere indifference, or to some indefinable force of the soul which has the same effect upon objects as colors are said to have upon the chameleon. Thus the author has no cause here to appeal to the judgment of the people. He does so, saying that in many things the people reason better than the philosophers. It is true that certain philosophers have been misled by chimeras, and it would seem that mere indifference is numbered among chimerical notions. But when someone maintains that a thing does not exist because the common herd does not perceive it, here the populace cannot be regarded as a good judge, being, as it is, only guided by the senses. Many people think that air is nothing when it is not stirred by the wind. The majority do not know of imperceptible bodies, the fluid which causes weight or elasticity, magnetic matter, to say nothing of atoms and other indivisible substances. Do we say then that these things are not because the common herd does not know of them? If so, we shall be able to say also that the soul acts sometimes without any disposition or inclination contributing towards the production of its act. Because there are many dispositions and inclinations which are not sufficiently perceived by the common herd, for lack of attention and thought. Secondly, as to the marks of the power in question, I have already refuted the claim advanced for it, that it possesses the advantage of making one active, the real cause of one's action, and subject to responsibility and morality. These are not genuine marks of its existence. Here is one the author adduces, which is not genuine either, namely, that we have within us a power of resisting natural appetites, that is to say of resisting not only the senses, but also the reason. But I have already stated this fact. one resists natural appetites through other natural appetites. One sometimes endures inconveniences, and is happy to do so. But that is on account of some hope or of some satisfaction which is combined with the ill and exceeds it. Either one anticipates good from it, or one finds good in it. The author asserts that it is through that power to transform appearances which he has introduced on the scene, that we render agreeable what at first displeased us. But who cannot see that the true reason is, that application and attention to the object and custom change our disposition and consequently our natural appetites? Once we become used to a rather high degree of cold or heat, it no longer incommodes us as it formerly did, and yet no one would ascribe this effect to our power of choice. Time is needed, for instance, to bring about that hardening, or rather that callosity, which enables the hands of certain workmen to resist a degree of heat that would burn our hands. The populace, whom the author invokes, guess correctly the cause of this effect, although they sometimes apply it in a laughable manner. Two serving maids being close to the fire in the kitchen, one who has burnt herself says to the other, "Oh, my dear, who will be able to endure the fire of purgatory?" The other answers, "Don't be absurd, my good woman, one grows used to everything." 24. But, the author will say, this wonderful power which causes us to be indifferent to everything, or inclined towards everything, simply at our own free will, prevails over reason itself. And this is his third proof, namely, that one cannot sufficiently explain our actions without having recourse to this power. One sees numbers of people despising the entreaties of their friends, the counsels of their neighbors, the reproaches of their conscience, discomforts, tortures, death, the wrath of God, hell itself. For the sake of running after follies which have no claim to be good or tolerable, save as being freely chosen by such people. All is well in this argument, with the exception of the last words only. For when one takes an actual instance one will find that there were reasons or causes which led the man to his choice, and that there are very strong bonds to fasten him thereto. A love affair, for example, will never have arisen from mere indifference. Inclination or passion will have played its part, but habit and stubbornness will cause certain natures to face ruin rather than separation from the beloved. Here is another example cited by the author: an atheist, a man like Lucilio Vanini, that is what many people call him, whereas he himself adopts the magnificent name of Giulio Cesare Vanini in his works, will suffer a preposterous martyrdom for his chimera rather than renounce his impiety. The author does not name Vanini, and the truth is that this man repudiated his wrong opinions, until he was convicted of having published atheistical dogmas and acted as an apostle of atheism. When he was asked whether there was a God, he plucked some grass, saying, "Iti levis est cesps que probet esse deum." But since the Attorney General to the Parliament of Toulouse desired to cause annoyance to the first president, so it is said, to whom Vanini was granted considerable access, teaching his children philosophy. If indeed he was not altogether in the service of that magistrate, the Inquisition was carried through rigorously. Vanini, seeing that there was no chance of pardon, declared himself, when at the point of death, for what he was, an atheist, and there was nothing very extraordinary in that. But supposing there were an atheist who gave himself up for torture, vanity might be in his case a strong enough motive, as in that of the gymnosophist, Calenus, and of the sophist who, according to Lucian's account, was burnt to death of his own will. But the author thinks that that very vanity, that stubbornness, those other wild intentions of persons who otherwise seem to have quite good sense, cannot be explained by the appetites that arise from the representation of good and evil, and that they compel us to have recourse to that transcendent power which transforms good into evil, and evil into good, and the indifferent into good or into evil. But we do not need to go so far, and the causes of our errors are only too visible. Indeed, we can make these transformations, but it is not as with the fairies, by a mere act of this magic power, but by obscuring and suppressing in one's mind the representations of good or bad qualities which are naturally attached to certain objects, and by contemplating only such representations as conform to our taste or our prejudices. Or again, because one attaches to the objects, by dint of thinking of them, certain qualities which are connected with them only accidentally or through our habitual contemplation of them. For example, All my life long I detest a certain kind of good food, because in my childhood I found in it something distasteful, which made a strong impression upon me. On the other hand, a certain natural defect will be pleasing to me, because it will revive within me to some extent the thought of a person I used to esteem or love. A young man will have been delighted by the applause which has been showered upon him after some successful public action. The impression of this great pleasure will have made him remarkably sensitive to reputation. He will think day and night of nothing save what nourishes this passion, and that will cause him to scorn death itself in order to attain his end. For although he may know very well that he will not feel what is said of him after his death, the representation he makes of it for himself beforehand creates a strong impression on his mind. And there are always motives of the same kind in actions which appear most useless and absurd to those who do not enter into these motives. In a word, a strong or oft-repeated impression may alter considerably our organs, our imagination, our memory, and even our reasoning. It happens that a man, by dint of having often related something untrue, which he has perhaps invented, finally comes to believe in it himself. And as one often represents to oneself something pleasing, one makes it easy to imagine, and one thinks it also easy to put into effect, whence it comes that one persuades oneself easily of what one wishes. Etica amet ipsi sibi somnia fingent. 25. Errors are therefore, absolutely speaking, never voluntary, although the will very often contributes towards them indirectly, owing to the pleasure one takes in giving oneself up to certain thoughts, or owing to the aversion one feels for others. Beautiful print in a book will help towards making it persuasive to the reader. The air and manner of a speaker will win the audience for him. One will be inclined to despise doctrines coming from a man one despises or hates, or from another who resembles him in some point that strikes us. I have already said why one is readily disposed to believe what is advantageous or agreeable, and I have known people who at first had changed their religion for worldly considerations, but who have been persuaded, and well persuaded, afterwards that they had taken the right course. One sees also that stubbornness is not simply wrong choice persevering, but also a disposition to persevere therein, which is due to some good supposed to be inherent in the choice, or some evil imagined as arising from a change. The first choice has perchance been made in mere levity, but the intention to abide by it springs from certain stronger reasons or impressions. There are even some writers on ethics who lay it down that one ought to abide by one's choice so as not to be inconstant or appear so. Yet perseverance is wrong when one despises the warnings of reason, especially when the subject is important enough to be examined carefully. But when the thought of change is unpleasant, one readily averts one's attention from it, and that is the way which most frequently leads one to stubbornness. The author wished to connect stubbornness with his so-called pure indifference. He might then have taken into account that to make us cling to a choice there would be need of more than the mere choice itself or a pure indifference, especially if this choice has been made lightly. And all the more lightly in proportion to the indifference shown. In such a case we shall be readily inclined to reverse the choice, unless vanity, habit, interest or some other motive makes us persevere therein. It must not be supposed either that vengeance pleases without cause. Persons of intense feeling ponder upon it day and night, and it is hard for them to efface the impression of the wrong or the affront they have sustained. They picture for themselves a very great pleasure in being freed from the thought of scorn which comes upon them every moment, and which causes some to find vengeance sweeter than life itself. Quas vindicta bonum vita jucundius ipsa. The author would wish to persuade us that usually, when our desire or our aversion is for some object which does not sufficiently deserve it, we have given to it the surplus of good or evil which has affected us. Through the alleged power of choice which makes things appear good or evil as we wish. One has had 2 degrees of natural evil, one gives oneself 6 degrees of artificial good through the power that can choose without cause. Thus one will have 4 degrees of net good, ch. 5, sect. 2, section 7. If that could be carried out it would take us far, as I have already said here. The author even thinks that ambition, avarice, the gambling mania and other frivolous passions derive all their force from this power, ch. 5, sect. 5, subsect. 6. But there are besides so many false appearances in things, so many imaginations capable of enlarging or diminishing objects, so many unjustified connections in our arguments, that there is no need of this little fairy, that is, of this inward power operating as it were by enchantment, to whom the author attributes all these disorders. Indeed, I have already said repeatedly that when we resolve upon some course contrary to acknowledged reason, we are prompted to it by another reason stronger to outward appearance, such as, for instance, is the pleasure of appearing independent and of performing an extraordinary action. There was in days past at the court of Osnabrück a tutor to the pages, who, like a second Mucius Scaevola, held out his arm into the flame and looked like getting a gangrene, in order to show that the strength of his mind was greater than a very acute pain. Few people will follow his example. And I do not even know if a writer could easily be found who, having once affirmed the existence of a power capable of choosing without cause, or even contrary to reason, would be willing to prove his case by his own example. In renouncing some good benefice or some high office, simply in order to display this superiority of will over reason. But I am sure at the least that an intelligent man would not do so. He would be presently aware that someone would nullify his sacrifice by pointing out to him that he had simply imitated Heliodorus, Bishop of Larissa. That man, so it is said, held his book on Theagenes and Chariclia dearer than his bishopric, and such a thing may easily happen when a man has resources enabling him to dispense with his office and when he is sensitive to reputation. Thus everyday people are found ready to sacrifice their advantages to their caprices, that is to say, actual goods to the mere semblance of them. 26. If I wish to follow step by step the arguments of our gifted author, which often come back to matters previously considered in our inquiry, usually however with some elegant and well-phrased addition, I should be obliged to proceed too far. But I hope that I shall be able to avoid doing so, having, as I think, sufficiently met all his reasons. The best thing is that with him practice usually corrects and amends theory. After having advanced the hypothesis, in the second section of this 5th chapter, that we approach God through the capacity to choose without reason, and that this power being of the noblest kind its exercise is the most capable of making one happy, things in the highest degree paradoxical, since it is reason which leads us to imitate God and our happiness lies in following reason. After that, I say, the author provides an excellent corrective, for he says rightly, section 5, that in order to be happy we must adapt our choice to things, since things are scarcely prone to adapt themselves to us. And that this is in effect adapting oneself to the divine will. Doubtless that is well said, but it implies besides that our will must be guided as far as possible by the reality of the objects, and by true representations of good and evil. Consequently also the motives of good and evil are not opposed to freedom, and the power of choosing without cause, far from ministering to our happiness, will be useless and even highly prejudicial. Thus it is happily the case that this power nowhere exists, and that it is a being of reasoning reason, as some schoolmen call the fictions that are not even possible. As for me, I should have preferred to call them beings of non-reasoning reason. Also I think that the 3rd section, on wrong elections, may pass, since it says that one must not choose things that are impossible, inconsistent, harmful, contrary to the divine will, or already taken by others. Moreover, the author remarks appositely that by prejudicing the happiness of others needlessly one offends the divine will, which desires that all be happy as far as it is possible. I will say as much of the 4th section, where there is mention of the source of wrong elections, which are error or ignorance, negligence, fickleness in changing too readily, stubbornness in not changing in time, and bad habits. Finally there is the importunity of the appetites, which often drive us inopportunely towards external things. The 5th section is designed to reconcile evil elections or sins with the power and goodness of God. And this section, as it is diffuse, is divided into subsections. The author has cumbered himself needlessly with a great objection, for he asserts that without a power to choose that is altogether indifferent in the choice there would be no sin. Now it was very easy for God to refuse to creatures a power so irrational. It was sufficient for them to be actuated by the representations of goods and evils, it was therefore easy, according to the author's hypothesis, for God to prevent sin. To extricate himself from this difficulty, he has no other resource than to state that if this power were removed from things the world would be nothing but a purely passive machine. But that is the very thing which I have disproved. If this power were missing in the world, as in fact it is, one would hardly complain of the fact. Souls will be well content with the representations of goods and evils for the making of their choice, and the world will remain as beautiful as it is. The author comes back to what he had already put forward here, that without this power there would be no happiness. But I have given a sufficient answer to that, and there is not the slightest probability in this assertion and in certain other paradoxes he puts forward here to support his principal paradox. 27. He makes a small digression on prayer, subsect. For, saying that those who pray to God hope for some change in the order of nature, but it seems as though, according to his opinion, they are mistaken. In reality, men will be content if their prayers are heard, without troubling themselves as to whether the course of nature is changed in their favor, or not. Indeed, if they receive succor from good angels there will be no change in the general order of things. Also this opinion of our author is a very reasonable one, that there is a system of spiritual substances, just as there is of corporeal substances, and that the spiritual have communication with one another, even as bodies do. God employs the ministry of angels in his rule of mankind, without any detriment to the order of nature. Nevertheless, it is easier to put forward theories on these matters than to explain them, unless one have recourse to my system of harmony. But the author goes somewhat further. He believes that the mission of the Holy Spirit was a great miracle in the beginning, but that now his operations within us are natural. I leave it to him to explain his opinion, and to settle the matter with other theologians. Yet I observe that he finds the natural efficacy of prayer in the power it has of making the soul better, of overcoming the passions, and of winning for oneself a certain degree of new grace. I can say almost the same things on my hypothesis, which represents the will as acting only in accordance with motives, and I am immune from the difficulties in which the author has become involved over his power of choosing without cause. He is in great embarrassment also with regard to the foreknowledge of God. For if the soul is perfectly indifferent in its choice, how is it possible to foresee this choice? And what sufficient reason will one be able to find for the knowledge of a thing, if there is no reason for its existence? The author puts off to some other occasion the solution of this difficulty, which would require, according to him, an entire work. For the rest, he sometimes speaks pertinently, and in conformity with my principles, on the subject of moral evil. He says, for example, subsect 6, that vices and crimes do not detract from the beauty of the universe, but rather add to it, just as certain dissonances would offend the ear by their harshness if they were heard quite alone. And yet in combination they render the harmony more pleasing. He also points out diverse goods involved in evils, for instance, the usefulness of prodigality in the rich and avarice in the poor, indeed it serves to make the arts flourish. We must also bear in mind that we are not to judge the universe by the small size of our globe and of all that is known to us. For the stains and defects in it may be found as useful for enhancing the beauty of the rest as patches, which have nothing beautiful in themselves, are by the fair sex found adapted to embellish the whole face, although they disfigure the part they cover. Cotta, in Cicero's book, had compared Providence, in its granting of reason to men, to a physician who allows wine to a patient, notwithstanding that he foresees the misuse which will be made thereof by the patient, at the expense of his life. The author replies that Providence does what wisdom and goodness require, and that the good which accrues is greater than the evil. If God had not given reason to man there would have been no man at all, and God would be like a physician who killed someone in order to prevent his falling ill. One may add that it is not reason which is harmful in itself, but the absence of reason, and when reason is ill employed we reason well about means, but not adequately about an end, or about that bad end we have proposed to ourselves. Thus it is always for lack of reason that one does an evil deed. The author also puts forward the objection made by Epicurus in the book by Lactantius on the wrath of God. The terms of the objection are more or less as follows. Either God wishes to banish evils and cannot contrive to do so, in which case he would be weak, or he can abolish them, and will not, which would be a sign of malignity in him. Or again he lacks power and also will, which would make him appear both weak and jealous, or finally he can and will, but in this case it will be asked why he then does not banish evil, if he exists. The author replies that God cannot banish evil, that he does not wish to either, and that notwithstanding he is neither malicious nor weak. I should have preferred to say that he can banish evil, but that he does not wish to do so absolutely, and rightly so, because he would then banish good at the same time, and he would banish more good than evil. Finally our author, having finished his learned work, adds an appendix, in which he speaks of the divine laws. He fittingly divides these laws into natural and positive. He observes that the particular laws of the nature of animals must give way to the general laws of bodies, that God is not in reality angered when his laws are violated, but that order demanded that he who sins should bring an evil upon himself, and that he who does violence to others should suffer violence in his turn. But he believes that the positive laws of God rather indicate and forecast the evil than cause its infliction. And that gives him occasion to speak of the eternal damnation of the wicked, which no longer serves either for correction or example, and which nevertheless satisfies the retributive justice of God. Although the wicked bring their unhappiness upon themselves. He suspects, however, that these punishments of the wicked bring some advantage to virtuous people. He is doubtful also whether it is not better to be damned than to be nothing, for it might be that the damned are fools, capable of clinging to their state of misery owing to a certain perversity of mind which, he maintains, makes them congratulate themselves on their false judgments in the midst of their misery, and take pleasure in finding fault with the will of God. For every day one sees peevish, malicious, envious people who enjoy the thought of their ills, and seek to bring affliction upon themselves. These ideas are not worthy of contempt, and I have sometimes had the like myself, but I am far from passing final judgment on them. I related, in of the essays written to oppose M. Bell, the fable of the devil's refusal of the pardon a hermit offers him on God's behalf. Baron André Tafel, an Austrian nobleman, knight of the court of Ferdinand Archduke of Austria who became the second emperor of that name, alluding to his name, which appears to mean devil in German, assumed as his emblem a devil or satyr. With this Spanish motto, Más perdido, y menos arrepentido, the more lost, the less repentant, which indicates a hopeless passion from which one cannot free oneself. This motto was afterwards repeated by the Spanish Count of Villamediana when he was said to be in love with the Queen. Coming to the question why evil often happens to the good and good to the wicked, our illustrious author thinks that it has been sufficiently answered, and that hardly any doubt remains on that point. He observes nevertheless that one may often doubt whether good people who endure affliction have not been made good by their very misfortune, and whether the fortunate wicked have not perhaps been spoilt by prosperity. He adds that we are often bad judges, when it is a question of recognizing not only a virtuous man, but also a happy man. One often honors a hypocrite, and one despises another whose solid virtue is without pretense. We are poor judges of happiness also, and often felicity is hidden from sight under the rags of a contented poor man, while it is sought in vain in the palaces of certain of the great. Finally the author observes, that the greatest felicity here on earth lies in the hope of future happiness, and thus it may be said that to the wicked nothing happens save what is of service for correction or chastisement. And to the good nothing save what ministers to their greater good. These conclusions entirely correspond to my opinion, and one can say nothing more appropriate for the conclusion of this work. Causa Dei asserta. Per justitiam ejus. Cum cateris ejus perfectionibus cunctisque actionibus conciliatam. The original edition of the Theodicy contained a fourth appendix under this title. It presented in scholastic Latin a formal summary of the positive doctrine expressed by the French treatise. It satisfied the academic requirements of its day, but would not, presumably, be of interest to many modern readers, and is consequently omitted here. Index. Abelard, -4. Abraham. Adam, -2, -7. Adam Cadman. Albius, Thomas. Alcuin. Alfonso, King of Castile, -8. Aloysius Novarinus. Aurasi. Alvarez. Ambrose, St. Amarot. Anaxagoras. Enradius, Jacques Pava. Andreas Cisalpinus. Angelus Silesius, Johann. Anat, -5. Anselm, St. Antipater. Aquinas, Thomas, C. Thomas. Arcesilaus. Archidemus. Aristotelians, -8. Aristotle, -8, -4, -10. Arminius, C. Arminius. Arminius, Jacob Harmanson. Arnauld, -6. Arriaga. Arian. Assassins. Athanasius, St. Augustine, of Hippo, Street, -7, -3, -3. His disciples. Augustus, Emperor. Aulus Gellius, -9. Aureolus, Cardinal. Averroes, Averroists, ff. Bacon, Francis. Banez. Barbaro, Ermolao. Baron, Vincent. Baronius, Robert. Barton, Thomas. Basil, Street. Bell, P. Ffet Passim. Becher, Johann Joachim, -5. Becker. Bede. Bellarmine, St. Robert. Berigardus, Claudius. Berkeley, B.P. Bernard, Street. Bernier. Bertius. De Beze, Theodore. Bergitta, Revelations of Street. Boethius, -6. Bonertes, Thomas, -2. Bonaventura, Street. De Bosses, Father. Bossuet. Bradwardine, ABP. Bramhall, BP. John. Bredenberg, Johann, -50. Brunswick, Duke of. Buckingham, Duke of. Buridan's Ass. Burnet, Thomas. Kabbalists. Caesar Cremoninus. Cajetan, Cardinal. Calenus. Caligula. Calixtus. Calli. Callimachus. Calovius. Calvin, -5. Cameron. Campanella. Capella, Martianus. Cardan, Jerome. Carneades, -1. Caroli, Andreas. Casaubon, Merrick. Caecilius. Cassiodorus. Casuists. Catherine, Ambrose. Catherine de Medicis. Cato. Celsus, -3. Chardin. De la Charmoy, Abbé. Chemnitz. Martin. Christine, Queen of Sweden. Chrysippus, -32, -9, -7. Cicero, -32, -5. Claudian. Cleanthes. Coelius Secundus Curio. Coimbra, Fathers of. Cholerus. Conringius. Constance, Council of. De la Cour, -1. Crellius. Cudworth. Ralph. Cuyper, Franz. Cyrano de Bergerac. Dacier. Dale. Davidius, John. De Auxilius. Democritus. Descartes, -13, -21, -12, ff. Damarists, Samuel. Diodorus, -2. Diogenianus. Dionysius of Halicarnassus. Diphilus. Dirois, -53. Dominicans. Dreyer. Drexler. Dualists. Duplessis Mornay. Durand de Saint-Pourcain. Empedocles. Epictetus. Epicureans. -3. Epicurus, -30, -11. Esprit, Abbé. Euclid. Euripides. Eusebius. Eutrapelis. Fabricius, Johann Ludwig. Fabry. Fecht. Fenelon. Fludda. Fonseca. Fouquer. Francis I of France. Francis of Sales, St. Francis Xavier, Street. Freytag, Johann. Fremondus, Libertus. Fulgentius. Fur predestinatus. Della Galla, Julius Caesar. Gassendi. Gataker, Thomas. Gerhard, Johann. Gerson. Gibeuf, -5. Glaria, Antonio. Godescalc. Gomerists. Gregory, St. The Great. Gregory, Street, of Nazianzus. Gregory, St. Of Nyssa. Gregory of Rimini. Grotius. Gare, Martin, -8. Gymnosophists. Hartsoker. Heliodorus of Larissa. Heraclitus. Herminius, C. Herminius. Hermippus. Herodotus. Hesusius, Tileman. Hobbes, Thomas, ff. Hoffman, Daniel. Horace. Homer. Hyde. Innocent III, Pope. Arminius. Isbrand. Jansenists, -7. Jansenius. Jacques. Jerome, Street. John of Damascus, St. John Scott. Jung. Jupiter. Juriu, -2. Justin. Keckerman, Bartholomeus. Keela, Siege of, -6. Kendall, George. Kepler. Kerkering. Kessler, Andreas. Courtholt, Sebastian. Krell, Nicholas. Delabadie, Jean. Lactantius. Lamy, François. Lateran Council. Laud, ABP. Delanoy. Lazarus. Leclerc. Leeuwenhoek. Limborg. Lipsius, Justice. Livy. Locke, John, -4. Losher. Louis of Dole. Lucan. Lucian. Lucretius. Lully, Raymond. Luther, -11. Machiavelli. Minin. Maimonides. -8. Malebranche, ff. Manichaeans. Marchetti. Marcion. Marcus Aurelius. Mary, Blessed Virgin. Matthew, Pierre. Maurice, Prince. Melanchthon. Melissus. Menage. Meyer, Louis. Mithras. Molina. Molinists. Moore, Henry. Moses Germanus. De la Motte Leveilleur. Museus, Johann. Naud, Gabriel. Newcastle, Duke of, ff. Newton, Isaac, -6. Nicole, -7. Nominalists. Navarini. Ochino, Bernardino. Onomos. Opolinius. Origen, -3. Originists. Orobio. Ovid. Parties. Pascal. Paul, St. -30. Paulicians, see Manichaeans. Pelagius. Polisson. Pereire, Louis. Peter Lombard. Pfanner. Pierre de Saint-Joseph. Pietists, Leipzig. Piscator. Pitcairn. Plato, -4. Pliny the Younger. Plutarch. Pomponazzi. De la Porre, Gilbert. De Prisac. Prudentius. Ptolemei, fr. Pufendorf. Pythagoras. Quenel, fr. Quietists. Rachelius. De la Rami, Pierre. Ravaillac. Regis. Remonstrance. Raynaud, Théophile. Rodin, David de. Rorarius. Rutherford, Samuel. Rusbrook. Sagans. Salmeron. Sorin. Scaliger, Joseph, -5. Scaliger, Julius. Scherzer. Schoolmen. Scioppius. Scotists. Scotus, Duns. Seneca. Senert, Daniel. Sentences, Master of the C. Peter Lombard. Servetus, Michael. Sfondrati, Cardinal. Sherrick. Silenus. Slevogt, Paul. Socinians, -4, -2. Sonner, Ernst. Spee, Friedrich, -7. Sperling, Johann. Sperling, Otto. Spinoza, -6, -51. Stahl, Daniel. Stegmann, Joshua. Stegmann, Christopher. Steno. Stuchus, Augustinus. Stoics, -3, ff. Strato, -6. Strenesius. Sturm. Suarez. Suetonius. Supralapsarians, -4. Swammerdam. Tacitus. Tafel, Baron André. Taurel, Nicholas. Tertullian. Thomas Aquinas, St. Thomasius, Jacob. Thomists. Tiberius. Timon. Tiresias. Toland, John. De Tournemain, Father. Trajan. Trogus. Turretin. Twis. Ursinus, Zacharias. Usarius. Valla, Laurentius, ff. Van Beverwyck, Johann, -4. Van den Ende, Franz. Van den Hoof. Van der Wey. Van Helmont. Vanini, Lucilio. Videlius, Nicholas. Valius Paterculus. Virgil, -9. Varon, François. Verse, Aubert de. Voetius, Gisbertus. Vorstius, Conrad. Vogelsang. Von Wallenberg, B.P.